Prison Witch, The Red Witch Chronicles, Book 9, by Sammy Valentine. Prison Witch is the ninth book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. Get exclusive reads, updates on my new books, and the skinny on the latest hot urban fantasy paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at sammyvalentine.com. Go there to sign up. Author's note. Dear reader, I can't believe this series has 9 books so far. When I started writing this series in 2019, I couldn't have imagined how far it would go. I had a plot outline, but I didn't expect you, the reader. What a delightful surprise to find other people who want to hang out with my imaginary friends too. The last few years have been tough for the planet, and I hope this series has allowed you to escape. I appreciate every reader who has supported me and my work over the years. To thank you, I added a short story to the end of this edition of Prison Witch. You can find more free reads at my website, along with other reader gifts too. One reader that I'd like to personally thank is my cousin Danny. She hosted a role-play game with my characters and even played the Dungeon Master. It was super fun to listen to. This book is dedicated to her. Thanks for cheering me on, cuz. When you turn the page, you'll rejoin Red when you left her in Payback's a Witch. She is down, but she isn't out. However, like all her plans, things don't quite go how she hoped. This book will explore some of Red's past. You'll be able to follow along without knowing all the details, but if you'd like a trip through time, then check out the prequel series set in the Victorian Age. That is a darker, more gothic series featuring the early lives of characters like Christoph, Lucas, and more. Find all my books at sammyvalentine.com books. Cheers to Sammy. Prologue. December 21st, evening, London, England. Red trudged into a rainy London alley. She ripped out the tranquilizer dart poking from her stomach. 2 stern men in brown suits gripped her elbows as if worried she'd run. Lightheaded and bound by anti-magic handcuffs, she kept the wary anticipation off her face. They were leading her straight to her enemy. The new head bard, Felix Williams, supervised the progress from under an umbrella. He saw her as an outlaw. Red looked the part, in a black steel-boned corset that protected her like Kevlar. Her matching skirt concealed slim-fit trousers. Rain dissolved the bloodstains on her clothes. The bards had taken her weapons, starting with her magic and ending with her mother's ring. They wouldn't have either for long. An armored van waited on the curb with open doors. Armed guards in black tactical uniforms surrounded the vehicle with the precision of ex-military. 3 of them lifted an unconscious Maxwell Baldacci into the back. "So, you already collected the trash," she said. She would have pitched a fireball at the warlock if her powers weren't suppressed. He should be dead for what he did to her mother. She had chased him around the globe for months before their showdown tonight at the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes. He was almost vanquished when the bards intervened and arrested them both for the collateral damage. Maxwell couldn't hide from her anymore, and certainly not where they were going. He could go to hell, and she'd follow him there to make sure he was dead. Her life and her loved ones wouldn't be safe until he was gone for good. The bard who had clamped her in cuffs earlier shoved her to one of the guards by the van. He wiped his hands on his pants as if he felt soiled by touching her. Red tripped, eyesight blurring from the tranquilizer, and regained her footing on the cobblestones. Her vision cleared on 2 cold iron cages that divided the back of the armored van. The warlock drooled in one of them, weak and nearly comatose from an earlier magical attack. If she and her friends had had 1 minute more, he would have been defeated. Soon, he would be. "You can't hurt her!" Vic Constantine yelled from behind them, running out into the rain to save her as he had so many times before. His leather bomber jacket flapped against his Metallica shirt. It wasn't a superhero cape, but he wore it like one. "She just caught the bad guy for you," she warned. "Vic, you shouldn't." "Hush," the guard said, pausing as he held her arm. A Christmas shirt hem peeked from under his gray body armor. He must have been celebrating the solstice with the Brotherhood when she and the warlock had crashed the Solstice Consortium. Judging by his confusion, the speedy orders to assemble for duty had been vague ones. Felix Williams turned to Vic. Cold and composed under his umbrella, the new head bard seemed neutral like a judge, but a tense vein pulsed in his high forehead above his bushy white eyebrows. A quiet fury sharpened his British accent. She allegedly killed my predecessor. No, she didn't. She's innocent, Felix, Vic insisted, shaking his head. His rain-soaked mullet stuck to his cheeks. Her denim-loving mentor had so much faith in her. It broke her heart. The head bard said skeptically, "That is for a Brotherhood inquiry to discover." A warm flush rose up her neck as her head swam in a pharmaceutical haze. She slumped over before the guard jerked her upright. Fighting against the sedative, she slurred, "I was promised a solstice sanctuary. You promised to shield me until justice and stuff." "How much did you guys drug her?" Vic said, rushing forward. The other bards blocked him, grabbing his shoulders. Felix strode to the van and peered at Red as if calculating when she'd drop. She met his eyes to prove that she was dazed but not down. He said, "How could we allow her to remain awake? We both saw what she could do. Confine her in the back." The guard swung Red into his arms and set her into the cage in the van, closing the bars. Her sluggish limbs moved too slowly to stop him. A wave of nausea flattened her. She kicked weakly at the enclosure. Felix Williams examined his caged prisoners like they were animals unfit for his zoo. Vic shrugged off the bards and stomped to their leader. "If you aren't killing her, where are you taking her?" "Where I know that a witch of her strength can be secured." "You wouldn't put her in the usual lockup, not with a brewing scandal like this," Vic said. He winced, closing his eyes. "It has to be Stone Tree Prison. You're sealing her in with the worst demons and killers." The head bard murmured so quietly that she almost missed his words. "How do you know that place? Did Crispin tell you?" "It's the Brotherhood's combination of Area 51 and Alcatraz. You guys in leadership think that if you deem something top secret, it'll stay that way," Vic said. He poked his own chest. "I can sniff out a conspiracy like a werewolf after puppy chow. If you think that you can blame her for Maxwell and bury his fucked up alliance with your predecessor." Felix blustered, "Consider yourself fortunate that I don't imprison you as her accomplice." Red knelt in the van, pressing herself against the cage. "Vic, I don't want you in trouble." "Intern, you sound like you chugged a bottle of tequila. I'll handle this." "No," the head bard declared. "You, Stacy Bonner, and Jacob Crispin allowed that shameful scene on these hallowed grounds during the consortium of all nights. We were hunting a dark warlock. My respect for your families and your own records affords you the benefit of innocence. That benefit can disappear." Red leaned her forehead against the bars, choked by the thought that Vic would pay for her actions. She'd sacrificed so much to bring him back from the dead. She couldn't ruin his new grasp on life. All he did was expose Maxwell's crimes. He doesn't know what happened before the warlock and I appeared at the consortium. I haven't told him half of what I did. Doubt entered Vic's gaze like he was scared of what he'd learn. The head bard nodded as if he'd suspected it already. "I'm sorry," she said. Darkness tinted the edges of her vision as she grew dizzy. "I didn't know what the warlock was willing to do." Felix clapped a hand on Vic's shoulder, sheltering the younger bard under his umbrella. "Constantine, once the Brotherhood hears the accusations, she isn't safe in London. Neither are you nor Bonner." Guards pulled Vic back at their boss's nod. Another one closed the back doors of the van. The slam echoed on the metal walls, but didn't wake the sleeping warlock. Red sank against the bars, head bobbing. She fumbled with her emerald necklace, moving the latch to her chest and unhooking it, then put it in an easy-to-reach skirt pocket. Well made with a thick chain, the necklace had been a birthday gift from her beloved Christoph Novak. He'd approve of her new use for it. Sprawling her legs out, she forced herself to stare at Maxwell in the other cage. The call of the tranquilizer lulled her, but she couldn't forget her purpose, his demise. When she had a second chance against the warlock, she'd be ready. Red dozed until the van slowed. A migraine blasted behind her temple like a hangover, but she wasn't super stoned at least. She sniffed. The air smelled different, cleaner, like she wasn't in a city. Foggy from the tranquilizer, she stood, hitting the ceiling of the cage. She dropped to her knees, rubbing her head. Shh! The van stopped. She waited, hushed, until a guard unlocked her cage. Acting faint, she stumbled from the van and shivered in the cold rain. She stood in a growing puddle by a run-down brown barn. To the east, a line of oaks obscured a distant manor on a secluded country estate. A floodlight switched on, killing her night vision while illuminating the 3 guards that surrounded her. Squinting against the brilliance, she made out a security camera over the barn door. The guards stood the mumbling, barely conscious Maxwell on his feet. She inched closer to him, reaching into her pocket. Her heart pounded so loud that she worried everyone could hear it and guess her next move. One guard walked under the camera to tap an intercom keypad by the door. He announced to an unseen watcher, "The head bard says to take these prisoners to the villain's walk." A speaker crackled to ask, "Joan Cormoran sent you?" "Felix Williams did," the guard said. "Felix, I don't understand," the speaker boomed with audible disbelief. A second guard joined the first at the intercom. "It's complicated, innit?" Red fell against the van, pretending to faint, angling herself behind Maxwell. His guard seemed more interested in the discussion than the prisoners. She pulled the necklace from her pocket and gripped the ends with both chained hands. The third guard absently leaned the swaying warlock on the van and stepped toward the barn. "It's pissing rain. Tell them over tea." She struck when the guards weren't looking. Looping the necklace over Maxwell's throat, she tugged it back to strangle him. She could end his centuries of terror and mischief now. Maxwell gurgled, weakly clawing at his neck. After his ass-kicking in their last fight, he could barely move. She could nearly taste his defeat. The arrogant mastermind dropped to his knees. Red tightened her makeshift garrote. A buzz like 1,000 wasps sounded in her ears. It drowned out any thought but revenge. She whispered to him, "This is for my mom." "Fuck!" a guard yelled, spinning around to his prisoners. "I thought you said she was sedated." The barn opened, and a man with a tranquilizer gun ran out. Red pressed her boot against the warlock's back and yanked. A black-feathered dart hit her shoulder. She didn't flinch at the pain. 2 more hit her arm. The instant sting faded as drowsiness overwhelmed her. She wilted, dropping Maxwell onto the muddy ground. As the guards dragged her away, she muttered, "I won't give up." Red opened her unpleasantly sticky eyelids to slits, blinded by the bright light above her. Hazy anger rocked her from a lulling sedative. She blinked to clear the slimy, medicinal-smelling drops from her tingling eyeballs. Her vision, tinted a yellow-orange, blurred as she tried to focus. Where was she? A shadowy figure loomed over her. Animal instinct made her freeze as he braced his hands on either side of her head. She bit his wrist, tearing into the skin with her teeth. Blood dribbled down her chin. She yelled, "What the fuck are you doing? Where is my mother's ring?" He screamed, stumbling back. "She bit me!" "Note the time," a calm feminine voice said, unseen on the other side of the room. How many others were with her? "Our specimen has stirred. Is it because the psychic probed her consciousness? I'll wish to review the brain scans later to determine." Strapped down, Red could only snarl and struggle futilely. They had taken her magic and her heirloom sapphire ring. It was all that she had left of her mother. The psychic groaned from pain. He strained to say, "Doctor, I can't penetrate her thoughts. She has a powerful mystical barrier around them." Red laughed as her foggy mind pierced together their words. "The immortal alchemist is my friend. You'd need 10 more psychics to break her protection on me." "Write that down," the unseen woman said excitedly, like the threat was fascinating. She approached Red, but her face dimmed into darkness. Whatever the doctor did next, her unwilling patient wouldn't remember. Red drowned in the darkness until a tiny light appeared. It grew into a doorway to a green lawn on a sunny autumn day. Loose, rusty-colored leaves swirled in the breeze. She stood at the door, braiding her long hair. Her green walking dress somehow was an antique, and the height of fashion as she saw it as both red and juniper. The coal smoke from a city of fireplaces and factories sank into her lungs when she took a breath. Self-awareness lapped against her like a cold tide. It ebbed away slowly. Oh, goddess. She knew where she was. She was in her old home in Prague as it was in 1899 when Lucas Crawford was a young vampire and Christoph Novak was younger still. She had done so much to escape this manor. In her dreams, she hadn't. It was a mental monument to her terrors. Too many nights she wandered these old halls in fear of old demons. The twists and turns in the passages could morph into other layers in other countries, some that no longer existed, where she had served monsters with momentous destinies. Every door held a memory that she'd rather forget. A parlor opened to show a view of the Eiffel Tower. Lucas had snapped a bellhop's neck in there once. In her head, she had never stopped screaming at the sight. She found a dead opera singer lying in a bathroom, his blood draining into the tub. That was the night her vampire masters had been expelled from Rome, and she'd had to dump their victim's body in the river. She couldn't escape her terrible recollections. How she had yearned for the return of her memories when she'd been in a state of enviable ignorance. The gods had answered that wish, and its fruit was bitter. She couldn't spit the bite out now. Red waited in the kitchen by the back door for Christoph. A cold wind blew from the yard. If she were quiet enough, if the other vampires were sleeping soundly enough, the butler would find her. Their secret meetings kept her sane in dark days. Even in dreams, she worried what would happen if Lucas caught them. She shouldn't have given her heart to Christoph, but she knew he was so much more than anyone realized. This wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare. Someone else found her instead. Kitten, Lucas said in a soft warning as he trod softly toward her like a panther preparing to spring onto his prey. Shirtless and perfect, his pale immortality glowed. Blood splattered his lean torso. He hitched his thumb on his sagging black trousers. "Where have you been?" Sharp pain erupted from her wrists. Red pressed her palm to stem the bleeding as old scars reopened on her flesh. She rushed into the sunlight, hiking her skirt up, and sprinted across the lawn. Tripping into a rabbit hole, she dropped headlong into a shallow artificial pond. Her skin absorbed the cold water's chill. She swam through midnight blue waters that darkened to pure black. As she surfaced, she crawled toward an ornamental pagoda. It sat in the center of a lushly gardened conservatory. She watched a duplicate of herself as she'd been at Olson Hall in Napa Valley, California, over a week ago. Stumbling back from the site of her actions, she didn't want to see it again. It was enough that she'd won the day. She couldn't relive it again. The pagoda exploded in a lightning bolt. Wooden beams and boards cracked and flew in every direction. She left Winslow Olson to die in the flames. He'd started a magic duel with a witch. It was her or him, and she'd been itching for the fight since she discovered his partnership with the warlock. She dunked into the pond and swam deeper into her mind until she found a bed of black silk sheets. Rousing from the nightmare, Red patted her intact wrists, sitting up on a soft mattress. Fierce sweat beaded her chest. She glanced around fearfully for Lucas, but she was in a sanctuary. A salt lamp glowed over the exposed brick walls and white minimalist furniture in the bedroom of Christoph's Canadian bunker. They'd stayed here in between hunts on their global chase for the warlock. This was as close to a happy place as she knew. Christoph wrapped around her naked form, drawing her against his broad chest. His muscled arms held her like she was precious. He whispered in her ear, "You're safe, my love." "I know," she said, clinging to him, telling herself that it was true. "You're here with me. It doesn't matter who haunts your dreams. You're better than them." He leaned back to peer into her eyes. His blonde hair was sleepily tousled over his alert gaze. Somehow, he seemed both eager to comfort her and to destroy any who dared make her cry. "I'd offer my talents, but I've seen your power. You've defeated every enemy, whether it was in Hong Kong or at home." She sagged her head against his shoulder, wondering where that badass witch was. "Do you promise?" "Let them underestimate you. Lull them into security as you did Lucas and his undead kin back in the old days." Red relaxed against him as he embraced her. She gripped his hair to deepen their kiss as if she could drink him like she had his blood. He'd become her happy place over a century ago, despite her best intentions. Worry pierced her like an arrow to the back. "What if we can't kill the warlock for your prince? He'll punish you." "His royal favor is my responsibility," he said, as he ran his lips down her side before he settled between her legs. He nuzzled her thigh before sinking his fangs in deep. When he bit her, she couldn't think of the past or the future. It felt like blissful eternity. She gasped, sitting upright alone on a cold concrete floor. Her heart raced as she pinched herself in case this was another dream in a dream. She shivered in her Spartan cell, knowing this was reality. A cloyingly rusty taste lingered in her severely dry mouth. What the hell had the prison guards drugged her with? She'd fallen into a kaleidoscope of memories distorted amid her dreams. In real life, Christoph hadn't told her to stay underestimated, but her mind wanted to hear it from him. It seemed like a futile goal. As a small-town hunter, she hadn't been seen as a threat before, maybe a minor nuisance at best. She was someone that villains sent their lower henchmen against. After her showing in London on the solstice, the world knew what she could do. Chapter 1. January 4th afternoon, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. The iron door to Red's cell squealed on its hinges, and a guard in black entered. His belted baton shone in the fluorescent ceiling lights. He held a metal lunch tray of something lumpy and brown that smelled like it aspired to be beef stroganoff. England had better cooks than the stereotypes said, but the ones at Stone Tree Prison weren't among them. A wall of clear bulletproof plastic protected the guard from his prisoner. "Hello," she said, looking up from her book on Brotherhood Law. "How are you today?" He ignored her greeting as he neared the cell. Red stood from her creaky bed in a gray tank top and sweatpants, a gray sweater draped over her shoulders. She scratched under the unremovable metal band on her neck. It was etched with ancient symbols that suppressed her magic. Lately, she thought it was giving her a rash. Loneliness made her ask, "You're Jonas, right? I could have sworn I heard another guard call you that in the hall." "In the corner, hands up," the man possibly named Jonas ordered. "Of course," she said lightly and followed the familiar procedure. Politeness came easily to her, but her best pleases and thank yous hadn't impressed her guards. Her reputation had spread. Strangling a fellow prisoner while freaking out on drugs hadn't helped her argument that she was one of the good guys. Possibly Jonas unlocked a slot in the plastic wall and slid the tray onto a small table inside, then snapped the slot shut. He tested the cell entry, a hard plastic door bordered by cold iron, to make sure it was still sealed. Using his flashlight, he glanced at the ceiling vents and the security cameras set outside the inner cell, for evidence of tampering, she assumed. He did the same thing every day. Red could have mimicked his rounds. She had the feeling he didn't like her watching him, so she hid her stare. This cell had to have some weakness. She remembered arriving at a barn, which must have been a disguised entry to the prison. Was she above ground or below it? She didn't recall much else from her arrival besides the very foggy idea that she'd seen a doctor before she woke in a cell fit for Hannibal Lecter. She rested her hands on her hips, feeling half-dressed without a hunter's kit belted around her waist. Her mother's ring was a harder loss. It was irreplaceable. Sentimentality aside, she missed the security and comfort of knowing her weapons were there. Stone Tree had taken her best. The guard inspected the area between the plastic barrier and the exit to the hallway. Yellow and black sigils covered the concrete walls as a secondary mystical defense. The space held one chair and could fit 5 guards comfortably. When they'd first chucked her in the cell, they had 7 for the job. She hated how scared people seemed to be of her. Why didn't they see that she wasn't the enemy? Striving for friendliness, she said, "I can see what I'm having today. What are you having for lunch?" Possibly Jonas stomped away from her. More than the late head bard will. It was the warlock. He caused Joan's death. Red stopped as the guard slammed the door and left. Why was she surprised at his rebuff? She'd killed the leader of his organization. It would be what she'd get from any Englishman if she assassinated the Prime Minister. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, she muttered, "That went well. I really changed hearts and minds today." The mushy lunch smelled less like stroganoff and more like dog food now that it was trapped with her. Small mesh-covered holes in the middle and top of the plastic wall ventilated her cell, but she wished she had a fan to diffuse the smell. Her weak hunger shriveled. Another look at the dish killed it completely. A gob of spit lay next to the noodles. Again. She would have thought after 2 weeks the kitchen staff would have gotten bored with this trick. "That's a garnish I don't need," she said dryly to the security camera and whoever monitored it. There was no one else to talk to. She scraped the plate into the toilet and disposed of it in a few flushes. "We'll try again later. I'm not bad when you get to know me." The lingering smell on the plate made her queasy, so she rinsed and scrubbed the residue with tissue paper and flushed it down. Red put the plate back on the tray to be collected later before washing her hands in the compact sink under a postcard-sized mirror. The sun deprivation had made her paler than ever. Tightening the ponytail in her shoulder-length red hair, she said to her reflection, "That concludes my 5 minutes of excitement until dinner." She could read, she could exercise, or she could meditate and attempt astral projection again. The mystical skill to project your spirit to another location was one that many mages and some humans could do. It didn't come naturally to her. Even when her power was strongest, she had only managed it for 2 or 3 brief moments with outside help. She wasn't even sure astral projection could work while she had an anti-magic charm on, but her cell didn't have a TV. Just a bed, a chair, a bare shower, and a toilet with zero privacy. There wasn't much else to do. It's not like they allowed her phone calls. After reading esoteric legalese for most of the morning, her brain needed a break. She stretched, pretending she was in her living room in Charm, Oregon. When Red was a teen, her mother used to do aerobics with Denise Austin videos in the early mornings. The memory was so sharp and clear that she could see the family pictures above the TV and which channel the smiley blonde fitness guru had appeared on. When Red had amnesia, she would have killed to recall anything about her mom. Her past affliction had erased more than the happy memories. The painful ones fueled Red's workout. If she kept moving, she could keep the flashbacks of dark nights and darker terrors at bay. The integration of her old memories and her new ones was rough. It had improved since her literal blow-up when the warlock had tried to burn her on a pyre, but now she had too much time to dwell on the past. Kristoff had distracted her when sharp and cruel memories stabbed her brain like daggers. She only had herself here. The last thing she wanted was the cameras and the guards to see her crying in a corner. Again. She jogged in place, then power walked from the sink on the concrete wall to the plastic barrier. 13 steps. Back and forth she ping-ponged in her cage. She knelt for push-ups, counting over a dozen before the iron door opened again. Red smiled at the unexpected visitor. "Crispin, I thought you were coming tomorrow." Jacob Crispin stood in the doorway, braced on his cane and bundled in a winter wool jacket. A stately scholar in the Brotherhood, he had stood by her since her days as a hunter. Half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. His severely parted hair was more white than brown now. Possibly Jonas escorted him. The bard said, "I hope this isn't an inconvenience." She stood, brushing her hands on her knees before gesturing to the observation area attached to her cell. "Welcome to my parlor. I have more than enough time for guests." Crispin lifted a stuffed tote bag from under his arm. "And what of books? I have a few." "Thank you," she said. She would have hugged him if she could. He was British through and through, and too much emotion unsettled the dear man. "I'm nearly finished with the last one. The legal guide has a whole section on the Solstice Sanctuary and how the head bard must keep me alive until he verifies my claims. That might take months, according to my research." She tried not to choke on her last sentence. The book had cautioned that the investigation could last years. She'd been here less than a month and she already had cabin fever. Crispin looked over his glasses at her, as if warning her to not reveal more. He said mildly, "It must be food for thought. I also have nourishment of another sort." Apples and cereal bars? She had lived off his weekly snack care packages since she arrived, gnawing on granola to replace the tainted prison meals. Thankfully, stress had stolen her appetite, but not her energy. She never quite knew if Crispin would pass a secret message to her somehow, and she read between each of his words for a kernel of significance. "Almonds, too," Crispin said. "I'd like to pass my gifts to her, please." Red walked to the corner to keep the maximum distance from them and held up her hands. She didn't want to spook the guard into being an asshole. He seemed jumpy, like he expected her to attack. Possibly Jonas unlocked the delivery slot, watching her closely as he reached inside to pick up the tray. He placed it on the single chair in the observation area. "Stay behind the line," he said to her and pointed inside the cell at a white-painted line a foot away from the plastic wall. She was forbidden to cross it when she wasn't alone as a security measure. Crispin pushed books, fruit, and energy bars through the slot. Goddess bless him. She could live off this for a week. 2 weeks if she stayed too nervous to eat. He said, "Felix Williams has given me permission to provide these comforts." The guard rolled his eyes as he sealed the opening and locked it with a key. "I've heard." "Privacy, if you please. She isn't a danger to either of us." "I'll be waiting in the corridor," possibly Jonas said, and closed the hallway door behind himself. He stood by a small barred window in the door, head cocked to listen. Crispin cleared the lunch tray from the chair, slowly. His knees creaked as he bent. After months of covert poisoning by the warlock, he was on the road to recovery, but she could tell it was a hard path. He sat and folded his hands in his lap. "How are you today?" Red pulled her chair to the white line on the cell floor. "Better with you here. I really appreciate your visits. I know this can't be good for your career." "I'm nearly retired, not angling for a promotion," he said matter-of-factly. "Before you ask, I am well, and the weather is adequate for the season." She chuckled. "You never were one for small talk. I could barely get you on the phone before. How are Vic and Stace? Have you heard from them? The guards didn't let you linger after the last apple deliveries to tell me. Are they safe?" "The head bard allowed me to escort our friends from the consortium against the advice of others to arrest them. He thought leaving the country was best for their security and tried to persuade me to do the same. Our brotherhood was astir on that night. A wiser man might have chosen exile." "I'm glad you didn't," she said. His friendship meant more than he knew. "I have more news from outside your cell." "Is it Christoph?" She had left him at the Hellfire Club in London when she raced after the warlock through a portal to the Brotherhood headquarters. He knew they could be separated in the fight, but neither would have guessed this. Did her lover even know where she was? If she could have held him right now, she wouldn't let go. Crispin took a small microfiber cloth from his jacket pocket and cleaned his glasses, stalling as if uncomfortable with the topic. "No." She braced herself for a question about her relationship, or maybe a lecture. Vampire boyfriends were frowned upon by the Brotherhood. He raised a baffled eyebrow at her. "Aren't you cold? We're 4 levels underground in an English winter." Surprised, she looked down at her sleeveless arms. She shrugged. "I live in a glass lizard cage. It's a hot box in here with these bright lights. I'm worried." He paused as if he struggled to pick one among a collection of tribulations. "I was worried about your lack of blankets. The head bard is acting from traditional duty, not out of any concern for your welfare." "This isn't a Hilton hotel, but I'm good with the temperature. When I invoked sanctuary rights at the consortium, I expected worse. I wouldn't say no to a journal and a privacy curtain. A pedicure would be nice too," she joked. Her smile fizzled. He wasn't like Vic. He wouldn't trade dark humor to lighten the mood. Crispin was scared, but in a different way than the guard. He was afraid for her. She smoothed her hair back restlessly. I'm fine. Then we disagree on the definition of that word. Sure, I'm in a tough spot. After this long in this hellhole, I can tell that much. They don't believe that I was hunting Maxwell, or that he used the late head bard as a human shield. I aimed for him. You know me. If I saw a chance at him, why would I go for anyone else? I realize, he said, face drooping in grief. Red held back a wince. She didn't mean to be so callous and flippant. She knew she'd fucked up this hunt majorly even before the showdown at the consortium. 2 weeks in distraction-free isolation had refined her regrets. I'm sorry about Joan. I know she was your colleague for many years. If I'd known she was in that room with the warlock, I wouldn't have run inside like I did. Crispin held her gaze, his stoicism returning. Some believe you lured her to the Hellfire Club and assassinated her on purpose. Well, what? I gave the prison a full statement, she sputtered. She understood if she was being held for accidental manslaughter, but she hadn't deliberately done anything to Joan Cormoran. That was ludicrous. Her sole focus for months had been Maxwell Baldacci. How could I dial up Joan and invite her to a sex club of all places? I didn't even know her, let alone have anything against her. He nodded. I've argued that very point myself. If it weren't for Felix Williams's protection, my evidence and involvement in the search for the warlock would have led to my arrest. But they have that entire dossier on Maxwell. We uploaded it to BardNet. And it is hundreds of pages that require extensive cross-referencing to validate. Vindication will take time. I have patience, she said. She'd tolerated prisons, some literal, like an asylum, and others metaphorical, like the years she'd spent as a vampire's courtesan. Her restless legs and tapping toes betrayed her words. She crossed her ankles, hoping he didn't notice. Crispin stood from his chair and leaned toward a small ventilation hole in the plastic wall. He whispered, A select few in high circles of the Brotherhood know your secret. She tamped down her panic and kept her voice low. What secret? The secrets I made when I tracked the warlock with Christoph? Or is it about how I time traveled to the Victorian age and came back with temporary amnesia? Or that my real name is Juniper St. James? When it comes to my secrets, you'll need to be specific. All three, I would say. I advocated for your immediate release, but the head bard is disguising your identity from the wider Brotherhood while he prepares an inquiry. His reply was a roller coaster for her, taking her down and up, then dropping her hopes again. She'd heard Vic rant about Brotherhood bureaucracy before. Keeping the disappointment from her face, she said, I've read the books, but I need your opinion. How long do you think it will take? I don't know. It's been decades since a head bard has perished from violence like this. A baton rapped the hallway door. The guard ordered, No whispering. Crispin returned to his seat. Steepling his fingers, he seemed to ponder his next words, as if considering the ones who could overhear. I've been informed they will release the warlock from an isolation cell like this into the general prison population. She wanted to scream. That warlock had killed or led to dozens of deaths that she knew of, and too many were people that she cared about. He should be rotting in a box if she was. She punched back her agitation to ask calmly, When? Soon, I think. I am told less than I like. The bard huffed, adjusting his drooping glasses. He had lost a daughter to the warlock's machinations. Their crusade was as personal to him as it was to her. It was why she trusted him so much. After she'd regained her memories, that list of trustables had shrunk dramatically. He grumbled, Maxwell Baldacci is said to be a model prisoner, and this is his reward for good behavior. You can't be... Red crossed her arms, dialing back her instinctive rage at the mention of that name, and anything remotely positive happening to the warlock. She couldn't reach him while they were both held in solitary confinement. In the wider prison, she might have a chance to finish what she started, so the traumas and deaths wouldn't be in vain. She repressed her bitterness and attempted a sweet smile. I've been very cordial to my captors. The warden doesn't trust your behavior, Crispin said. While reports note your compliance to guard protocol, you haven't submitted to any medical or psychological examinations. They drew my blood, and Hecate knows what else when I passed out on my first day. I found the marks. What else do they need to know? That you aren't a menace to society. Red nodded to hide a grimace at the blunt statement. She needed to be in the general population, and she really would like it if everyone stopped looking at her like she was a monster, too. I can be a model prisoner. I'm sick of being alone. Consent to the examinations, then. I'll try to arrange a phone call between you and Vic. The guard re-entered the room. New orders. This visit is finished. She jumped to her feet. If there wasn't plastic between them, she would have decked the guard. This was the first real conversation that she'd had in a week, and it was over. She asked, "Can he come back again?" "He has someone else to meet now," the guard said. "The prison administrator, I suspect," Crispin said. He grasped the cane hanging off the back of his chair and rose. "Stay of good cheer, Red. I'll return soon." She waved goodbye as the guard led him out. The silence pressed on her when the door shut. It felt heavier than before. Chapter 2. January 5th, morning. Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Red sat cross-legged on her bed, clearing her mind of the uncertain present. She mentally recited what her mother used to say when they meditated together in her youth. Visualize a glowing white orb, Junebug. It hovers over your head and creates a glittering spiral around your body. The brilliance purifies your chakras. She could imagine the rainbow of chakras in her mind's eye, but a darkness hovered over her. Squealing hinges broke her from attempted serenity. Two women appeared in the hallway door. One was a tall redhead in a navy blue skirt suit with a gray streak in her hair. The other was short in beige business casual, and her curly dark hair draped down a long neck. Both carried clipboards. The redhead spoke for the duo with an American accent muddled by years in England. "Good morning. I'm Heather Fernsby. Please call me Heather. This is my colleague, Dr. Zara Wadsworth Maida." "Hello," Zara said. Her British accent was upper class, polished by a boarding school education to a cold diamond finish. "We were told that you consented to an evaluation." "Hi. Yeah, I guess," Red said. If it got her into the general population, she'd let them do a physical checkup and take her temperature or whatever. She pulled on a sweater over her shirt and swung her legs over the side of the bed to put on her slip-on shoes. "Should I wait in the corner while the guards open the cell?" Heather carried the visitor's chair closer to the plastic wall and sat. With her tastefully done makeup and well-coiffed shoulder-length bob, she had an elegance that stood out in the prison like a peacock on a chicken farm. Yet there was an approachability in her smile. "The first part of the evaluation is a psychological session." Red held back a groan. Shit, she didn't agree to that. Did they expect her to look at some ink blots and share her feelings? This would become evidence in the Brotherhood's inquiry and bite her in the ass if she said too much. Be a model prisoner, she told herself. Well, that's something to do, I suppose. "My colleague will return in an hour for the physical, but we thought it would be better if you and I met earlier than that. It will be the two of us for now," Heather said. "A surprise psych evaluation and a doctor visit. Just when I thought today would be boring," Red said, watching Zara Wadsworth Maida depart for the hall and shut the small grate on the door for more privacy. Red hadn't even known that it closed. Lights blinked on the security cameras beyond the plastic barrier. So the doctor didn't want the guards to overhear in the hall, but she wanted to record the conversation. What did that mean? Heather clasped her hands over the clipboard on her lap. Almost apologetically, she said, "This afternoon sounds like an intense schedule, but I want this meeting to be an introduction. We ask for 2 hours of your time." Red sat in her cell chair by the white line. "I can't say that it's the worst day that I've had lately. Do you have a survey for me or an intake form?" "I can perform a battery of tests. In other meetings, I will. I think it's more polite to ask how you are." "I'm in prison. That should summarize it," Red said dryly, leaning back in her chair. She bit back her snark. If she wasn't on her best behavior, she'd rot in solitary while Maxwell hobnobbed in the prison yard. "If I'm going to talk to you, I need to know how much you know about me, not my alleged crimes, but my past." Your record lists you as an unregistered apprentice to the hunter-bard Victor Constantine, with documented problems with both human and supernatural law for the last 2 years. A high vanquish count, your list includes the werewolf assassin Frank Lopes and the master vampires Helga Higby and Sancha Constanza. It's impressive for a rookie. Her name was Hilda Higby, and someone else staked Sancha, Red said, dampening the flattery. She didn't want to be seen as a badass who was a wild card with her power. A flashy fight had gotten her here. The rest were team efforts. Heather pulled a pen out of her pocket and jotted the correction in her notes. Like an idle afterthought, she said, "And you're a time traveler. You spent the years 1892 through 1900 in the past, correct?" Red coughed, choking on the air for a second as surprise halted her lungs. That information was supposed to be classified. What other clearance did the psychologist have? She patted her chest. That's a full record. What I read made me concerned for you. It doesn't sound like you were in a healthy environment, Heather said delicately. Sympathy radiated from her blue gaze. Do you have a preferred name? Red or Juniper? Red, thanks. She crossed her arms. Talking about her name made her uncomfortable. She'd worn so many aliases. When she had amnesia, she'd scoured a baby name book and nothing had felt right, so she defaulted to a throwaway nickname from Vic. It had grown on her. Is that the first question on a survey? Heather conceded. My colleague would rather we fill one out before you see her. However, we have space for you to ask about my role and our relationship. It seems simple. You spit out questions about my feelings. I answer. You're a psychologist, right? I was licensed once in America. Currently, I work as a Brotherhood researcher and lecturer in supernatural psychology. Red cloaked her instant disdain at being a lab rat with a smile. Hopefully, you'll report to the head bard that I am sane and I told the truth about the warlock. If you do have questions, you can ask. I want to have a conversation, not an interrogation. Red waved off the touchy-feely stuff. She had an empath therapist at home for that. We can skip the preamble. Heather lifted her clipboard. Are you on medications, or do you have any chronic conditions? No, Red said. She had taken an anxiety medication years ago, but beyond bouts in the hospital after demon hunts, she was prescription-free. Unless one counted Kristoff's blood, and she didn't. Her boyfriend had a very rare gift among vampires. His blood could heal. She hadn't been a hospital patient since they started dating. Have you experienced the following in the last year? A traumatic event? Yes, Red said. That was an understatement. Multiple. Panic attacks? Red had one this week. Yes. Anxiety? No. Prison cured that for me, Red said sarcastically. She simmered her sassiness and answered the rest of the survey seriously. Heather stilled her pen and set down her clipboard. This question isn't on the intake form, but I hope you'll answer. I'm merely curious. You spent nearly a decade as a paranormal Dickens character. At times I hear the elocution lessons in your speech, but otherwise, you sound like any other millennial. Is that an affectation, or the influence of 2 years with amnesia? I want to be read now, she said. Her worst fears had been forged in the Victorian era, despite the gloss of formal attire and high manners. She'd endured etiquette training and a society that molded her life as much as a corset had once shaped her body. When she'd returned to the future, she left that behind. Demon hunting was dangerous, but it kept her anchored in the present. This prison seemed designed to force her to dwell on the past. What does that mean to you? It's not like multiple personality syndrome, more like different hats, or maybe it's like switching baggage, Red said, trying to explain her need for reinvention. She didn't understand it herself. She had worn so many aliases that they were like eras in her mind. Some were far worse than others. She wanted to leave each one behind. At least she told herself that. Solitary confinement gave her too much time to mull over the lies that she told herself. She'd spent a few months with Kristoff avenging her grievances last fall when she could have stayed home. A rational person would have thought she'd have been better off zoning out to a TV show instead. She wouldn't spill her guts to Heather, but she couldn't stop herself from confessing. My mother renamed me Emma Peters. I don't know if I want to be Emma or Redmore sometimes. But not Juniper St. James. No, I didn't like being her. She stopped herself before she could say more about her birth name. As Red, she was a clean slate without a past. She would have been able to enjoy her new life if not for the warlock. A soft echo of footsteps in the hall sounded like a blessed reprieve from the psychologist's increasingly personal inquiries. She said, "I think I hear an interruption approaching." Heather twisted in her chair to look at the closed hallway door. Dr. Zara Wadsworth Maida said, opening the door as she reappeared with 2 guards. Is our patient ready for me? I am, Red said, tamping down her distaste at being called a patient. She welcomed anything that could get her out of Heather's astute line of questioning. It took 3 keys to fully unlock the door in the plastic wall of the cell, and she memorized the key ring that held them. Her first step out felt like an adventure. The guards led her to a concrete corridor lined with iron doors to an exit labeled Staff Only. Red studied the elevator as they approached. A guard tapped a smartwatch to a scanner by the door. She squinted at an older model keypad below it. The prison either had aged backups to its security tech, or they were upgrading the system. She wouldn't be surprised if there was a manual key override for the elevator, too. Zara read the survey filled out by her colleague as they walked. The doctor held herself with cold reserve and wore a mature, baggy suit, but she seemed at least 2 decades younger than Heather at second glance. Her complexion and last name hinted at a biracial Indian-English heritage. Was she from a Brotherhood family? Red met a bard named Wadsworth in 1900. She'd killed him. Hopefully that wasn't in her record. Their elevator ride up was 4 floors, confirming what Crispin said earlier. This must have been the first one below the surface. The doctor and the guards separated Red from Heather and guided her into another gray corridor patrolled by 2 more guards. A man in a white coat waited by an open examination room. Zara gestured to him. This is my assistant. He will be operating the MRI machine. MRI? Red asked. I thought this was a standard physical. I didn't expect a lollipop at the end, but I figured that a stethoscope. I'll use one of those too, Zara said, speaking over the inmate. If you would sit on the table. Guards flanked Red as she dragged her feet inside the examination room. She'd anticipated a cubbyhole office where samples were collected and then sent out for analysis, not a high-tech research facility where a dozen could work comfortably. White medical equipment of every size with alarming attachments shown in every corner as if no expense had been spared. The Brotherhood was notoriously stingy, especially with hunter bounties. What did they expect for their investment at Stone Tree? Black cabinets divided a small section of the chamber around 2 examination tables in the front. Red sat on the closest table, its paper cover crinkled under her gray sweatpants. The sound was like nails on a chalkboard to her. She hated it as much as the sterile smell of chemicals and cleansers that lingered in the air. Too many of her returned memories included hospitals and asylums. Zara removed a blood pressure monitor from a cabinet and wrapped the cuff around Red's arm. Concentrating on the reading, she nodded to herself. She took the monitor off her patient as silently as she had put it on, then jotted on her clipboard. Red realized that the doctor wouldn't say anything without prompting. Wherever Zara went to medical school, they hadn't taught her bedside manner. The witch asked, "What other tests do you have planned?" Zara adjusted a stethoscope over her ears and pressed the end to Red's chest. She listened to the heartbeat for a minute while looking at her watch. After she made a note on her clipboard, she said, "I'll take a blood sample, too." "I'm pretty sure a prison doctor took my blood when I was admitted. You must have tested it then for everything from COVID to chlamydia." "We did. I'd like to compare those samples to new ones, and I know you'd like to join the general population," Zara said, then put away her stethoscope with a sly little smile, as if she knew exactly what she'd implied. Was Red utterly transparent, or had Heather written that down in her survey? I can't sign off on that until a full medical screening is completed. Red rolled up her sleeve. This was a trade, but she didn't understand what the doctor got out of it besides an easier workday. Maybe that was enough. Life as a doctor in a supernatural prison couldn't be easy. She averted her eyes from Zara, who prepared her arm to draw blood, and counted for calm until it was over. Wincing at the needle's sting, she told herself that this would get her to the warlock quicker. "Do I go into the MRI scanner next?" Red asked, eager after realizing that they'd have to take the anti-magic charm off her neck to scan her. MRIs produce strong magnetic fields. Users had to remove metals on the body to go into it. If she had her magic, she could find Maxwell immediately. She had memorized the defenses on her own cell and the way back to solitary. A guard could be persuaded to open the warlock's cage if necessary. "Yes, we need a full body scan," Zara said. She handed the blood sample to her assistant and placed a plastic bandage over Red's needle mark. The doctor walked ahead of the inmate and the guards to a far corner of the long chamber and opened an interior door. An MRI machine, plastered with runes and sigils, waited inside the new room. It was clearly retrofitted to detect the mystical as well as the physical. 4 wooden masks, primitively carved and painted with oversized eyes and grinning mouths, peered from each wall as if observing the procedure. Red bet they were supernatural. She didn't need her blinded third eye to tell. Another mask watched them over the threshold. The guards led her inside and closed the door, as if bracing themselves in uneasy anticipation. Zara fished a small key from her pocket and stepped behind Red. She gripped the metal band around her patient's neck. "Stand still." Red ignored the metal's pinch on her skin and the too close doctor. Her personal bubble didn't matter when bursting, it could lead to her freedom. She cleared her mind, readying herself to immediately tap into her power as soon as she could. "This room is outfitted with the same mystical technology as the magic suppressant on you," Zara said, unlocking the band. "You're powerless under it." Red stretched her neck, concealing her disappointment. The doctor was right. She was still a regular handcuffed woman, even without the band. Zara whispered to her assistant, stepping from the guarded prisoner. The 2 researchers went to a computer desk with 2 screens next to the MRI. She ordered over her shoulder, "Into the scanner, please." The MRI machine took a third of the room with its boxy white frame and the attached patient table. Purple light glowed from its donut-shaped opening. Guards forced Red to the device. Like a good specimen, she let them strap her wrists and ankles down. The dip in the table made her feel claustrophobic already. Spanish guitar music drifted from speakers on the computer desk, serene and quiet like a spa soundtrack. If that was supposed to be comforting, they had failed. 100 scented candles wouldn't improve the ambience. The music didn't cover the white noise whirl of the MRI. Red yearned to cover her ears against the low whine, but her bound arms couldn't budge. The patient table slid automatically into the machine, taking her like meat on a conveyor belt. A sticker of a squiggly blue sigil marked the rounded white ceiling. She deciphered the symbol in a squint. It was to cause deep sleep. Fuck! The next day, lunch proceeded like the last one. Red munched an apple on her bed. Her cell felt smaller after a glimpse at the size of the facility. She'd wondered before about how the Brotherhood could hide the prison. If it was underground, the Stone Tree Monastery might still be on the surface. The monastery was familiar terrain. She'd nearly died there on a summer's night in 1900. Footsteps clopped in the hallway. Curious, Red walked to the white line on the floor of her cell. This wasn't mealtime, and Crispin had already come this week. Beyond the plastic cell wall, the door opened from the hall. She crossed her arms, irritated by the sight of her visitor. "Heather Fernsby." "Hello, Red," the older woman said, taking a seat in the observation area. "Are you here for more blood? I have plenty left," Red said sarcastically. "Or will Dr. Zara magically roofie me again? That was fun." Heather frowned, clasping her hands over the clipboard in her lap. A worry line deepened between her eyes. What do you mean? Red tugged on the sweater draped over her shoulders. Was this some good cop, bad cop routine? She couldn't curse like she wanted to. I didn't know they would put me under. I apologize that Dr. Wadsworth Maida didn't fully inform you of the prison protocol. I can understand how this would upset you. In the future, I will ensure that you are told. Red softened her stance. Maybe the psychologist didn't know. She didn't seem chummy with her coworker during their silent ascent to the top floor yesterday. That didn't make her visit welcome. Somehow, I don't think you're here to tell me my results. I wanted to check in on your mind state. We completed a survey, but we didn't address the reason you're in solitary confinement, Heather said without an iota of judgment. She had a face that seemed built for empathic listening. Red slipped into her chair, hanging her head. What happened at the Hellfire Club? Everything happened so fast. If you want to know what I was thinking that night, it was about hunting the warlock. Heather made a small note on her clipboard. That isn't the incident I'm referring to, but we should return to that topic later. You strangled another inmate who nearly died. The warden and others are concerned that you're a danger to others. I'm not. I have been a hunter for years with the very brotherhood that pays your salary. If I'm a danger, then so are the rest of you, Red said. She paused for a deep breath to calm her anger and released her clenched fists. Picking her words, she tried to radiate sanity for the shrink. I understand that my actions were extreme. I would only do that in self-defense and to prevent wider harm. You're acquainted with the other inmate, then? We were on the same bowling team, Red said with a deadpan voice. That must be some league. Red chuckled, rubbing her neck under the metal collar. This shrink had spunk. She sighed. If your secret record on me doesn't list my history with him, it's barely finished. Heather arched an eyebrow. Tell me more. I can trace nearly every major misfortune in my adult life to Maxwell Baldacci. He will admit that if you ask, too. He's gloated about it to me before. Don't mistake me, I'm not special in that regard. He spreads destruction and deceit wherever he goes while pretending to work for the Brotherhood. His schemes have killed a bard's daughter, a vampire supreme, a werewolf shaman, and even a famed alchemist. Many others, too. I realize I'm painting the picture of a villain who twirls his mustache as he ties a damsel to the railroad track. He literally sucks that much, Red said. She stomped to her water cup by the bed and drank after her rant, if only it was a glass of wine. There's a reason why he's stuck in prison, too. Why do you think you're here? Red dragged her feet back to the chair to face the psychologist. She didn't feel as innocent as she claimed. I made a huge mistake. I'm not going to gloss it up for you and call it friendly fire. When I took the shot, I thought I had a clear strike at the warlock. Then I didn't. How that night ended is something I will regret for the rest of my life. I read your statement on your motives. It implies that this isn't the first time you've encountered the warlock. There were incidents over 100 years ago, Heather said. Confusion clouded her keen gaze. I will admit that the timeline seems unclear. There are conflicting reports that you served as a vampire's familiar during that period, too. Red scratched her head, wishing she had a better explanation for the time travel loop in her biography. It was almost cute when she'd had amnesia and thought Juniper St. James was a previous reincarnation. You're wondering why I'm stuck on Maxwell when I should go after the undead. Did you have a negative experience with those vampires? Did they not have souls? You're an expert on supernatural psychology, but not their history, it seems. I endured the Dark Ages before there were good vampires. As for my experiences, you know how those demonic minds work. Demonically, Red said. She tugged on her sweater, suddenly cold, remembering the bitter Victorian winters with Lucas Crawford and his vampiric clan of Quinn, Delilah, and Celine. They became her family in a twisted sense. For 7 years she'd served them. Sometimes she still saw the blood on her hands. On August 1st, 1900, I received justice from my masters. It happened in the monastery above us. Heather didn't change expression, but she glanced upward as if surprised that Red had guessed what was on the surface. You killed them? Huh, Red said. How could the other woman not recognize the date? It had changed history. That day started a chain of events that led to mages and salmancers cursing vampires around the globe. It brought down the old bloodlines, and vampire society reformed completely with the Blood Alliance. There was even a nursery rhyme about the August harvest for little witches and supernatural kids. You're fully human, aren't you? You don't come from a brotherhood family either. I came to this specialty later in life. Fair enough, Red said. She wouldn't rub the ignorance in the psychologist's face, but she wasn't going to play historian. I didn't kill those 4 vampires. It's a long story involving a soulmancer. Once they weren't a threat, they didn't need to be vanquished. Do you think the warlock is a threat now? Heather pitched the question so smoothly that Red almost answered honestly. He isn't a threat behind bars, Red lied. She kept fibbing about her intentions until there weren't any more questions. The shrink must have realized that she wouldn't get another revealing insight into her patient's psyche today, or maybe she'd heard enough to satisfy her bosses. Red liked the woman. There was something endearing about her, but she couldn't be trusted while on the prison's payroll. Thank you for the conversation, Heather said. She stood, placing the clipboard under her arm. I believe you would benefit from further counseling sessions. You've experienced severely traumatic events as a hunter. Isolation will only harm you and any rehabilitation attempts. I will recommend to the warden to release you from solitary confinement. I appreciate it, Red said. Once alone, she turned from the security cameras so they didn't capture her face. She could have danced in her cell. Chapter 3. January 6th evening. Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red counted the levels in the elevator until it stopped on the second subterranean floor of the prison. Possibly Jonas was her escort again. He held her elbow while another guard flanked them. They led her into a hallway that overlooked an inner courtyard. Yellow sigils were painted on the high ceiling. She peered over the iron rail. 3 rows of metal tables filled half of the circular space below. Cells lined the courtyard, and the hallway above it contained more. Prisoners watched them through the bars. The anti-magic charm locked to her neck prevented her from sensing mystical energies, but Stone Tree Prison had a terrible aura, and she felt it even through the binding. The guards gave a wide berth to one of the cells. Inside was a pacing Asian woman who'd turned her gray prisoner's uniform into a crop top. Her cellmate, a brown-furred humanoid with a pink hair scrunchie, shuffled a tarot deck on their bunk bed. The pacing woman screamed at an unholy high pitch from hell. The top half of the woman ripped away from her hips in a bloody split that splattered the cell as her legs dropped to the floor. She hovered in her gruesome state, hissing at the guards. Ew, Amy, the other cellmate scolded, brushing blood off her furry arms. Jonas grimaced, tugging Red quicker down the hall away from the Manananggal. That demon species had been widespread in the Philippines until it was banished from this dimension decades ago. She'd only seen one escape the blood realm, and she'd slain that particular Manananggal. In the cells across the hall, she spied a vampire doing push-ups and what looked like a ghoul shockingly reading a book. The rest of her fellow inmates were all something that she'd hunted before. If anyone knew, that would make her as popular as a cop in a jail. They passed the cell of a scaly demon bunking with a werewolf that seemed stuck in mid-transformation. The guards stopped her at the rounded hallway corner in front of a cell that seemed bigger than the others. Possibly, Jonas smoothed his hair back as he said almost apologetically, Greer, we have a roommate for you. Inside the bars, a blonde white woman on the bottom bunk looked up from a celebrity gossip magazine. Her messy bun crowned a face that had a sharp prettiness. Black eyeliner emphasized her big doe eyes. A strong Essex accent burst from her with the shrill urgency of a boiling kettle. What'cher call her then? Possibly Jonas said, Whatever you want. Could you stay there while Freddie and I bring her inside? Red squinted at him. What had happened to the curt hard-ass that barked orders at her? The other guards seemed skeptical too. All right, Greer said. She lifted her magazine as if they were boring anyway. The guards opened the cell and led Red inside. The new girl won't bother you, Greer, possibly Jonas said. He glared at Red like she'd better not prove him wrong. Red looked around her new home. Tabloid cutouts plastered the walls with Hollywood faces. The cell was arranged differently from her last, but the amenities were nearly the same. Metal toilet, bare shower head in the corner, and a bunk bed. The writing desk, scattered with tabloid rags and a pink makeup bag, was a welcome addition. Her bunkmate was the real unknown. Greer seemed like she'd been here for a while, considering her level of apathy toward the guards. A thick golden ring shone on her index finger as she flipped a page in her magazine. She seemed to notice the ring as soon as Red did. Biting her lip, she hid her hands behind the propped-up paper. Red watched the ring accidentally fly from the bed and ping loudly on the floor. Greer stared at her as if gobsmacked that it had dropped. "What was that?" said Freddie. He crouched to study the cell floor. "Me," Red lied. She rattled her handcuffs to distract him. "Can I be unchained? I'm getting antsy." Greer and possibly Jonas exchanged a wary glance before he sneered at Red like she shouldn't complain after what she did to get here. He uncuffed her roughly. The other guard touched his partner's shoulder, gesturing to the door. The two men retreated to the hallway and closed the cell. Possibly Jonas waved as he left. "Bye, Greer." Red rubbed her wrists as she waited for the guards to disappear down the hall. She walked to the desk on the opposite side of the cell from the bed and picked up Greer's ring from the floor. This jewelry wasn't from Tiffany's. A familiar runic symbol decorated the band, but she couldn't remember what it meant. She handed it to the owner. "I'm Red." Greer accepted the ring and put it back on her finger. "You shook those chains on purpose, didn't you?" Red didn't expect her to notice. She shrugged. "We're roommates." Greer giggled. "This is a cell, not a room." "Same principle, I guess." Red didn't know jailbird etiquette. Emily Post hadn't covered this in her books. She had spent a night in a few county lockups as a demon hunter, but this was maximum security for supernaturals. The idea of being in the general population felt more exciting, when she'd been alone and desperate for a voice besides her internal dialogue. The reality was more socially awkward. Greer checked her over like she was still deciding how she felt about a roommate. The long glance ended with a friendly smile. "Good to meet you, then. I got the bottom bunk. We share the makeup desk, and you better not snore." "Deal." Red sat at the desk, trying to remember what small talk was like after solitary confinement. She pointed at the full-length mirror leaning by the shower. "Nice mirror." "If only I had the outfits to admire myself in it," Greer said, setting aside her magazine. "Jonas didn't like you." "Oh, his name is Jonas, then. I was a little worried that it was John." "You're too polite," Greer said, snorting in derision. "They don't have a camera in the toilet to spy on us. You don't need to pretend to give a shit about the guards. Let's have a good old chinwag, then. What did you do that twisted his knickers?" "He thinks I assassinated the head bard," Red said. She wanted to add that he was technically right, but shame tightened her throat. It was a terrible accident that she didn't know how to explain to a stranger. Greer's penciled eyebrows rose higher on her forehead as her jaw dropped. She snapped out of her shock with a grin and cackled with laughter. "Good on you, then. More witches should stand up to the Brotherhood. They do fuck all for us when we're persecuted by hunters, but are the first to ask for our help when their arses are in the fire." Red didn't know what to say. She didn't expect applause, but then again, maybe she should have. This wasn't where the bards put their friends. "I'm innocent, technically," she said, hedging the truth in case her cellmate was a snitch. "Who isn't?" Greer said, winking. "I had reckoned it'd be something with vampires since you're so white that I want to spray tan you myself." Red chuckled, looking at her pale arm. "You're not that far off. I'm supposed to be a menace to society." Greer flapped her long pink nails. "My favorite people are, babe. They say a lot about me, but I'm a political prisoner. I know too many secrets." And I burned down a few buildings. It doesn't make me an arsonist. Red would have thought that arson made one an arsonist, but she wasn't going to argue. That was on her rap sheet, too. She hustled her thoughts from the fiery clusterfuck that was Olson Hall. How many temp workers were in the mansion when she accidentally set the conservatory on fire? Then the explosion. The crime haunted her more than the one she was charged with. She chewed her lips before she noticed the stress habit. How did you know I was a witch? You have one of these neck clamps, too. You shouldn't sense anything. Greer tossed her blonde hair back, fanning her nails proudly. I don't need my third eye for that. Girls like us walk differently. There is a witch strut. We all have it. And you must be if they slapped the anti-mage collar on you. Red relaxed in the desk chair, grateful that she wasn't bunking with a demon. My mom had magic. Did yours? The whole family have been mages since before the Saxon invasion. We can channel elemental magic. I was the real fire starter. It's why the Brotherhood locked me in here. Or maybe I should say the wardens in the Brotherhood. Those bastards hate witches like me. That's a faction among the bards, right? Red said, striving to sound confused as if it was a vague memory. She'd learned weeks ago about the modern wardens and their connection to the warlock. The Brotherhood was full of such clandestine groups, dedicated to eradicating or imprisoning specific threats to humanity. Her old diary had revealed older secrets about the faction in a passage that seemed curiously incomplete, like pages had been removed in the decades that it had been separated from its writer. Jack Constantine in 1900 had bound her memories and sent her back to the future, but her recovered recollections were fuzzy in places that felt too strategic, like he had burned the most personally incriminating ones out of her brain. She remembered enough to know the wardens as enemies. Red added casually, From what I heard, the wardens were supposed to be obsessed with the idea of fallen angels, not witches. Who do you think made the first witch families like mine? Greer picked up her magazine with a worldly air. She flipped a page and gasped. I have to read this. Posh Spice is in an open marriage with her husband? Oh, that cheeky little wag, she said, giggling as she held the paper closer. Red climbed to the top bunk and sprawled out on the bed. She didn't know much about the Spice Girls or any other British tabloid celebrity, but it still felt good to have someone to talk to. Clearing her mind, she meditated to calm herself. Greer's theory about witches was interesting. It was one that her own family believed and passed on, but Red couldn't get sidetracked in the general population. She had a promise to the warlock to keep. What was her next step? The two guards strolled to a stop at the cell door. Jonas unlocked it with a smile for Greer, then frowned at Red. You have a phone call. I'll take it. Thank you, Red said, climbing down from the bunk bed. Who could be calling her? Was it Crispin? Stace? If it were Vic or Christoph, she might cry to hear their voices. She waited in the center of the cell with her arms out for the two guards to cuff her. Aren't you going to cuff me? No need. You don't have super strength and you're not going to the upper level, Jonas said, gesturing her out into the hallway. She had to speed walk to keep up with him. They took a staircase to the courtyard below. He opened a grated door to a hall with black wall phones. Take the first one. Red picked up the phone receiver and cradled it between her shoulder and ear. Hello? Thank God. Vic's voice boomed from the phone line. She wiped away her sudden tears at the sound. There'd been hard days in solitary when she feared she'd never speak to her best friend again. I didn't think they would let me talk to you. Me neither. Crispin came through then. He said they sent you home, she said, mindful of the eavesdropping guards. After so many visits from Crispin, his patronage wasn't a secret. I thought we were going to be lynched at the consortium. You never saw so many Hugh Grant types stuttering at once. And I know we're being monitored, so I won't rage about how stupid it is that we got the bum rush after revealing the scumbag of the century. Vic grumbled under his breath before he sighed. I swear I didn't want to leave you. Red decided to leave a breadcrumb for any listeners to follow that led straight to her vindication. You'd be the best prison buddy, but I'm glad you're not with me. Crispin and I keep getting interrupted when he visits. I still don't know what came of all the information about the warlock that we dumped on Bard Net. Everyone is still talking about it in the Brotherhood chat rooms, Vic said. He paused, as if he were preparing bad news. And they're debating what happened to Joan Cormoran. What about the rest? Like that job in California? She said quietly, repressing the guilty need to ask more about Napa Valley. She hadn't meant to cause an explosion that killed 4 more people than intended in a hunt for an associate of the warlock that went sideways. Vic sighed, heavy like a disappointed father. The sound lingered heavily through the phone speaker. You fucked up there too, but I checked the updated news reports after the smoke cleared. The media frenzy didn't get the initial facts straight. That Olsen boy was found alive. The little asshole had skipped town for a music festival without telling anyone. 3 servants were hospitalized but released from the hospital. You didn't kill any innocents. Only maimed them, Red said, disgusted with herself. When he had first told her about the deaths before Christmas, she'd felt bad, naturally, but her obsession with Maxwell had chased everything else from her mind. She hadn't cared about anything else. That hunt had changed her. Prison gave her too much time to think about who she'd been and who she wanted to be. That's not what they're charging you with, so pipe down about it, Vic grumbled. There will be an inquiry, and that can lead to a trial. I've reached out to Smith and Reaper to find a lawyer with Brotherhood knowledge to help Crispin. I thought that was my bank. Your agent Sheila didn't sound happy when I called her up, but your account has plenty of money for her to work with. She should earn her retainer now and again. Red chuckled dryly. When she'd had amnesia, she didn't know what to make of the secret trust fund she'd discovered at Smith and Reaper. It was an account she'd established in 1899. A century had created interest while her investment suggestions based on future events ballooned the fund. It was one thing that she'd planned as a time traveler that had gone correctly. Thanks for contacting them. Random question, but do you remember that hunt in Kansas City? We met the most unusual plumber. Muddy Joe, Vic said slowly, like he hadn't thought of the name since they left Missouri. He could drink like a camel. That's the name, Red said, trying to jog his memory without revealing too much to the call monitors. Muddy Joe had been a skilled astral projector who helped them find a human serial killer that they'd mistaken for a soup. He would draw a sigil to help himself project his astral form. Joe used to scribble that one doodle on napkins. I'm pretty bored in prison, so I've been trying to sketch a bit. What did his doodle look like? I've tried to forget the time he accidentally flashed us his wang, Vic said slowly, as if blocking instinctive questions like why she was bringing up a minor hunt from years ago that lasted less than a weekend. They'd called each other on bugged lines before, so he knew not to question why she asked. He was always drawing that one thing, all right. I thought it looked like a music note that someone pasted a few S's to. Red compared the description to her memory of the symbols on Greer's ring. It matched. She feigned a laugh. Then I remembered it wrong. I thought he drew elephants. You'll tell me when this trial happens, right? I hope it happens. Felix Williams gave you a solstice sanctuary, but he isn't the only one who counts among my brother bards. I need to find a videotape or something that documents what happened when Joan died in the Hellfire Club. I don't know if there were security cameras, only witnesses. The other bards were fighting my boyfriend at the time, so they weren't really watching. Red tried not to feel hopeless about being exonerated. Straining her brain, she tried to dredge up something that could help him. There was this one woman that could have seen something. I think she worked there as a door check girl for the Warlock's private party. She ran like she was on the club's payroll and not his. I only really remember that her costume had wings, maybe a butterfly or an angel. I'm not sure. She was very pretty. I'll find her, Vic said firmly. I owe you my life. The least I can do is prove that you're innocent. Thanks, Red said, choked by her gratitude. She had spent the last few months wondering if he would hate her for resurrecting him. It was a relief to still have his friendship. How is Stace? And Zach and everyone in Charm? They are... Jonas the guard tapped his baton on the wall next to the phone base. Time's up. She could have choked him for the rude interruption. Resisting a weirdly strong urge to shove him away, she said, "One more minute, please." Jonas crossed his arms. "Say goodbye." Vic grumbled on the other end of the line. "Sounds like you're dealing with an asshole." Red clutched the phone handset, laughing sadly. "I missed hearing you curse. Call me soon if you can." Vic said, "You know I don't bullshit you. What I want is to say everything will be fine, but I can't promise that the bards will listen to me or anyone I send." The warning made her wince. Could he find her an exit strategy? He certainly didn't want her to get her hopes up. She said, "Whatever you can do." Jonas took the phone away with a tug and slapped it onto the receiver. "The call is over." Flanked by guards, Red plodded back to her cell. She had gotten into the general population. How long would she stay here? Chapter 4. January 7th evening. Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Red rested her chained wrists on her lap as a guard cuffed her ankle to her chair. She said, "Hello, Dr. Fernsby. I guess this is your office." "Call me Heather," she said, smiling at her desk. A yellow notepad rested in front of her by a faded Washington State University mug. The gray streaks in her hair shone in the fluorescent light. Her diplomas listed her graduation year as 1979, yet she looked younger than her 60s with a beauty queen's bone structure. "It doesn't have a view, but it'll do." Red squinted at the framed wall diplomas above the filing cabinets along the taupe walls. The psychologist had earned her degrees under the name Heather Hunt. Was it her maiden name? She said, 3 sessions in a row. I must be interesting to merit an after-dinner session." "You're unique among our prison community, but I think you know that." Heather picked up a pen and wrote the date at the top of her notepad. It thankfully matched the day that Red thought it was. The psychologist said, "Jonas, you and Freddie can wait in the hallway." As the guards departed, Red twisted to check out the nearest shelf of psychology books. The room was small enough that she could read the titles without straining. Compared to Zara's laboratory, there was something worn about Heather's office, like a rental that had seen too many tenants. It was clear where the budget went in the research department. Fake potted plants and fine art prints tried to add chic to the shabbiness. When the two women were alone, Heather asked, "What's on your mind?" "That's obvious considering my situation," Red said. She was in prison without a trial in sight. Heather met her eyes with a social worker's keen, compassionate gaze. "Our conversation about your history taught me that I shouldn't assume. I will be candid, as I hope you will be. The prison warden asked me to speak to you about the last head bard's untimely death, but I see my role as uncovering the trauma that led to that night. You seem to hate the warlock. It's very personal, I can tell. You implied that he was what led you to the vampires." "I said that he was the reason behind a lot of shit in my life," Red clarified. She hated giving the warlock too much credit. He already had too big an ego. "I met Lucas Crawford in 2010 before Maxwell careened into my life. The warlock is indirectly why we met again over a century too soon in 1893. I was fleeing him and found a different kind of—" Red didn't know how to describe Lucas. She had earnestly fallen in love with him once. He had courted her so sweetly. It had changed when his family intervened on their affair. Some relationships were toxic. Theirs were radioactive. Their second attempt at love when she had amnesia was healthier, but its messy ending had gutted her at the time. He had thought he was sparing her from his dysfunction. He'd been right, yet she wouldn't understand until she had her memories back. Sighing, she realized that she'd fallen silent. What were we talking about? Lucas Crawford was one of the 4 vampires originally cursed by soulmancy. Heather tried to sound like an authority, but her wide eyes hinted that she hadn't made the connection to her patient and the famous vampire before. How much was in her records? He is. Red didn't want to open this coffin of memories. And yes, I know they say I was his courtesan. "Did you want to be?" Heather asked, her tone gentle. 100 years ago, someone of her station would have had the opposite reaction to that confession. The stigma of a ruined woman caused instant revulsion to a respectable lady. Red averted her gaze to a displayed antique copy of William James's Principles of Psychology, a revolutionary text in the 1890s. That entire decade was revolutionary in her own life, even though she shouldn't have been alive for it. She almost didn't survive to see 1900, let alone time travel back to the new millennium. Humanity had been as cruel as demonkind to the women of her shunned class. Her worst nightmares, the ones that kept her up at night, the ones that crept to her when she was all alone and solitary, had happened to her in the Victorian age. The warlock would have been more merciful if he had killed her when he killed her mother. Red said, Lucas didn't ask when he bit and claimed me, but he formally asked to be my patron, as they called it in those days. I made my choice and stuck to it, even after I wished I hadn't. You served longer than the average statistic for a claimed human, or what the demonologies have termed a familiar. Some call us bleeders, Red said. Frustrated, she didn't know why she brought a slur into the conversation. How would the shrink analyze that? When did you meet him and the other 3 vampires in his family? Red closed her eyes, rubbing her temple to fight the rush of memories. She ran around her cage like it was a hamster wheel to avoid thinking about these things. Her darkness was stored in orderly mental boxes for proper repressing. Heather wanted to open a box that she didn't understand. I see what you're doing, Red snapped before she could stop herself from raising her voice. Heather's face remained neutral at the outburst. What do you mean? You think you can poke at the vampire angle and find out why I freaked out and went full Rambo against the warlock. Maxwell sent me to the past. I still only know the broad strokes of his operation, which this organization was complicit in, I might add. He also killed my mom. Red's voice quavered from the loss, and too many of my friends. He skinned Jackson Gonzalez alive. His assassins beat the best lounge singer in Las Vegas to death in front of me at a bus stop. The fucking list goes on. I didn't hunt him just for my own sake. Heather nodded, her expression reflecting a sympathetic sorrow. She asked gently, Would you consider yourself fixated on the warlock? Red smelled the verbal trap before she walked into it. If anyone guessed what she had planned for her enemy, she'd go back to solitary. She would only find her regrets, failures, and flashbacks there. How could she steer this conversation? The psychologist seemed intrigued by the vampires. It was a more painful and awkward topic, but safer than what was really on the top of her mind. She set bait she knew Heather wouldn't resist. No, I just don't want to talk about Lucas Crawford or his family. Why? Red laughed dryly. My backstory is complicated. It's like you've opened the 9th book in a series. Heather smiled. I'm on salary. We have time. I could tell you about a mistaken prophecy that claimed I could weaken the Alaric order in the vampire world. That mission motivated me to ensure that Lucas and his family were in the Stone Tree Monastery to meet a soulmancer on August 1st, 1900. History had to continue in the 7 years before that earth-shaking day, so I couldn't stop them from killing. I tried to preserve the timeline that I knew. It was the truth, but there was more to the story, and Red could tell it in many lights. She mused, That narrative might make me sympathetic. Your word choice of narrative is interesting. One could argue that our knowledge of history is made from different perspectives analyzed together. What is seen as right depends on which side we're on. Do you see yourself as the hero or villain in your story? That depends on the perspective. Red bit back a glum sigh. She'd tried to do right for the long term. In the Victorian age, she had fewer choices and bigger decisions. She still didn't know if she'd preserved the details of the true timeline, yet the future that she returned to seemed like the one she knew. She had forged it in blood and ash. I feel more complicit because I had to see it. There were years when I covered my eyes. When I tried to save someone from their fate, destiny still seemed to have its way. Do you blame yourself for the people that Lucas killed? Intellectually, I know I shouldn't, since I couldn't stop him even when I tried. I probably distracted him from killing more. And yet, if I didn't know who he would become, I would have staked him in 1893. He was part of a timeline that had to happen for obvious reasons. My motives weren't completely pure. In 2010, months before Maxwell kidnapped me, Lucas saved my life, and my mom's too. He had to be around for that, Red said before staring at her clenched hands. She had spent years in the past thinking that her mother was alive, that she was preparing a better world for her. The warlock had killed her mom moments after he kidnapped her. Red pinched the bridge of her nose, tamping back the grief. What did you ask about? Lucas, Heather said, discreetly pushing a box of tissues toward her patient. Currently, he works as a demon hunter. If he was saving a kitten from a tree right now, I wouldn't be surprised. You speak of his future as if it is worth more than yours, like your suffering was deserved so he could succeed. His good deeds don't protect him from criticism, Heather said with an unexpectedly firm conviction before retreating to her unaffected calm. I mean, how does that make you feel? About Lucas? I thought I was in love with him twice. I despise how this sounds, but that pushed me more than I'd like to admit, Red said. When they were first together in the 1800s, he might as well have been her world. She grew to hate him for it. That relationship was her cage until Christoph Novak opened the door. Hate, love, it's bizarre how that becomes indifference once you find something better, freer. Do you mean your life after you returned to the past? What did you find? A new future, a new love, a new world. Red smiled. It was more like she could finally be who she wanted. Christoph was a part of that. His experience dating a therapist in the 1980s had trained him to be a better boyfriend than anyone would guess a vampire could be. Her hope dimmed as she thought of the warlock. Maxwell proved that he wouldn't stop his vendetta. She said, "The past seems to find me anyway. It would be a betrayal to forget, especially how Mom passed." Heather asked, "When did you lose your mother?" Red had mulled over their last moments together like they were pearls. She rued how they'd squabbled that night during a family card game. Like a little snot, she hadn't wanted to hang out with her mom. She would have given anything to play another game with her now. The warlock cast a spell that burned down our home with her in it. She died a few weeks before my 18th birthday. It feels like I lost her a few times. I didn't know she was dead for years. Then I felt that knife in my heart again when my memories returned. Do you think she would approve of your quest against the warlock? Red clenched her jaw to hold in a furious retort at the heavy-handed words. Should she say the smart thing and pretend that she had finished her quest, or try to articulate the actual truth? The question had triggered more than she wanted to unpack to anyone. She grumbled, "My mom is dead. I can't exactly ask what she wants. My grandmother would approve." Is that on your maternal or paternal side? Red chuckled at the question because Nana Goldberg had been a near saint. My dad's mom was a Betty White type who volunteered as a youth sports coach. My mom's side is more like the Addams family. You can guess which granny was the more forgiving one. So, you've spoken to your maternal grandmother? Red crossed her legs, shifting in her seat, wishing she hadn't brought it up. Christoph had investigated her grandmother, Abigail St. James, but she'd stopped him from prying into it deeper. Her mother, Brooke, had broken ties with the family. Red had promised to never mend them. A phone call from prison wasn't how she'd reintroduce herself anyway. No. Is there anything you'd want to say to her? I'm done with this, Red said, rattling her handcuffs. If her hands were loose, she would have torn her hair out during this jaunt through her regrets and tragedies. These were supposed to be friendly chats, you promised, not interrogations, or commentary on my dead mom. Heather nodded, closing her notebook. Therapy can be overwhelming. We'll speak another day. Jonas, Red called out, turning in her chair as far as she could from the shrink. The psychologist nodded her assent to the end of the meeting to the guards. Pity peeked from her professional facade. Good night. As the guards led Red away, she barely saw the prison. Her mind's eye was full of petticoats, steam engines, and bloody opera gloves. Nausea churned her stomach. She felt the constriction of the former prison and the love that had almost killed her. It had been her normal for so many years. Some nights, she'd thought like a vampire herself. Their world was hers. She'd nearly forgotten what it had been like to be a good person during those dark days. The guards unlocked her handcuffs inside her cell and retreated, slamming the door. "Hey," she muttered to her cellmate. She couldn't summon more enthusiasm. The release of old memories exhausted her like she'd done a marathon in under an hour. Greer looked up as she painted her nails gold. The cheap nail polish fumes were eye-watering. She frowned. "The doctors are curious about you. Did they ask you about fallen angels? That's all that Zara wanted to ask me about when I first arrived here. Some warden is paying for her research, I bet." Red rubbed her arms as if she could brush off the angst from her therapy session. "No, I had to talk too much about the men and the grandmothers in my life." "So, you saw the therapist lady? That one is nice?" "Maybe. I still don't want to chat to the staff about my St. James family." Red stopped, but she was too slow to stop the name from escaping. The therapy session had loosened her lips too much. Greer capped her little polish bottle and blew on her nails. "A gossip hound," she said gleefully. "Ooh, now that is an American dynasty like the Kardashians. Less evil, though. Your people are elemental mages, right? Abigail St. James is an absolute maven. The global covens don't meet without her." Red didn't expect that Greer would know the family biography. She laughed to hide her discomfort. "Did you read that profile in a magazine or something? Your family is like mine. There must be a fallen angel somewhere in your tree. Didn't your mom ever tell you a bedside story about it?" Red could tell that her friend wanted a long chat to swap family secrets, but she'd left the coven at 13. She remembered her cousins more than old legends. "Yeah, about an angel and a mermaid. Or maybe the angel and the witch made a mermaid. I'm not sure, it's a fairy tale." "Fairy tales are history to people like us. Best watch yourself with the doctors, especially Zara." "Just don't tell anyone, Greer. Keep it a witch's secret." Red climbed into the top bunk bed and flopped on the mattress. She felt more tired than she had in weeks. After opening a book, she was asleep by her ninth blink. Red lifted her head from the pillow, driven from sleep by soft, clicking sounds. She rubbed her eyes. What was that? The snores of the werewolf next door erupted like a starting chainsaw, drowning out whatever she'd heard before. It was after lights out for prisoners. Her bladder made her sit up. She squinted in the gloom as she climbed down from the top bunk. Greer's full-length mirror reflected the cell bars and crimson glow from the hallway. Where was Greer? She used the toilet, wondering if the guards had taken her cellmate somewhere. Jonas seemed a little too smiley around the Essex woman. Or maybe he was just an asshole to people like Red, who he thought killed supernatural world leaders. In his mind, she was probably like Lee Harvey Oswald or the guy who shot Ronald Reagan to impress Jodie Foster. She paused mid-wipe, hearing a sound like gravel rubbing together. It came from inside the cell. The mirror slid to the side, revealing a hole in the wall. Greer's head popped out. She paled, noticing a witness. "Oh, shite." Red jumped, biting back her shock, and pulled up her pants. She flushed the toilet from muscle memory while her brain was still stuck on her cellmate's grand entrance. Of all the places that the Brit could have been, who would have thought the walls? Greer shimmied from the hole and hit it with the standing mirror. "I don't have an explanation, so don't ask for one." Red washed her hands. She still wasn't sure that this wasn't a sleepwalking dream. It seemed impossible. "How far did the tunnel go?" she said. "Okay, but I'm still impressed." Greer put her hands on her hips. "I don't want this blabbed around the yard. I've been working on this long before you arrived." "Why would I tell anyone and ruin this?" Red would have hugged her if the other witch didn't seem so crestfallen and prickly to have lost her secret. "You're amazing. How did you do it?" Greer sat on her bed, sulking as she confessed. "Whoever started the tunnel had covered the entry with plaster or some gray rubbish. I don't know. I'm not a builder. After I got the mirror, I tried to attach it to the wall. I broke through." Red couldn't imagine the demon that had the strength to tunnel through the prison wall. What else had lived in this cell before them? If it hadn't certainly been something terrifying, she would have thanked the creature. Have you explored it? The fucking thing goes nowhere for now. I want it to reach the surface. If you're claustrophobic, you'll hate it. I can turn around, but I can't stand inside. Whoever dug it broke through the concrete layers to the dirt. Must have been caught before they finished. Greer tapped her fingers on her knees, impressed despite the failure. The walls could take a nuclear bomb. The last inmate must have been strong to burrow through, or at least their claws were. Aren't you worried that a guard might find it during a search? Those boys love me, Greer said, brushing her hair back. Her gold ring shone on her finger. Red studied the familiar symbol on it. And what about your jewelry? Should I stay quiet about that too? Greer looked at her hand critically. I'm a bling-bling girl. It's rather plain. Red couldn't wait for her cellmate to stop being coy. She whispered, You must know that it's for astral projection. Does it even work when we're amputated from our magic? What do you think? Greer lowered her voice. I wanted to feel a little pretty again, and a guard made it happen. If you want to go with me, you'll keep your eyes down and your hands off my gear. I like you so far. Let's keep it that way. Red bobbed her head emphatically. As is my hope. You've taught me more about the wives and girlfriends of footballers than I ever knew before. My lips are sealed except for your hot gossip about Victoria Beckham. Brilliant, then. Trust me, I'll know if you tell us all. Red leaned against the bunk bed. She wouldn't get anything more than annoyed replies if she kept directly asking about the tunnel or ring. There was one topic that she figured the tabloid reader would be more interested in. Jonas has a crush on you, doesn't he? Greer giggled. Like a puppy. He'll fetch me whatever I want. I'm playing mean to keep him keen. So that jerk has been looking down on me while he's been messing around with inmates? Sleazebag, Red sneered. That's against the rules. He doesn't even know you're using him. Greer rolled her eyes. He has his fun with the deal. You won't believe what he likes. Red sat down with her on the bottom bunk, instantly curious and simultaneously grossed out. What? Is it weird? Feet. It's always the buttoned-up types. Greer covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I'm not proud of this, mind you, but I let him give me a foot rub, and I got that mirror the next day. I'm only telling you the results. Wow. And now I have that image in my mind. I'll hand it to you. You must have golden toes. I have more than that, Sugar Plum, but not my beauty rest, which I need. Off to the top bunk, Greer said, shooing her away. Good night, Red said, climbing to the top bunk. She felt too wired to go back to sleep. Anxiety kept her awake as much as it suppressed her appetite. Her eyes had adjusted to the gloom enough for her to read a book. It had taken days, but the guards had relinquished the donations from Crispin to her. The legal guide that he'd given her still read like another language. She kept at it until the lights returned in the prison. An hour until breakfast in the cafeteria, Greer tapped the bunk bed to rouse Red from the book. Don't you want to eat? I'm dying. I had a granola bar a few hours ago, Red said, climbing down to groom for the morning. Spying on the defenses in the hall and cafeteria sounded more appealing than food. After a few days in the general population, she still hadn't seen the warlock or a quiet corner to shank him in. She dressed quickly. Greer refreshed her lipstick and blush in the mirror, then stepped in front of the cell door. Jonas unlocked it. The guards brought the prisoners to the courtyard cafeteria in segments, but the other witch was always first. She said, Morning, loves. Red walked with Greer in front of the guards down to the lower courtyard. Chain-link fencing surrounded the circular space. Long tables occupied the cafeteria half of it. The rest was an exercise yard that consisted of a bent basketball hoop and a worn running track. She sat at the first table, taking the corner of a bench next to her cellmate. Prisoners from the kitchen wheeled out a shelved cart that smelled like microwave sausage and eggs. Another had a cart with plastic tea kettles. Badges on their uniforms declared their official employment. Yesterday, Red had noticed one of them use his badge to open an elevator. She'd tucked that observation in a mental file for her future escape. Greer asked her, "You're eating, right? I've only seen you nibble on a few biscuits since you moved in." "I told you what happened before." Red made a face, remembering her meals in solitary. "The kitchen boys hate the bards more than anyone. If they knew what you did, they would have popped a cake in the oven for you. That was a guard." "Jonas, most likely," Red said, rolling her eyes. "Asshole." "He's a right shit," Greer said. She tugged her cellmate to the food as more inmates filtered in to dine. Once she made sure that Red took a plate and wooden cutlery, she dug into her own meal. Red poked her food with a fork. It looked like alien cuisine. The hard scrambled eggs made her squeamish. "You should eat it, not dissect it," Greer said. More prisoners in gray uniforms filed into the cafeteria. Most looked humanoid, with scales or feathers or fur in every shade. A muscled demon with cracked, flaky pigskin laughed with a sallow-faced corporeal banshee as he entered. Green glands puffed up on the side of his neck. A nervous, mortal-looking man followed behind him, wearing a cold iron collar like Red's. He must have been a mage. Greer sighed, looking up at the newest lunch arrivals. "That poor werewolf. He's the one in the cell next to us. Shy about his looks, I think." Red lowered her voice. "He's a wolf? I thought he was a Michigan dogman. They are a rare species." Greer shushed her. "Colin might hear you." The werewolf hobbled into the cafeteria upright like a man. He pulled the hood of a gray sweater low over his face. A brown furry ear and the tip of snout poked out. His sweatpants hid crooked legs. Seemingly stuck halfway through transformation, he looked like a self-conscious Anubis. The metal band on his neck was embedded with a yellow stone. Red observed, "He has a different collar than ours." Greer nodded. "Colin has different powers to suppress. The collars are Alchemist made, customized by species. I heard that the Manananggal's collar malfunctioned the other day." Red snorted a quick laugh. "If it's supposed to keep her body together, then yeah, it didn't work." The werewolf sat across from her, shoulders hunched over the table. He kept his head down, grunting at the women. "Hey." "Hi," Red said, careful to avoid staring at his face. She'd heard of werewolves who couldn't shift and some that couldn't return to human form, but she'd never heard of one that was trapped in between stages. It must have been painful. She'd seen the skin-splitting transformation before, and it made her epidermis ache in sympathy. "Hello, Colin," Greer said, slightly too loud and sweet, like she was visiting Grandpa in a nursing home. "You don't want to eat?" "I'm sick of food lines, doctors and guards, too," Colin said, head bowed. His voice was surprisingly soft and Canadian. "I want to go home to Toronto like they promised I could. Will I ever leave?" "Of course you will, babes," Greer said, putting her hand on his paw. They looked like a prison parody of Beauty and the Beast. It would have made Red laugh if the other two didn't look so sad. "You know how we say we're innocent, Red? Well, he truly is. He isn't like the rest of us." "I believe you," Red said. She trusted the other witch's bullshit meter. It had seen through her, after all. "What do you mean about the doctors, Colin? Are they hurting you?" He tugged his hood lower and rocked on the bench. "I'm not the only one. I shouldn't complain, but how long can I last, eh?" "Keep your chin up, lovey. You were excited about starting a job in the kitchens next week. I'll sort you soon. I won't leave you when I—" Greer paused with a knowing look at the werewolf as if he were aware of the tunnel. She tossed her blonde ponytail over her shoulder. "Now, go eat and you'll feel better." Red pushed her plate to Colin. "You can have mine." Her voice died as another inmate entered the cafeteria. Greer raised her eyebrows at Red. "That is a dragon stare you have. Who are you looking at?" "The man I've been trying to kill." Chapter 5. January 8th, morning. Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Red pressed her palms to the table to keep herself from running over and drop-kicking the warlock. The cafeteria sounds faded as her heartbeat pulsed in her ear. "It's Maxwell Baldacci." "I've heard of him," Greer said, then lowered her voice. There are a dozen guards who'd see before you landed a punch. Unless you have a shiv and a good aim, you won't do anything to him." Red ground her molars together. She was so angry that it made her gums ache. "I know." The werewolf on the opposite bench looked between the two women. "Who is he?" Greer held up a hand. "Stay innocent, Colin, and leave Red's food alone. Go get your own." He left with a curious glance at the warlock. The other inmates at the table didn't shift down to fill his place. Maybe they could sense the brewing tension. Red tapped her fingers on the tabletop. She knew she'd have to face Maxwell with the guards around and resist fighting him. Biding her time physically hurt her when he was nearly in stabbing distance. She took a meditative breath for calm. "My appetite is gone." "Maybe if you tried," Greer said brightly and pushed the plate toward her. "I'm less homicidal after breakfast." Maxwell sauntered between the tables to the food line as if the prison was his royal court and the prisoners were his courtiers. His sleek shoulder-length brown hair covered his metal collar. He looked fresh from the barber with a manicured mustache and goatee. Where had he gotten access to a razor? His pristine grooming irritated Red since her legs needed a shave weeks ago. When he saw her, he slowed with a chuckle as if her presence was an amusing surprise. Red looked away, stabbing her eggs to stop from stabbing him. He looked so smug, like being tossed into lockup was his plan all along, but he was a world-class bullshitter. She'd get him soon. Maxwell sat across from the witches. His every movement seemed to mock Red. "Is this seat taken?" Greer lifted her chin and flapped a rude hand gesture at him. "Jog on." He ignored her to chuckle again. "Prison gray is your color, Juniper." Red guessed his gambit was to make some jabs, use the wrong name, and try to provoke her. He didn't need to strain himself. He pissed her off by breathing near her. She said evenly, "And now the Brotherhood knows your true colors." "But will it stick? Some still have a use for me in the halls of power." Red snickered at him, covering her anxiety at his confidence. "Do you really still believe that? You're a liability without your warlock trinkets and your imports on the black market. If your other enemies haven't looted your storerooms yet, then your friends will soon." Maxwell glanced down, his mouth twisted in alarmed frustration. Her words seemed to hit a mark. Was there something valuable and precious he didn't want to lose? She hoped it hurt him as much as losing her magic hurt her. He bobbed his head up with a mocking smirk. "And where are your friends like that little fairy who stole my favorite pelt? Have they forgotten you already?" "I've had my calls," Red replied through gritted teeth. That reference to Stacey Jackson was ghoulish. She had wept over the dying werewolf shaman. Hot tears burned her eyes at the memory. When she killed Maxwell, she'd remember what he said today. She chose her words carefully for the other listening ears. "Did the wardens return your call, or did your little secret society forget its oldest member?" A sly gleam came into his eyes. It would have faded if he saw the instant hate on Greer's face. He leaned over the table to whisper to Red, "Haven't you wondered about the night your mum died?" "You ask stupid questions," Red said, battling for calm. Her right eye twitched. He must know that she had nightmares about that day. Who wouldn't? "Like my friend said, jog on." Greer nodded with a pointed sneer at him and cut the sausage on her plate in half. The visual threat made the warlock lean back. She said, "We're eating." Maxwell chuckled suddenly, as if remembering a cracking joke. "Juniper, I could hear your mother's screams when your house burned." Red couldn't breathe. Her entire body tensed as she fought to keep the emotional stampede of rage and grief off her face. He thought her pain was amusing. Her fear had once fueled the magic he'd stolen from her. Every time her emotions spiked, it fed him. She'd regained her power, but the provocation might have been a habit for him at this point. Was he bored in prison? If there weren't guards around to protect him, she would have made him choke on her meal tray. Greer shifted further down the bench like the other inmates at the table, as if expecting a fight. She jabbed a finger at him. You shouldn't have said that. What? He huffed, laying his hand on his chest like he was the offended party. I shouldn't say the truth? Go away, Red growled. She dug her fingers into her knees to keep herself from tackling him. Maxwell taunted her. I could have pulled your dear old mummy out. Did you know that? It was within my power, but I couldn't be ours, too. She could have made another one like you. Red punched him, sending him stumbling back from the table. She didn't even realize she'd raised her fist until it hit him. At first contact, the dam broke on her rage. His words echoed in her brain, sending every synapse firing fury to each other. She stomped to him and slammed her heel into his face. Old injuries and humiliations stabbed her with reminders that felt like needles under her nail beds. He'd acted like a lordling when she first met him in 1892. She'd been employed as a maid then, scrabbling to survive as a time traveler and enduring slaps from her bosses for burning toast. She kicked him again, hoping to break his ribs. Maxwell deserved to feel everything that she had suffered after he had tossed her into the Victorian age. Other inmates leaped from their seats to cluster around the fight, blocking them from sight of the guards on the perimeter of the cafeteria. Greer held her arms up to block the spectators from the fighters. She said, Space! Give it, my mates! The Manananggal sniffed the air over Greer's shoulder. First blood. Witch or warlock? Who has the odds? Maxwell stood, swinging his fist back to strike Red. Red caught his wrist, too fast for him to dodge, and twisted his arm behind his back. She slammed his face against the table. Rage made her stronger than the taller man. She would have bitten his throat out if she had fangs. The morbid, intrusive thought made her pause. Guards rushed in, finally breaking through the crowd of inmates. Jonas directed the charge. He wrapped his baton over her shoulders. She barely felt it. He yelled, Drop him! Take this garbage, then! Red shoved the warlock to the ground. Raising her hands, she kicked him one last time. She didn't fight the guards and their rough escort to the cafeteria exit. Maxwell laughed at her as he hid behind Jonas. The warlock wiped the blood from his nose and said, Enjoy solitary confinement. Fuck, Red seethed. That prick had wanted her to hit him to expel her from the general population. Jonas checked his smartwatch. New orders. The doctor wants to see these two. Maxwell stopped in mid-chortle. Why her? I'm the one in need of medical attention. Jonas didn't explain. Two other guards clamped Red and Maxwell in handcuffs and led them out of the chain-link fence toward the elevator. The cafeteria watched them leave in a nervous silence that turned to excited chatter. In the elevator, the guards stood between the prisoners until they reached the medical and administrative floor. They marched Maxwell out first and then Red. Zara Wadsworth Maida met them in the hall with a silent nod. The guards followed her. Why did the doctor want to see her too? Red couldn't think of a reason, unless it was to put her on medication. She might have accepted a Xanax then. It might stop her from reacting every time Maxwell pulled her strings. The doctor opened the door to her examination room. 2 chairs were in the center, and the examination tables were pushed to the rear. She addressed the guards as she went to a laptop on a nearby wall counter. I'll need their wrists and ankles restrained. Madam Physician, Maxwell said, slathering oily charm over each syllable. I was the grievously attacked victim. My aggressor should be bound, but not I. Zara pulled a first aid kit out of the cupboard and set it next to the laptop. She typed on the keyboard as if documenting the appointment as it went. Her cold profile didn't reveal any sign that she heard or cared. The guard strapped him to a chair next to Red. Savoring his peeved expression, she commented dryly, Looks like the doc doesn't buy your lies. Do you know who I am? Or what I've done for this brotherhood? Speak, Maxwell demanded. At Zara's silence, he lifted his nose in the air, composing himself with an embittered cool. Red's schadenfreude faded when the doctor turned around holding a strange white cap. It looked more like a research device than anything therapeutic. Black and blue wires crisscrossed the mesh fabric. The cap blinked with LED lights. Zara said, Hold her head while I put this on. Jonas obeyed, pressing Red's chin between his hands. His cheap cologne invaded her nostrils. It smelled like it was called Axe or Lynx and came in a 3-pack. He puckered his face up like he was picking up trash. Red winced as the doctor rolled the cap over her head. Webbing and wires snagged her hair, tugging the roots. What the hell were they doing? The cap emitted a low hum. Her scalp vibrated. Are you scanning my brain? You could have said something. It's obvious what I'm doing, Zara said, even though it clearly wasn't to her patients. She furrowed her brow, confused as if she didn't see what she did wrong, then turned to the first aid kit on the counter. I need more space. Jonas, you can stay. The other guards walked out into the hallway as if used to the doctor's brisk manner. Maxwell complained, Where is my brain treatment? Whatever those gentlemen told you, I will assure you that I was the one hit in the head. Red smirked. Twice. Is that so? Zara said, turning to her first aid kit. She finally did the expected when she cleaned a cut on Maxwell's swelling nose. Her taciturn manner and intensely concentrated expression were difficult to read. Red had a guess why the doctor was too interested in her brain. Greer had mentioned fallen angels, but there was something more unique about Red than her heritage. How many inmates had traveled through time before? He asked. Is my nose broken? Yes. I'll need to use a nasal speculum. Zara retrieved the silver tool shaped like a wishbone from the cupboard. She put a thin plastic sanitation wrap on it. Jonas. The guard marched behind Maxwell to hold his head back. Zara stuck the speculum end in the warlock's nose. She adjusted the bone and cartilage with a crunch. He shrieked, legs kicking in his chair before another guard held him down. Robotically efficient, the doctor packed his nostrils with cotton and dressed the nose to keep the cartilage in place. She didn't seem to interact with him as a whole person. Instead, she focused solely on his injury, like it was a puzzle to solve without concern for how her solution felt to her patient. Oh no, Red mockingly cooed at the warlock in fake sympathy. It was satisfying to see him under the care of a rough doctor after what he'd done to her in a Scottish asylum. If she got solitary for hitting him, this memory would still make her smile. That sounded like it hurt Maxwell. Zara cleaned the speculum with a sterilizing wipe and put it in the counter cupboard. He's done. Jonas asked, Should I take him to his cell, doctor? Wait outside. I'll call for you when they can be removed, Zara said. As the guard followed her command, she returned to her computer. She angled the screen out of sight from her prisoners. Why did you attack inmate Baldacci? Red paused, surprised that the doctor asked since she didn't seem to care before. Maybe it was to solicit an answer for paperwork on the incident. I hate to boost his ego, but do you know who he is and what he's done? She is a wild creature who requires a stout cage, Maxwell said. This was her second attempt on my life in this facility. Red shook her head. He was blaming this on her? No, he didn't get to have his way again. Like a punch could kill you, you got the fight you asked for. When you sat down at my table, you planned on saying the worst things to me that you could think of. Did I hurt your feelings, Witch? Zara observed them from her computer, cold and emotionless like her equipment. I think you did. You should apologize. Maxwell scoffed. I won't apologize for my greater purpose. If Red wasn't strapped to her chair, she would have thrown it at him for his self-righteousness. That's not what she's saying. You can't act like making bitchy commentary is a mission. Doctor, he said, this witch and her line and those like hers are tools for evil. I should know. I traded in such. When the true end of days comes, their ilk will be used by the fallen. Are you even listening? Yes. Zara seemed more interested in her computer than him. She had turned her screen from the inmates, and Red couldn't see what program was on it. Was the doctor looking at the brain scan results, doing paperwork, or shopping online? Maxwell made a sad boy pout, pathetic on a grown man with a goatee. He clearly hadn't gotten the attention he craved. This witch is best left locked away, in my professional opinion. Red snapped at him, feeling her blood pressure rise from the aggravation. As a professional what? You've said the same thing since that Christmas in the dreamland. Whatever fallen angels you and the wardens think you're fighting, I'm not part of it. It's a myth anyway. I'm not evil. I've been fighting it. That includes you. History will vindicate me, he said with perfect conviction. There was an earnestness in his expression that seemed at odds with his smarmy features. Did he really believe that? Disquieted by his delusion, Red shifted in her seat as far from him as the bindings allowed. How many terrible things can you do and still rationalize that you're doing it for good? Ask yourself that question, Maxwell countered. She didn't like the metaphorical mirror that he presented. He smirked as if he had read her mind. I won't allow a witch with your past to take the moral high ground. You've reinvented yourself as a hunter, but that is a costume. To find me at the Hellfire Club, you must have traveled dark paths. Because those are the kinds that you use. If you were a normal person who went to the Cheesecake Factory, I would have gone there, Red said. She couldn't look at him. He knew less about her past than he thought. She'd started as a demon hunter before she lost her way as a vampire's courtesan. There was still more truth in his accusations than she liked. When she'd hunted him, she lost track of the line between right and wrong. He mused, staring into the distance with a philosopher's gravitas. I learned my role in fate's web long ago. I must do the necessary deeds that the shining heroes can't. You think your coup de grace at the consortium ruined my reputation. I've lost it before. Great purpose requires great sacrifice, and I accept. Queasy, Red realized she could have said the same thing about him. The insight dissolved as a new one emerged. Sharp, it cut her from the certainty. She sneered. Did you really accomplish anything? If you'd ignored me when I had amnesia, we wouldn't be here today. I would have spent my days in no-name American towns on West Coast back roads, tracking demons until one took me out. Most hunters die within 5 years. You could have waited. No, that is... Red couldn't give him a word. This rant was overdue. He needed to know that he wasn't the cleverest boy in the class. Before you ruined my last vacation, I had only ever reacted to your bullshit. Did I go after you? No. I gave up on regaining my memories before you tried to burn me alive. My amnesia was a reset for both of us. It was a gift from an old friend, and you screwed it up. You wasted both our lives for nothing. He sputtered at her, seemingly speechless for the first time since they'd met. That is, I mean... The door swung open, and Heather Fernsby stormed inside. Her green skirt suit and French twist hairstyle were immaculate, but agitation simmered under her collected facade. She strode to the doctor. In heels, she looked even taller than her short colleague. With a low voice, she said, I was told you were attempting a mediation without me. This is not in your realm of expertise. Yes, Zara said quickly, glancing at Red. I'll tell you my findings later. Heather crossed her arms, eyeing the doctor skeptically. These inmates should return to their cells. Tell the guards. The female should go to solitary confinement, Zara said, dispassionately studying her laptop screen again. Red made a face at being called the female. What was she? A specimen? Heather didn't seem impressed either. I recommend that Red stay in the general population for her mental health. Acceptable, Zara said, typing on her keyboard, absorbed in her task. Maxwell cursed. What are you women whispering about? I demand to be freed from these bonds. Red rolled her eyes at him. She could hear the prison doctors clearly enough. Maybe you should ask the doctor for a hearing test, old man. He sneered at her. My hearing is fine. I'm still a young man. Red rolled her eyes. Oh, please. You look like you're on the wrong side of 30. He sucked in a horrified breath. Liar. Do you miss your fancy suits and hair gel? I see those fuzzy goat cankles, the warlock snarked, glancing at her legs where her gray uniform pants had rolled up from her ugly white slip-on shoes. Someone needs a shearing. Enough, Heather said. She beckoned the guards, who unlocked Maxwell and hauled him to his feet. After the men had left, she turned to Red. I apologize if you weren't briefed about what the doctor had planned. I wasn't able to fulfill my earlier promise. Naivety doesn't suit you. This isn't your first day. No, but even after 6 months, it sometimes feels that way, Heather said quietly, as if to herself. Red shrugged, writing off the other woman as an ally in her head. Whatever the psychologist knew, some of her surprise was genuine. How often did her colleague go rogue? She said, "It's water under the bridge if you get this cap off me." Heather gently removed the device. "I heard you had a confrontation with the warlock." Red felt duped again by him. She'd kept her composure around very provoking people before, but Maxwell could bait her too easily. It stung her pride more than she wanted to admit in a mad science laboratory. "I'll tell you in the next session." Jonas returned to escort Red from the medical bay. She accepted the handcuffs and shuffled to the lower levels of the prison. Curious inmates watched her from behind iron bars. She must have been the talk of the morning. The guard locked her in her cell. Red ruffled her hair to remove the dent from the cap. What a crappy way to start her day. She'd spend the rest of it in bed if only she could sleep. Greer rose from her bunk. She punched her palm, sneering. "That warlock was a shit." "I know." Red paced, restless after the restraints. "I got a mum, and if anyone bragged about murdering her to me, I was pissed off for you." Greer waved Red over to the bunk and sat, patting her mattress. She offered her ring to Red. "I think you need a cheeky treat." "Really?" Red had dreamed of using the charmed ring. "He deserved that bum kicking. I heard you say that warlock worked for the wardens in the Brotherhood," Greer said, scrunching her face up in distaste. "I passed the gossip on." Red put on the ring, touched by the solidarity, while resolving to never mention to the other witch that she was a hunter with ties to the organization that imprisoned them. She examined the ring closer. Was there an instruction manual engraved on this thing? She'd never worn an astral projection charm before. "How do I use it?" "Think of a place and you'll go. It's made for warlocks. Doesn't draw on any innate power from the wearer. I think it's why the ring works even when I'm in this ruddy collar. Take it for a run. People will see you if you want them to. If you project well enough, you can even talk to them. Who will you visit?" Red hugged Greer. "I have a list. Thank you." "We don't have long until the next room inspection. You better start now." Chapter 6. January 8th, afternoon. Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red climbed into the top bunk in her cell, fizzy from excitement, and admired the astral projection ring on her finger. This seemed like a one-time deal because Greer felt sorry for her. How many friends could she visit while it lasted? She had to see Christoph and Vic, then Stacy and Zach. Oh, Hannah Proctor and Basil Bansko needed some explanation too. There was also her banker, who she hoped kept paying her rent and other bills. Who else knew she was in prison anyway? Greer rested her elbows on the bunk ladder. She kept glancing to the hallway for eavesdroppers as she whispered, "You'll want to be comfortable. I get a crick in my neck every time I do it." "What does it feel like?" "Better than a roller coaster. You'll feel like Superman," Greer said. "Pop in on the right people. You can't make it a conjugal visit no matter how hard you project. Unless your boyfriend is your lawyer, he shouldn't be your first call. I'd see the bloke who's given you those legal books myself." "That makes sense," Red said. She still wouldn't give back this ring before she saw Christoph. "The more you concentrate on projecting your spirit, the more real you'll seem to them. They won't see you if you don't want them to. Picture your spirit sitting up from your meat and then tell it where to go. The ring will do the rest. You'll come back when I take it off you." "Thanks again." Red laid down and closed her eyes. She visualized her spirit rising from its vessel. Her stomach dropped like she was in free fall. Suddenly, she was sitting beside herself, looking down on her seemingly sleeping body. She hopped down from the bunk bed, passing through Greer. The impact didn't jostle her knees as if she was weightless. That eerie sensation reminded her a little too much of being in the dreamland. She took a tentative test walk across the cell. Her spirit form still moved like her body. Gasping, she caught a glimpse of the mirror. She didn't have a reflection, like a vampire. The sight was more disturbing than she would have thought it would be. Shaking off the unnerving observation, she cleared her mind and concentrated on Jacob Crispin. Her spirit launched through the ceiling, beamed upward like an alien abduction. She passed through 2 subterranean floors of the prison and broke the surface in a candlelight chapel where a dozen monks chanted in Latin. The harder she focused on Crispin, the faster she moved. Soon the world was a blur as she rocketed over England. The ring must have known where to take her, because she didn't know his address. She descended to a thatched cottage covered in snow to the windows. Walking through the wall, she found Crispin asleep at his desk. His desktop computer showed a half-written plea for her release to the head bard. The last line made her smile. I admit my bias toward Red. She reminds me of my late daughter. He had been working so hard for her when he should have been convalescing. Waking him felt unfair. She reached for a pen to write him a note, forgetting her spirit state. Her phantom fingers traveled through the object. Well, never mind then, she thought ruefully. She'd find someone else to email him after his nap. Sleep well, my friend. Red concentrated on Vic, picturing his black mullet and brown eyes. He could pass messages on to Crispin. After years as his intern, she could summon a pixel-perfect image. Her spirit soared upward from the cottage and pierced the cloudy winter sky. She landed in a galley kitchen. Am I in the right place? She made a slow turn to study the granite countertops and a floral sign above the stove that read, Live, Laugh, Love. This definitely wasn't Vic's house. He rented a cabin in the woods held together by Tarantino movie posters and bacon grease. British voices echoed from the hall. She followed the sound and found Vic in a living room watching BBC News. Checking the nearest window, she spied through the crack in the curtains to spy a row of brick townhouses under a wan winter sun. It was nighttime in America. She asked, You're not even in Oregon, are you? He drank coffee as if he didn't hear her. Despite his pajamas and scruffy stubble, it seemed like he'd been awake for hours. His full attention was on the news. Hello? She waved at him. Frustrated, she stepped in front of the screen. She concentrated harder on projecting her spirit. See me. See me. Come on, Vic. He turned off the TV and got off the couch. She dogged his steps until he closed a bathroom door in her face. The shower started inside. Awkward. She didn't want to see him there. Should she go? She shouldn't be surprised to find someone in the bath when she popped in like a specter. Maybe she could catch him before he undressed. Covering her eyes, she forged through the door. She projected with every fiber of her mind. Vic? Holy shit, Red, I'm naked. Why are you transparent and shit? Jesus Christ, did they execute you? His tone shifted from shock to fear. Are you dead? She turned her back to give him privacy, feeling guilty for scaring him. No, I'm not a ghost. Put on a towel and I'll tell you. I'm decent, he said after putting on jeans, leaving his shirt off. He leaned to turn off the shower. I didn't know you could do astral projecting. It would have come in handy before. I can't. My cellmate let me borrow a contraband charm. Vic opened the bathroom door, his body half passing through her spirit. We don't have to chat in the crapper. She chuckled, following him to the living room. You know, I actually believed that you went home. He flopped onto the couch. I did. I wanted to double back when they put me through airport security, but Crispin bought a ticket to escort us to the gate. Your boyfriend has been flying between Portland and London since your arrest, so I came back with him. You finally got a ride on the private jet like you always wanted. I can't believe it took this long, Vic said, mildly exasperated. The 8-course Korean in-flight dinner was a nice touch. For a guy that doesn't eat, Christoph can choose a menu. He sure can. She hid a little smile. Her boyfriend knew how much her mentor meant to her. For a while, she'd wanted him to hang out with Christoph and see the side of the vampire that she did. What about Stace? Crispin told me she was in trouble too. She isn't the Brotherhood's favorite hero, but who else will do her job? Stace is still in charm because some evil is brewing there. We flipped a coin to see who'd stay to deal with it. I won and came here. She said she'll return to merry old England if we need her." Red perched on the arm of the sofa. A prickle of shame made her stiffen. "Does everyone know that I'm a supernatural felon?" Vic averted his eyes, scratching the back of his neck like it could distract her from his strained wince. "Well, yeah. Christmas wasn't the same without you. People noticed. Neither Zach nor LaShawn were happy, for different reasons." She cradled her head in her hands. When she'd decided to go on the offensive against the warlock, she'd told herself that only she'd get hurt if she failed. That became more of a lie every day. The emotional shrapnel had hit her friends. "I will apologize to them now." "Not when it's the middle of the night on the West Coast and you look like Casper. Do you want to give my bro a heart attack? He's probably with Aisha. If he's doing the nasty with the sheriff when you barge in, LaShawn will literally die from embarrassment." "I've freaked them out enough," she conceded. She didn't tell LaShawn where his brother was for weeks, while Vic was in the middle of a long resurrection ritual. Zach had received a cryptic goodbye voicemail and little more from her when she skipped town after the warlock. She'd have to work to earn their trust back after what she did. Vic slurped his coffee with an expression like he knew she was a dumbass, but he refrained from saying so at the moment. "We'll get you out. I've tailed Crispin to a monastery that I think is Stone Tree. He wouldn't tell me where it was because he thought I'd do something unbecoming of a bard, in his words. He's convinced you'll have a fair trial." She heard his skepticism loud and clear. "I can tell you're planning a backup." "Justice will prevail one way or another," he replied cryptically, as if he wouldn't explain further. "I saw the warlock today," Red said, then detailed the encounter. It still ticked her off. She added, "There aren't always guards around him. Give me a few days and I'll finish the job I started." He shook his head. "No, that job is over. Maxwell Baldacci is in a demon supermax prison for the rest of his life. The new job is springing you from the pokey." She leaned forward in her chair, half convinced that she hadn't heard him right. "Seriously? It'll take a week. Tops." "No," Vic said, crossing his arms. "If I get a lucky chance to free you, we can't wait. Don't bring any attention to yourself." Red couldn't let it go. Sure, he made sense from a breakout plan standpoint, but this was about more than her. "You know what he did, what evil he could do in the future. This is... If you get hauled into solitary, that makes this breakout harder, and it's diamond hard on our best day. You're not in some sleepy Wyoming County jail. They didn't design Stone Tree to fail. There are electric fences, guard booths, and a metric shit ton of monks chanting day and night on the surface to maintain the mystical wards." Red resented the lecture. She already knew that. She could see he was trying to help her. He might not see it, but she was self-aware enough to know she wasn't objective when it came to her nemesis. Curbing her defensiveness, she yielded to his logic. "You're not wrong. Hey, I get it. When I find the wolf who killed my mom, I ain't holding back. I'm not telling you to either. I'm telling you to not get caught. Be smart." "I will. It's been a few days since I was released from solitary, but this is what I've seen of their defenses," she said before she described it and the facility. He wrote in his field journal as she spoke. Nodding after she finished, he grinned. "I can use this." "Good, I'd hug you, but I don't have real arms right now. Thanks for this, Vic." "That's what we do." She could have teared up from his steadfast support. Her best friend was still in her corner. He wasn't one for weepy gratitude, or she'd throw it at him. She said gruffly, "Call Crispin and tell him some of what I told you. I can't promise that my cellmate will let me borrow her ring again." "I'll see you when I see you. Don't get caught. Remember that." Red saluted him, then concentrated on finding Kristoff. She visualized his dark blonde hair and blue eyes that contained depth she still lost herself in. He cleaned up well in designer suits, but he couldn't fully polish the edge and the ambition from the gangster he'd been in the Victorian age. She hadn't been able to take her eyes off him since they met. Would he be at his spacious office in the N2 Corp high-rise with a view of downtown Portland? Imagining him at his desk, she departed in a whoosh, like God had vacuumed her into the heavens. She wanted to see Kristoff so badly. Her astral form rippled from the speed she flew to him over land and sea. She landed in front of a gallery wall of his photography and spun around to look for him. His office was decorated in a trendy Scandinavian style with white walls and minimalist furniture. It didn't have many hiding places. Where was he? When she projected before, she had come very close to her target even without knowing their location. She shouldn't be far from him. His office had a closed loft on a partial second level where he kept a small studio apartment. She climbed the stairs, listening for him. A voice carried from behind the shut door. It wasn't Kristoff. Arno Novak sounded hesitant as he said, "In the prison medical reports. We've discussed it before, and I still can't promise you anything. This news doesn't mean..." "But it could?" Kristoff was quiet yet eager, as if he needed a concrete answer from his brother. Red paused when she realized they were talking about her. She listened closer for anyone else in the loft besides the Novaks. Arno could be trusted, but she couldn't reveal her astral self to Kristoff's secretary Craig or his friend Netta. How did the brothers get access to those files anyway? She smiled, certain that her boyfriend was narrowing in on a way to bust her from prison. If anyone could do it, it was Kristoff. Arno continued, "I can only speculate so much from the old bard's tale. Red doesn't appear unhealthy, but I don't want to inflate your hopes. I know how much you want a family, and if she says yes to the dark gift someday, she'll join ours. That makes her precious to me, too." Red didn't quite understand what she was overhearing because they couldn't be talking about her turning into a vampire. She had made her feelings clear to Kristoff early in their relationship. An all-liquid diet was bad enough, but possibly losing her magic in undeath was even worse. Were they worried that she was ill? Crispin must have contacted the vampires. Did the prison doctor find something weird on her brain scan and tell the bard? The brothers didn't seem worried, only cautiously optimistic. She'd expect them to panic if she had a tumor. Unseen in the loft, Kristoff said, "Thank you for researching this for me, and for more. My recent absences are a strain on the business, and you've shouldered them, Arno. I don't begrudge you. Much. Our prince wants the warlock dead. He gets what he wants, especially when it leads to what you want." Arno chuckled. "When this is over, I will take a long sabbatical. It's been decades since I've earned a degree." Medical school again? Red walked through the door into the loft studio, confident they were alone. The two vampires stood in the kitchenette. She waved to them, hoping to not freak them out like she did with Vic. "Hey, I'm not a ghost, if that's what you're wondering." Arno dropped the bottle of wine he'd been pouring. His brother caught it. The younger vampire said, "I thought she was in..." "Red," Kristoff said, surprised relief softening his voice like his best hopes had materialized. Every worry faded in her mind as she drank in the sight of him. Even in on the astral plane, he triggered a jolt of lust through her body. She wanted to peel off his dark blue suit. He looked too delicious. Hollywood actors would kill for his jawline and shoulders. If she could nibble on his neck, she'd bite him until he bled. She shook off the odd thought and smiled. "Hi." He shoved the bottle at his brother and rushed to embrace her. His hands passed through her arms. He stared at his fingers, then back at her before grinning. "You're a projection." "I had to see you. I'm sorry that I worried you. We were so close to vanquishing the warlock, and I wasn't thinking when I chased him to the Brotherhood HQ." She covered her mouth, choked up thinking of how scared she would have been if their roles were reversed. "I'm sorry." Kristoff hugged her like the comfort was a reflex. He sighed when he couldn't touch her. "My prince gave us an order. You followed it. I should have been at your side. If I was quicker into that portal..." "You were being attacked by like 7 guys at once. We did what we could." "I'll free you," Kristoff vowed. "I won't leave you in Stone Tree again like a coward." Red wrapped her arms around him, even though he couldn't feel it. Over 100 years ago, Lucas Crawford and his family had confronted her at the Stone Tree Monastery. Christoph had fought his sire to prevent her from being turned into a vampire against her will there. Lucas beat him unconscious for the insolence. She called it bravery. You can't blame yourself for that. I blame someone else, but I won't see that history repeat, Christoph said. A fang peeked from his lips, as if summoned by his fervor. He clenched his jaw, calming himself. Another person wouldn't have noticed the minute nuances in his composed demeanor, but she knew him too well to miss it. The immortal alchemist wants the warlock's head for killing her husband. Her people might breach the prison before I can. Red still hadn't forgiven the alchemist for lying to her, but she would have married Perenelle Flamel for ridding the world of the warlock's danger. If she wants his brain for study, she can have it. Arno circled them, studying her spectral form. She had a hunch that his curiosity went beyond her magic appearance. Cunning like his brother, he thought more than he revealed. Prince Merrick hasn't forgotten you either. Our sources indicate you haven't ratted on any of your accomplices. He'll reward you for your loyalty, Red. I could still get Maxwell. The prince will make you a multimillionaire for that. Arno rubbed his hands together, grinning like he was her accountant. Red said, That's not why I'm doing this. Arno shrugged as if her motives weren't his concern. The money wire will hit your account anyway. Where is the warlock? The third underground floor of the prison, I believe, she said, then continued to explain the defenses and floor plan that she'd observed. It wasn't much, since she'd only visited the solitary prisoners' row, Gen Pop, and the medical department. She added, I lost it in the cafeteria today and hit Maxwell. The guards hauled us to the infirmary before I did more than break his nose. Christoph hovered his hand over her cheek. Did he hurt you? I kicked his ass. Red trailed off, still galled that the warlock had provoked her. As she thought about how to describe the rest, she couldn't help but wonder about the medical exam. Hey Arno, you've had medical training. Can you tell me if this is weird? My physical by the prison doctor included an MRI, and after I fought with Maxwell, she scanned my brain again with some electrode cap. I've had my blood drawn twice in 3 weeks. Then there's what they could have done when I was unconscious. Arno nodded as if it confirmed something. She waited for him to spill what that was. He cautiously commented, That's unusual. What else happened? I would have gone to solitary if the psychologist, Dr. Heather Fernsby, didn't stick up for me. That other doctor is a... What? She asked, noticing their startled expressions. Arno checked his watch like it was a stage prop, his face frozen in disbelief, and turned toward the stairs to the office. Well, I better go. Have fun with the reunion, kids. Red pointed to his retreating back. Medicine was his expertise, and he didn't shy from giving his opinions, especially where she was concerned. Why is he running away? Yes, well. Christoph rubbed his neck, walking from the studio kitchen into the living area. Slight embarrassment turned his usually graceful movements clumsy as he accidentally hit a lamp as he gestured to the couch in his studio. He steadied it with a pained smile. What is it? Wary curiosity made her sit silently beside him. I can explain, but before I try, I want to be sure of something. Could you describe the psychologist? She specializes in supernatural psychology. Drinks tea from a Washington State University mug. She has graying red hair. I don't know much about her. Why do I think that you do? Christoph steepled his fingers together as he leaned his elbows on his knees. Deliberation crossed his face like he wasn't sure if his information would be well received. Remember the photo that Netta put in my house in Charm as a prank last summer? It was your ex-girlfriend, Heather, Red said. The name clicked in her brain. She hadn't made the connection because why would she? There were thousands of Heathers in the world, and the picture she'd seen was from the psychologist's youth. Oh, no way! You said she moved to England. Could it really be her? I'll find that out soon. Her maiden name was Hunt. She transitioned her specialty to supernatural psychology during our relationship. I lost track of her career after she married Billy Fernsby. Does she suspect who you are? Red had spied the diplomas with the psychologist's original name but hadn't revealed it to anyone else. The detail had struck her because she knew that Vic would make a joke about the similarity to actress Helen Hunt. Her gut told her that she'd been psychoanalyzed by her boyfriend's ex. Their next meeting would be socially awkward for sure. We had a therapy session where I told her more than I should have about my life as a vampire's courtesan and beyond. Heather has a way about her that makes one want to share their life story, doesn't she? He quirked his lips into a half smile, as if lost in memories of Aquanet hairspray and the bull markets from the 1980s. It was his favorite decade to talk about besides the 1920s. He said, "She dumped me, so she shouldn't be jealous to know that you and I are together. My only worry is that she'll tell her superiors what to expect from me." "I didn't mention you by name." "If you told her your history, then she might have guessed where I am in it," Christoph said. An unrepentant dimple appeared on his cheek. "I couldn't resist that listening face either." Red rested her hand over his, wishing she could feel him. "Maybe it was good for us to let it out. I'll keep the topic elsewhere in our later sessions, though." "You won't be there long. I hope I'm the first to break your chains." "When I was in therapy, I told her that I had a new world. You helped me find that," she said. She didn't know how to explain her earlier thoughts about being stuck in a cycle. In that case, the one that she'd had with Lucas. Could she make a better path with Christoph? "I missed you." "I missed—" She gasped, jolted back to her body in the prison cell. Her heart raced as if she'd run there. She lurched forward, sitting up in the top bunk bed. "Greer!" "Shush," Greer said, sticking the astral projection ring in her bra. "The guards are coming." Red kept her face down as the cell door opened for a routine inspection. She wiped her eyes. The astral travel had given her emotional whiplash. She couldn't break down before she broke out. Chapter 7. January 9th, 2021. Evening. Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Red climbed out of bed as the lights darkened in the prison. For hours, she'd been hiding a contraband gift that was a thank you to her cellmate. She handed over a spoon like it was Excalibur. "Hopefully it'll serve you well." Greer marveled at the thick metal utensil. The prison only offered flimsy wooden ones to the inmates in the cafeteria, since the metal ones could be sharpened into shivs. "How did you get it?" "A friend hid it in his weekly care package," Red said. Crispin had seen her earlier with less news than on his last visit. He compensated with more snacks and even a jar of Nutella. "You mentioned that you hit a weird dirt layer in the, you know." Greer looked at the mirror that hid her wall tunnel. They didn't dare speak too loudly about their project. "This isn't a trowel, but I'll take it. Listen for Jonas, will you?" Red nodded, watching her cellmate move the full-length standing mirror and crawl into the hole behind it. The tight squeeze made her look away from secondhand claustrophobia. She'd used the tunnel as a last resort for escape. That was if it could be completed. She fluffed the bundle of clothes under Greer's blankets, so it looked more like a sleeping person. The illusion should work from a distance. For more realism, she fanned a clip-in hair extension from Greer's beauty bag over the pillow. The other woman had more cosmetics in prison than Red did at home. Next door, Colin the werewolf snored like a badger with a head cold. She tried to listen over the sound for prowlers. After lights out, the halls were cleared except for patrolling guards. Two would walk through this cell block every half hour in a random pattern. If Jonas wasn't one of them, they would walk by without a word. Hopefully he was busy. She leaned her elbows on the cell bars, feigning boredom. Her view overlooked the two open levels of the general population. She could see into the dark cells on the other side of the circular hallway that curved around the inner courtyard of the common areas. A few inmates stirred out of bed, but none returned her stare. The mirror shifted before the top of the hour. Greer emerged from the tunnel. She replaced the mirror on the wall and washed her dirty hands. Red leaned next to the sink. "I thought you'd be gone for longer." My mother was a seer. I always know when I'll get company. Tomorrow, I need your help. I've been dumping the dirt on the sides as I excavate. It's piling up. What can I do? I'll tell you later. Greer towed her shoes off and put on a false smile as she turned. Oh, Jonas. Red glanced at the guard that appeared outside the cell. Damn. The other witch was good. She'd pegged his arrival to the second. Greer nudged her toward the bunk before speaking quietly to the guard. Red climbed into her bed, leaving the Englishwoman some privacy. When the whispers stopped and the guard walked away, she asked, "Is everything okay?" Greer padded without her socks to her bottom bunk. "Yes, good night." Red rarely slept a full night since becoming a jailbird. A never-ending train of thoughts chugged around her brain of escape, of destiny, and of days that she couldn't change. She read through the insomnia. 10 minutes after she put her book down and rested, the blankets rustled in the bed below her. What time was it? It had to be before dawn in the dark cell block. She stayed quiet as her cellmate silently crept from the bunk bed and disappeared into the tunnel. What was Greer doing? If she wanted anyone to know, she'd say so. Red brushed her teeth and dressed for the day as she waited. 30 minutes passed before the blonde witch reappeared with a coffee mug full of earth. The mug looked swiped from lunch. Her pockets bulged, dragging her gray sweatpants and sweater. Red helped Greer to her feet and covered the secret passage. "How was the trip down the rabbit hole? You brought souvenirs." Greer set down the mug and pulled 2 socks filled with dirt from her hoodie pockets. "Ditch one in the cafeteria trash for me. We need to clear our way, right? I want to check if this works, or we can try the toilet." "We don't need to clog the can," Red said, taking a filled sock. The cell wasn't much, but it wasn't covered in toilet water. She'd defend the pipes even if unloading dirt outside the cell could be risky. The lights switched on in the prison. They feigned normalcy until the hoots and hollers of the other inmates signaled the appearance of the guards in the hall. She hid the dirt sack inside her sweatshirt, held by the bra band under her arm. Greer chatted, sweet and peppy, to Jonas when he arrived with his usual guard partner Freddie to march them to breakfast. She cooed, "Is that a new haircut?" Red stayed quiet, letting the other witch weave her magic until they reached the cafeteria. She took a plate without prompting and managed a few bites. The warlock's face stifled her hunger. Maxwell kept his distance from her at a far table. Shunned by the other inmates, he ate alone. A guard stuck close to him. Greer proudly observed his loner status. "I made sure everyone knows that he worked with the fucking Brotherhood." Good. Red kept her head down, holding on to a slight correction about the warlock's formerly secret maverick role with the bards. She didn't want to accidentally reveal her own affiliation and ruin her relationship with her cellmate. Isn't that one celebrity feuding with her daughter-in-law?" "Victoria Beckham," Greer reported delightedly. She chewed the topic until breakfast ended. The two joined the other inmates lining up to clear their plates and return their cutlery. A panicked demand rose above the cafeteria's din. "Unhand me!" Maxwell backed away from a scaly creature at the end of the queue. His knees practically shook. He didn't seem to have meant to piss off this inmate like he had with her. Smiling, Red crossed her arms, settling in to watch. It was the closest to must-see TV that they had in Stone Tree. He had to know that his new buddy was a demon species with superhuman strength. The other prisoners circled the brewing fight. Greer tugged on Red's sleeve. "Let's do it while they aren't looking." The witches ditched their dirt in an industrial-sized trash can by the dish-buzzing cart while the guards broke up the brawl. The next day, they did it again. Greer had an unending supply of socks that Red didn't ask about. As the week progressed, the cellmates fell into a routine of reading tabloids by day and enlarging their escape tunnel after dark. On another late night, Red stood at the cell bars as a lookout again. A soft sound of distress made her turn around. Oh shit, was that from the tunnel? She rushed to the mirror and pulled it away from the wall. Scratches and whimpers echoed out of the dark hole like Greer was having a seizure in there. Red climbed inside, scraping her knees on the jagged concrete. The entry looked like the original tunnel maker had used their own claws to make it. Two of her fingers fit in a single scratch groove. She wiggled through the uncomfortably snug fit. The tunnel widened for her to kneel and brace her elbows on the walls. She crawled forward. The cramped darkness made her want to turn back. It felt like being buried alive. She gagged in the stagnant air, and fear made her falter again. When she slept, she had a recurring dream of the warlock burying her. She helped him with the shovel in her nightmare. "Greer, are you okay?" A beam of light blinded her. "Ugh," Greer moaned, dragging herself and a flashlight toward Red. Blood dribbled from her lip. The smell hung pungently in the dusty air. Red tugged her from the tunnel and quietly rested the other witch on the floor. She didn't want to wake the rest of the cell block. This tunnel meant too much to Greer for her to risk it. Brushing the dirt off her friend, she asked, "What happened?" "There was a ward. I didn't know there was another ward. Jonas didn't tell me. How did that fucker not know?" Greer mumbled, voice weakening as her eyes slipped closed. "Shit! That dirt layer between the surface and the prison must have a crystal grid," Red guessed. Crystals were fantastic conduits for energy, but lifeless materials like cement and concrete could dampen their connection in a grid. They were stronger in raw earth. Vic had warned her that Stone Tree's architects were good. He could have emphasized their attention to mystical detail. Greer pointed to the mirror. "Hide that! Company!" Red scurried to conceal the tunnel entrance. Greer handed her astral projection ring to Red. "Hold on to this and give it back, please." "I will." Red looked behind her at the sound of footsteps in the hall. "I gotta tell them something." Greer clutched her head, moaning softly. "I don't want to go to the doctor. Not after what Colin said. They'll ask about my family history again." "I'll try," Red said, helpless to do anything besides make the other witch comfortable. "Is this like a head injury? Should I move you?" Jonas raced to open the cell. He knelt beside Greer, leaning to whisper, "What did you do? The monitors detected that your collar hit a ward. What did she do, Red?" Red stood, raising her hands, taken back by his panic. "I don't know. She fell out of bed, maybe? I was asleep." Jonas lunged up to grab her shirt collar. "Did you do this to her?" Another guard, Freddie, held him back, reminding him quickly, "Procedure!" Greer struggled to sit. Head bobbing, she slurred, "She didn't do nothing to me." Red crouched to steady her cellmate. "She needs to be put in bed." "All injured inmates go to the medical facilities," Freddie said. He seemed to address Jonas more than the women. Slipping his arms under Greer, he picked her up and carried her into the hallway. Jonas stomped after them and slammed the cell closed in Red's face. She paced by the door. Would Greer get punished? What did that ward do to her? Did that mean the tunnel was useless? The unanswered questions dogged her steps until breakfast, when a guard came to escort her. Without her cellmate's privileges, she was last in the cell block to dine. "How is Greer, Freddie?" "She'll be in the sick bay until the doctor learns why the collar malfunctioned and zapped her." "Is that what happened?" Red assumed that Greer pulled that explanation out of her ass, inspired by the Manananggal last week. The guard grunted. "Shoddy alchemist outsourcing. You get what you pay for. When the Brotherhood made the defenses ourselves, they worked. The boss has a mania for tech upgrades." "And you have to deal with the glitches," Red said sympathetically. She didn't mention how she'd noticed the overlapping technologies, as if the prison was in transition. That meant the staff was still in training for the new protocols and tech. It was a detail that she should tell Kristoff. Staff confusion was an escapee's gain. "It's a pain in my arse," he said before catching himself from revealing more. She walked with silent Freddie into the cafeteria. When she scanned the tables of inmates, she knew in her gut that her day would only get worse. She'd lost the tunnel for escape. What else was next? "I don't see the warlock." "He's in solitary for his own protection." Red bit back a curse. She'd been so worried about going to solitary herself, and he went ahead and got himself thrown back in there. Of course. How would she get to Maxwell now? Maybe she could convince the kitchen staff to poison his food, or a guard. It was risky. Too many accomplices were another way to get caught. A false move would sideline her so he could scheme freely. If she had allies on the outside trying to help her escape, then so did he. Once released, Maxwell would continue to hunt witches and sow mayhem as he had through the centuries. He wouldn't stop unless stopped. Freddie checked a message on his beeping smartwatch. He tapped the interface as if irritated by the technology. Sorry if you're hungry, but it's a court summons. Arms out. She lifted her wrists for him to handcuff her. Hope made her stutter. I'm leaving the prison? He guided her out of the chain link fencing around the cafeteria to an elevator. No one does. The courtroom is on site. Red thought that her trial date would be delayed months in the future. Crispin had promised her that Felix Williams was known for fairness. Did she get a lucky break and a pardon? Or was the Brotherhood dealing with her quickly so they could lock her up and throw away the key? She wished she was an optimist. Felix had allowed her a solstice sanctuary, but that courtesy could end today. Heather waited for them as the elevator door opened on the upper level. In a black skirt suit, she looked prepared for court or a funeral. She scolded him. Red was summoned an hour ago. This delay is unacceptable. Where is Jonas? It was his responsibility. Freddie nudged the inmate out into the hallway. Irritation colored his words. I brought her when he finally passed the order along. Red groaned. She'd been waiting for a chance to defend herself for weeks. Did she miss it? Am I late for court? Heather gestured for them to follow her down the hall. The judges are on a break, Red. I expect they'll want to ask you questions. I've eaten sandwiches that lasted longer than this trial. Why the rush? Heather sighed. I wish I knew. I was asked to give a testimonial and submit medical records. Red couldn't imagine that the evidence made her look particularly sane, unless the judges were given clearance to her full Brotherhood file. What happened to patient confidentiality? That doesn't exist in a place like this, Heather said quietly, as if she didn't like it either. Uncertainty tarnished her aura of competency. I've brushed up on Brotherhood law, so you can't act like this isn't highly irregular, Red said. An investigation concerning a slain head bard wouldn't be wrapped up in a month. Why am I on the legal fast track? Unfortunately, I'm told less than you'd imagine by my superiors. Your representative, Jacob Crispin, may know, Heather said. She directed them down another hallway, painted a bland blue and decorated with sigils on wooden plaques for soothing tempers and discouraging violence. A dozen people in suits gathered outside a closed door. Crispin spoke to another man in tweed with hushed urgency. The psychologist gestured to the assemblage. That is the entrance to the courtroom. Red smiled in relief. I see at least one friendly face. Crispin navigated the throng with his cane to approach her. Good morning, Red. Thank you for the escort, Heather, if we may have privacy. That is her representative, Heather explained to the guard when he didn't budge. She signaled for him to step away with her. Crispin leaned to Red, lowering his voice. I worried that they wouldn't bring you. An hour's delay is preposterous. Red nodded, saving her rant about the injustice for later when she had the time. She hated being late to hair appointments. A court date was one of the worst things to nearly miss. When did they decide to try me? Why now, Crispin? I received my summons yesterday, but I had anticipated many possibilities for your defense. I presented as much evidence as my time allotment allowed, including a character endorsement from Stacy Bonner. She called you a true friend to the Brotherhood and a victim of the Warlock as much as the former head bard. You're the best, Red said. The half-fae was a certified apocalypse-tested heroine. That had to count for something, unless the judges thought they were accomplices in Joan Cormoran's death. She tried to sever the negative thoughts as they began. I appreciate everything you've done. Are they going to put me on the stand? He adjusted his drooping half-moon spectacles. The lenses magnified his frustration. I have strong reason to believe they won't question you. Your earlier statement from when you arrived in prison was accepted in your stead. Red didn't know which of her past words could damn her case. Her hands grew clammy from apprehension. I gave that when I was pissed off and coming down from the gorilla tranquilizers they dosed me with. I only half remember that interrogation. Why did they even summon me then? Crispin said, I am authorized to request you, and Heather helpfully assisted me. You deserve to be here. I hope to stir at least one judge's curiosity with your presence. As for your previous remarks, I did my utmost to provide positive context to any potentially inflammatory quotes. You're a peach, Red said. Shit, that had to mean something juicy had come up in court. I read the books you gave me, but my legal knowledge is still mostly episodes of Law and Order. Is it me, or does it seem like the law isn't playing by its own rules? I can't say that I understand. Ingrates! Maxwell yelled, hauled from the courtroom by 2 guards. He struggled to get the last word as the door closed. Do you know what I've done for this brotherhood? You jelly-brained jurists aren't fit to judge my legacy. Historians will say that I am the most significant bard of the last 500 years. Mark this day, for you all have witnessed a miscarriage of justice. Red held a breath, hoping his anger meant what she thought it did. Had he been pronounced guilty? That could exonerate her. She crossed her fingers. Please, Hecate, clear my name. Men greater than you trusted my skills and demanded my secrecy. Every head bard in the last 2 centuries has. I've been an architect for this order's glory. The warlock sneered at the observers as he passed in the hallway. He lunged toward her, but the guards stopped his advance. Red stood her ground. He wouldn't get the shock and awe that he wanted from her. She knew how far he'd fallen. She loved to see it. I didn't receive a death sentence, witch, Maxwell said, laughing bitterly. I'll outlive you. A guard shoved the warlock toward the elevator. Back to your cage. Red hated that Maxwell could be right. At least he hadn't been freed legally by his friends like he promised. She said to Crispin, Did I spy some justice, or do I need glasses? Let us pray justice occurs again, Crispin said as they filtered into the courtroom. A tinted plastic wall divided the spacious chamber and obscured 5 people at a table behind it. The speed of this trial is abnormal, but Felix Williams is known for his efficiency. She muttered under her breath. Yay, we have a new sheriff in town. He led her down an aisle between the spectator benches to one of 2 podiums facing the divider. She'd hoped for a real lawyer at her trial. Did the prosecution have one? What kind of legal process was this? Black soundproofing panels hung on the white walls, muting the echoes from the intrigued whispers behind them. Our break has concluded, a female judge announced from behind the plastic. A speaker amplified her voice. We have one last inquiry to make before we make a decision. Will the psychologist of the inmate rise? Heather walked between the podiums. Red flashed her a small smile, but she didn't look at her patient. She clasped her hands over her black skirt. Yes, Your Honor. We studied your testimony and would like more clarification on your diagnosis. I am in the early stages of observation, but it is clear that the defendant is lucid and perfectly functional, yet impacted by extreme trauma, Heather said. Life as a hunter has made her wary of old enemies and demons. However, her perspective of reality is intact. Red would have argued that it wasn't paranoia if the enemy had a track record. The warlock had fucked with her life whenever he could. She buttoned her lips as the psychologist continued. My patient has denied targeting the late head bard and instead maintains a consistent story of that night's events. She shows normal levels of empathy when referring to Joan Cormoran's death. Outside our sessions, her guards report good behavior toward both staff and her cellmate. She suffers from roughly the same mental health challenges as any hunter with her years of experience. I would diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder and a high level of anxiety. Thank you, Dr. Fernsby. You may return to your seat. The judge's speaker cut out. Behind the tinted plastic wall, the 5 judges leaned closer to each other. The barrier muffled their words. Red strained to hear. She was listening so hard that she jumped when the speaker crackled to life again. Until further evidence is gathered, Red will remain in custody. Chapter 8. January 16th morning, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red shuffled from the courtroom. Today had started shitty and maintained the course. The judges hadn't declared a verdict, but the trial hardly vindicated her. Heather stopped the guards at the elevator and whispered to one. They walked the inmate toward the medical wing instead of descending into the prison. Red felt her own angst too keenly to care about their destination. The psychologist opened her office door. I thought a talk might be best. Red didn't know what to say, but it was better than returning to a lonely cell. The guards unhandcuffed her before exiting. Rubbing her wrists in surprise, she sat down in a chair opposite the desk. Aren't inmates supposed to be chained on the upper level? Heather closed the door, then went to an electric kettle on a cabinet. That would make it harder for you to drink chamomile tea. I have instant coffee if you prefer. No one prefers instant coffee, Red joked to cope with the present. She wiped her palms on her gray pants. They still felt sweaty after fighting off a panic attack in court. She'd take the brewed comfort. Anything is fine. Heather placed a steaming cup in front of Red. She sat in an office chair with her own mug. How are you feeling? My cellmate was hospitalized. My enemy should have been executed, and I'm still stuck here. Other than that, I'm living my best life, Red said sardonically. I think all the prison push-ups are finally showing on my arms. Look at these guns. Heather clasped her hands on the desk, diffusing sympathy like it was an essential oil. The warlock has received a final verdict, but you haven't. In our other conversations, you spoke of destiny like the concept was someone that you personally knew. Your fate wasn't sealed today. Red felt like it was. She'd take the punishment for her mistakes, and she'd made plenty to atone for, but she wouldn't take the heat for Maxwell's actions. He could have deflected or dodged her thrown blade. Instead, he'd purposefully dragged the late Joan Cormoran into the line of fire. The sly bastard probably did it to send Red here. After that testimony, I know you don't think I'm guilty. In a legal sense, I can't say, you're a decent person, and you know I shouldn't be here. Not for his crime. In prison, no. Under the treatment of a trauma-informed therapist, yes. Heather said the blunt words compassionately. I won't argue with that. Red slouched quickly in her chair, leaning her foot under the desk to tap off an outlet strip powering the psychologist's electronics. She wanted her next statements to be truly private. Heather inched her chair backward to peer at her computer tower without losing sight of her patient. What did you do to my monitor? Red tapped the desk to draw the psychologist's attention away from the electronics. She had spent too much time in medical facilities to not learn some of their tech. I'm pretty sure you've recorded each one of our sessions, most likely to a digital medical chart on your computer that can't be paused or spliced. I needed to stop the recording somehow. You won't want me to mention a mutual friend from Portland on tape. It's well known how resourceful he can be. Did I guess right before, or are we still being bugged? You're correct, Heather said, crossing her legs. I wondered when we would speak of Christoph. You thought of him the second I mentioned his sire, I imagine. I'm impressed that it didn't show on your face. You had to know I was his Juniper St. James after our first session. Heather sipped from her mug, peering over the rim with startled fascination. I did. It's not a legend one would forget. What is on your mind? I miss Christoph, Red said. It was a gambit to mention him, but the psychologist seemed like the only staff member who sympathized with her. Another connection might strengthen that bond. A more devious side of her knew the conflict of interest could be leveraged. The prison warden wouldn't want an employee with ties to vampires. What is he to you now? The phrase vampire boyfriend sounds so corny compared to what we are, but I suppose it's apt. He's my love. Heather smiled, sighing as if touched by the declaration. Even still? I fell in love with him without memories. Your file on me might list the amnesia, but not that. Then, when I remembered, Red choked up because she'd recovered him only to lose him again. He'd been her happy place in times when she'd almost forgotten what happiness could be. She couldn't leave their future together to chance. The warlock had come in like a wrecking ball to spoil her joy, time and time again. Christoph told me once how he courted you under his sire's nose. It seemed so romantic that I was a little jealous, Heather confessed with a self-deprecating chuckle. I was young then. I thought I needed to compete with the dead. We thought you were dead, I mean. I get it. More than you think. Red had lived under the shadow of Juniper St. James's legacy in Christoph's life before she realized it was her history. The saga sounded grand and glittering in the retelling, like a dark, dangerous fantasy. Her reality had been more harrowing and complicated. When he told me about you, I felt a nip of jealousy, too. You sounded like quite a woman in his stories. He said you broke his heart when you left. Then again, so did I. I suppose we both had our reasons. Yours as a time traveler are more exotic than mine. I felt myself aging as he didn't. We both wanted families, but I didn't realize what he meant by that at first, Heather said. She fidgeted with her tea mug, picking at the university logo like it was a scab. The biological instinct to replicate a species is an inherent drive. We both had it. The therapy session had gotten more candid than Red expected. It uncomfortably reminded her of a talk with Christoph last summer. She'd asked him about the vampire equivalent of the birds and the bees. Then it had turned into an awkward discussion about if she wanted kids. He said you later married and had children. I didn't want Christoph to be alone, but his path wasn't mine. Is it yours? You mean becoming a vampire? Red trailed off. She'd lived with demons for years, so she'd thought about it. There were times as a powerless human among the monsters that she wished for their strength. It was a bargain with the devil. She'd pay for that immortality with blood and possibly her magic. That wasn't an issue with Christoph. His gift for healing prevented him from siring like other vampires could. No, I just want him, come what may. Heather curled her fingers around her mug, blushing a little. He reached out to me. When I opened my door and saw him, I felt like I was in my 30s again. He's a very special vampire. I don't say that because we dated. I have empirical data that shows he is unlike so many that I've studied. How so? Red asked. She had her own theories to compare the research to. After I switched from human to supernatural psychology, I developed an intake survey to profile the undead. I found patterns between his upbringing and attachment styles and those of vampires raised by souled sires. That group is statistically less likely to be as evil as others of their kind, with or without a soul, to put it in layman's terms. Nurture overcoming nature. He keeps his demon on a short leash, especially when he has someone to love. You'll help us then. Red knew the Novak charm would work. It had on herself. I shouldn't. Professionally speaking, that would... The door swung open with a knock. Dr. Zara Wadsworth Maida stuck her head inside. She gazed at Red as if already imagining another blood sample. I was informed that the inmate would remain with us. I'd like to see her in my examination room. Heather stared at her colleague coldly. We're in the middle of a session. Please close my door. Zara frowned but did as she was told. Red leaned to whisper to Heather. Why is that doctor so interested in me? This isn't just a prison, is it? It's a research facility. I've seen some of the demons kept here. They were too rare or interesting to vanquish, weren't they? Heather dropped her gaze. Yes. Will she do to me what she does to Colin? He shouldn't be here. How many others are like him? Red held her breath, waiting for the psychologist to speak. Her hopes fell as she studied the fear and sadness in Heather's eyes. The doctors had clearly discussed her, and it wasn't good. Please tell me. I won't let you become her experiment. Thank you. Be ready in 3 days. Heather turned to her computer with a deep, shaking breath. I'm rebooting the program, and we'll start our conversation anew, but on a topic far from Christoph for our listeners. Tell me more about your mother and grandmother. How would you describe your family dynamic? I got on with my mom far more than she did with hers. Abigail St. James is a good grandma if you want to know how to summon witch fear. We'd gather herbs in the family cemetery together. It wasn't until I was 7 that I realized how weird that was, Red replied. She settled deeper into her chair, still confused by the psychologist. Was that first order to be ready in 3 days an invitation to escape or something else? It was a deadline she'd prepare for either way. Later in her bunk bed, Red waited for werewolf snores to echo in the cell block. She didn't want to risk being observed. Greer hadn't returned from the medical bay. For now, her ring was fair game. Red had to use it to prepare for her mysterious deadline in 3 days. She should have gone to Kristoff first, but there was someone she still owed an explanation to. Red put on the astral projection ring and visualized Hannah Elizabeth Proctor as she looked on the day that they'd surprisingly met again in Prague. With a backpack and a smile, the teen witch had been on the start of a European adventure. Red had lied in every other sentence to her. After losing so many mentors and parents, the kid didn't deserve another one ghosting on her. It was a wrong that she could make right, unlike so many others. The ring launched her spirit from the prison. She skimmed the stars before she landed in the living room of an attic apartment with a slanted ceiling. Blandly decorated with IKEA furniture and framed abstract prints like a holiday rental, she didn't recognize it. A soft bossa nova song played on a coffee table speaker. Hannah Proctor and Basil Bansko cooked together in an attached kitchen. She laughed in a baggy tie-dyed sweater as she peeled a carrot at the sink. As he whisked something in a bowl, a white apron protected his teal paisley shirt. He said to Hannah, "You haven't heard the best part. I'm surrounded by Madonna impersonators at the sushi restaurant, and I say who's serving. Red." Red waved when he noticed her. She hadn't expected him, but it was good to see the Soulmancer again. He could always be relied on for a dinner party. If only the astral ring would allow her to taste one of his expert cocktails or cooking. "Hey, guys." The teen witch dropped her peeler and whirled around to spot Red. "What in the astral projection? I know it's weird." Basil rushed to Red in the living room, flinging off his apron. "My wayward witch, are you really here? Vic said you were in jail, and not for bouncing checks." "It's not great, but I'm going to get out. How I got this astral charm is a long story, so we'll skip it. I wanted to see you so you didn't have to worry about where I was," Red said. She'd had too long to reflect in solitary confinement about how she hurt her friends. These two were on a list of other apologies and explanations that she owed her nearest and dearest. It started with at least making sure they knew she wasn't dead. Basil bristled and put his hands on his hips. "Your location wasn't what we were worried about." "I didn't realize that you'd be in... Is this Prague?" Red asked. The ring had rocketed her too fast to see. "Isn't it late here?" "We were hungry after a concert," the teen said as if offended. "I don't have a bedtime. I came to visit our sassy Miss Proctor and give a guest lecture on soulmancy for the local alchemists. I have a thriving academic career, you know," he said, preening. He leaned in closer to examine her projected form with dismay. "Red, something is off with your spirit. What have they done to you in that jail? And the collar. What kind of sci-fi apparel is that?" Red touched her spectral neck. The collar had become as normal to her as her shoes. "Ask your boss at the academy. The alchemists sell these to the Brotherhood prison. It suppresses my magic and can zap me if I pass over the wrong warding spell." The teen leaned against the counter, crossing her arms stiffly. "When I saw you before Christmas, did you already know that you could be arrested?" "No," Red said. She wasn't so naive as to think they'd applaud her for revealing the rot in their ranks, but she had thought the Brotherhood would focus on her extensive evidence against the warlock. She also hadn't thought she'd brawl with Maxwell on a stage for every bard to see. Without thinking, she said, "I didn't know you were in Europe. It was like you came out of nowhere the last time we met." "I texted you weeks before that I was planning a winter study abroad at the Prague Academy. I would have gone with you instead if you'd asked," the other witch said. She shook a frustrated hand, exhaling sharply as if forcing her mind past the issue. Whatever. I knew something was wrong then. I gave you that invisibility potion because I thought it would get you out of trouble. Red sighed. It almost did. Why didn't you tell me what you were doing? At least you could have told Basil. He's kind of like a mature adult. He raised a sardonic eyebrow. Am I now? Red could see the hint of guilt on her friends' faces. If they thought they should have come along to support her, she had to snap them out of it. Perhaps it was the therapy talking, but she knew no one could have stopped her but herself, or apparently jail time. She said, You were both doing well at the academy in Vegas. Why would I bring you into a multinational manhunt against a sociopath who had one of my other friends flayed? Basil recoiled, covering his cheeks like he was protecting his skin from instinct. They what? Hannah Proctor huffed and tossed her ponytail over her shoulder. I could have helped you. Look what I did against the vamps on Fremont Street. You kicked ass that day, Red said. She thought of the other witch as a kid, but she was nearly 20. Maybe you can help. The warlock is kept at the same prison that I am. It's called Stone Tree. If you can tell Perenelle, she could do something. All I know is I have 3 days to kill him. Basil lifted his hands as if feeling her aura. Girl, I can feel the revenge vibes through the astral plane. You aren't thinking clearly. Hannah somberly asked, Hunting him will get you in trouble, won't it? Maybe, but I don't plan on it, Red said, wanting to be honest, yet spare her friends as much as she could. Basil groaned. Does it have to be you? There is a full brotherhood of bards and heroes that could vanquish him. The prison experiments on the inmates. A warlock who's managed to live for a few centuries is a good case study. They'll perform research on him until he finds a way to escape. Red had seen the warlock escape certain defeat too many times. He could pull contingency plans and diversions out of his sleeves like a magician with a never-ending scarf. I can't trust anyone else to do it, except maybe Perenelle. Basil sank into a chair, rubbing his temples. You really believe that in your soul. Hannah bit her lip, brow furrowing as she exchanged worried glances with him. Red, do you remember what you said to me after I found out that Frank Lopes killed my dad? Not really. I mostly recall that I didn't want you to go after him alone and angry. Hannah tried to take Red's hand, but her fingers fell through the astral projection. I remember it like this. You told me. I've seen the look in more hunters' eyes than I can count. Vengeance will fuel you, keep you up when the world smacks you down, but it hollows you out. Revenge won't fill the hole. It'll only make it deeper. I'm sorry, Red said, gobsmacked as that night replayed in her head. They were in their dorm room at the academy in Las Vegas after the teen had raided Red's hunting kit to take on a werewolf. She had tried to defuse the situation, so Hannah didn't get herself killed, or so she'd thought at the time. I didn't know. Hannah bobbed her head, eyes glimmering with hope. Yes? How full of shit I was. I didn't understand then because I hadn't remembered losing a parent yet. You should have ripped out his heart, and I should have supported you. The teen looked away, holding her face as if sucker punched. Basil jerked up from his seat. That isn't the moral of her story, Red. Red knew she should have eaten her words, but they didn't understand the stakes. Someone has to take Maxwell down. You think I don't know? His assassins killed Diego, my friend. He pressed his palms together as if praying for peace before he said, I don't want to lose you too. I'm sorry for riling you up, and everything else. I'll be fine, Red said, irritated with herself. What was she doing? She'd wanted to put them at ease, not worry them more. When she thought about Maxwell, her blood boiled and she lashed out. He would have laughed if he knew all the little ways he'd poisoned her life. She attempted a reassuring smile. Really, this will be over soon. Hey, Hannah said gently. I get that you're hurting. I felt the same way, but that pain will blind you on who to trust. It happened to me with Trudy Fox. I don't want that for you. You defeated Frank Lopes, so I didn't have to. Let me return the favor. Like, not me personally, but I'll make sure the warlock gets his karma. Will you cool it on the revenge trip, then? Sure, Red replied, because she didn't want their visit to end in an argument. She'd believed that the warlock was defeated when she saw it. Too many people had gone against him and failed. What do you have in mind? Basil spoke for the teen witch. Madame Perenelle Flamel, obviously. She'll know what to do, and her gendarme forces will see it done. Hannah nodded vigorously. Yeah, she's Wonder Woman. Just please, Red, be careful. I will, Red said before hugging them with ghostly arms that couldn't touch and repeating that she'd miss them. The chat hadn't gone the way she'd hoped, but if they could relay a message to Perenelle, it would save her the astral trip. That had been on her agenda next. I gotta go now. The astral ring shot Red straight through the air, yet she felt off balance by Hannah Proctor's words. It was her own quote, but a stranger could have said it. Her life with amnesia had been black and white, the lines between good and evil drawn like a comic book. Now she saw how much reality could smudge the edges between the two. That moral gray zone confounded her. Red concentrated on the person who understood her hunt for the warlock the best. If anyone could advise her, it was Stacy Bonner. She appeared in the front passenger seat of a sedan. The half-fae in the driver's seat swerved on the empty country lane outside Charm. Dressed in a black dress with a high collar and silver crosses on long necklaces, she looked as gothic as Zack usually did. Her sheathed katana rested on a weapons rack in the back seat. Red instinctively held the dashboard. Shit, I didn't think you'd be driving. I'm astral projecting. Obviously. Stace straightened the steering wheel. She pushed her dark curls out of her face as she pumped the brakes and slowed down. Heart attack aside, I'm glad to see you. Me too. Hopefully I didn't catch you at a bad time. Vic mentioned there was a baddie in town. I'm en route to him. A big bad bone eater. We're less than 10 minutes from his lair. Red didn't love her timing. Chagrined, she said, Then I should probably buzz off. It's not important. Stace flashed her a loving but skeptical glance. This isn't a casual call from prison, because I've tried to call you and been shut down by the Brotherhood. You can't fool me. I've known you too long. Are you okay? Physically, yes. Existentially, no. I still have a chance at the warlock, but there is no but about this, Red. He needs to be vanquished. Crispin told me he got a life sentence. He has more lives than a cat, Stace said. Agitated pink orbs sparked from her hands, then dissolved in the car interior. Tears filled her eyes. Jackson didn't deserve what the warlock did. I still have nightmares about how he died. Me too, Red said, shuddering from a flashback of that desperate race to a Portland hospital, only to lose Stace's boyfriend at the entrance. You can't tell anyone, but once I finish this in Charm, I'm joining you at Stone Tree so we can get him together. There are a few bards who already think I should be there. I can turn myself into the right one, Stace said. Her expression hardened from grief to determination. She looked like a model with her perfect dark skin and features that matched the golden ratio, but her beauty was like a gossamer grenade. Trained as a champion since birth, she didn't shrink from a challenge. Red knew the other woman was serious. No, you don't want to be there. They have ways to bind your powers. Someone as powerful as you would be sent to solitary immediately. You don't have to do this alone. I could be your gal on the inside. Orange is the new black, anyway. The uniforms are gray, Red said, horrified as she imagined her friend joining her in the cell block. A champion of the light in prison? The demons would try to eat her alive. Charm needs you. Besides, out of the two of us, you have a reputation that you can salvage. I can do this. Give me a week. Are you sure? It's unfair that you were the only one arrested out of a whole crew of... I'll do it for Jackson, Red said. She checked the dashboard clock. They were running out of time, and she had too much to say. I was hoping you were at home so I could talk to Zack, too. Stace made an awkward face, dipping her chin into her high collar like a turtle. That might not be a good idea now, unless you have a few hours for him. I've had multiple empath guilt trips already. He's still sensitive that we left, and then there is a whole drama at the diner with the leaking roof. Maybe when you come back. I don't want him to be mad at me, Red said. She'd been hunting this warlock to preserve the life she'd created. It seemed like it was crumbling while she was behind bars. What can I do? I'll tell you when I figure it out, Stace said, turning her car into the parking lot of a highway honky-tonk. Love you, Red, but I have to decapitate a demon that eats baby bones right now. Be a hero. She hugged her friend, then imagined herself with Kristoff. He'd made contact with the doctor already, so would know her plans soon, but she still needed to talk to him. Red launched herself like Supergirl into the gray winter sky over Oregon. Her spirit teleported through the astral plane to London and dropped outside busy Paddington Station. She didn't fully materialize to hide from witnesses. Of course he wasn't home alone. She had popped in on everyone at the wrong moment tonight. Where was he? She drifted between people hauling suitcases and others waiting with a cigarette for their trains until she found him with someone unexpected. Kristoff walked through a crosswalk with Vic in a throng of pedestrians. A blue scarf draped around the collar of his dark overcoat and suit. The streetlights illuminated his strong jaw and broad shoulders, like he was in a GQ photoshoot. When you hear from Crispin, you'll know what you need to. Vic tugged on the lapels of his denim jacket, sending an unimpressed eye roll at the vampire. Look more alive. That homeless-looking guy in the dirty Manchester sweater has been following us for 3 blocks. Kristoff asked, Brotherhood informant? Undercover bard, Vic replied scornfully. He walks like he plays polo with horses on Daddy's estate. Red didn't want to distract the two if they needed to dodge a tail. Her appearance outside Stone Tree would cause a fuss anyway. She returned to her bed in the prison and removed the astral ring from her finger. Rubbing her sore neck, she sighed. Greer was right about astral projection being a pain. Tonight had featured harder conversions than she'd anticipated. She had 3 offers for help to accept. 2 left her fate in someone's hands, and the last one, in which Stace joined her in prison, was unacceptable. Would she have a choice in the end? Chapter 9. January 17th, evening. Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red looked up from her book when a guard stopped in front of her cell. She hopped from the bunk bed. What's the occasion, Jonas? Do I have an after-dinner visitor? Doctor's orders. He unlocked the cell door and handcuffed her. Which one? She asked, hesitantly hopeful. Had the psychologist decided to finally debrief her on what the hell would happen 2 days from now? Jonas's silent, glum expression answered her. It wasn't the doctor she liked. She guessed he didn't either. He marched her into the hallway. His eyes darted to the cell next to hers, where Colin the werewolf was missing. He didn't speak until they were in the elevator and traveling to the upper level. Struggle with me when we see the doctor. I don't want her to send me away again. You want to guard Greer. She stopped herself from adding that he liked the Englishwoman's feet more. She's not like the rest of you, he said as the elevator opened. Red could debate that, but she didn't. His skeevy priorities suited her now. She walked with him toward the medical examination rooms. Okay, but don't hurt me, or throw me in solitary. He stopped at the last door on the right and rested his hand on the doorknob with a heavy sigh. This is Zara's playhouse. She inched back when he opened the door. A sharp electric hum pulsed inside. Her skin crawled as he nudged her over the threshold. It looked more like a laboratory than a medical facility since the last time she'd visited. Equipment bulged from counters and cabinets along the wall. Silver tools cluttered the countertops. A pained moan made her turn. Colin lay strapped to an examination table, eyes closed in a restless sleep. Shirtless, his chest looked like a patchwork of human skin and wolf fur. Bandages crisscrossed his torso where the flesh had split from his unending transformation. White and red electrodes plastered his forehead. Zara stood at the head of the table, monitoring the screen of a boxy beige device on a rolling cart. She held a black wand apparatus to Colin's head. The werewolf twitched, his eyelids fluttering and snout snorting as if his lungs were hitching in his chest. Without looking up, she scolded, "You're early, Jonas." Red couldn't breathe as she looked at the werewolf. Her whole body seized in sympathy for him. The technology had evolved from the Victorian era, but she could see herself as Colin. She knew how it felt when the electricity hit the brain. Lightning shot through your vision, even under your closed eyelids. Her knees trembled. "Electroshock," she whimpered, unable to stop herself, and ran for the door. Jonas caught her around the waist. He muttered, "Good, you can stop now." Red elbowed him, stomping his foot as she struggled to leave. In her mind, she was back at that Scottish asylum. The white, sterile facilities faded into a dingy brick gloom. Screams of the insane echoed in her ears. It was 1893 again. She was as powerless and trapped as before. There wasn't anyone to save her from the asylum this time. "Jonas," the doctor said, pointing to the chair. "Put her there." He clamped Red in a headlock, half strangling her as he dragged her to the seat. His meaty arm choked her. The pressure felt like a warning. She knew he could do worse. Fighting for breath, she dropped back into reality. It felt too much like her past. She gasped. "You won't use electricity on me," Zara said matter-of-factly. "Then don't make Jonas taser you." He slammed Red down in the chair and managed to pin one of her wrists to the armrest. The strap was covered in leather, but she could hear a metal chain grinding together inside it. This wasn't made for a human. She snapped her teeth at him before he could bind her other arm. He leaped away, saying, "Doctor!" "Hold her head so I can get this cap on," Zara said, opening a cupboard as if looking for sugar. Red cursed when the guard held her chin. She said, "Is that going to shock me like you did Colin?" Zara put the cap on her. "These aren't the same devices. Both can trigger your pain receptors, but in different ways. His condition requires alternative treatments. What we are doing today is significant research." The doctor said it as if Red should be excited too. This wasn't a sadist. This was a curious scientist. The latter breed was more dangerous. Exhaling deeply, Red scrambled to regain her composure. "Heather wouldn't like that." "The psychologist has left for the day," Zara said, disappearing inside an interior door. The second dragged on in dreadful anticipation until she returned with Greer strapped to a wheelchair. A copy of the white cap studded with wires rested on the other witch's head. She placed the wheelchair beside her other patient. "What are you doing to her?" Red had a sickening feeling that they were a sick comparison test. The doctor ignored her question. Greer glared at Jonas like he was to blame. "It's been fucking grim." He stepped forward, face lowered as if chastened. "Should I remove Greer? This prisoner, I mean." "No," Zara said, narrowing her eyes at him. He backed up to the wall like the look was a silent order itself. The doctor moved to a computer on a counter, her typing fingers creating a tense soundtrack as the inmates inspected each other silently for answers. Then she slowly turned her computer monitor toward her unwilling patients. Red braced herself for something disturbing. Would it be a neurological scan so they could watch their own brainwaves as they were tormented? Or was it an explanation of terrible medical results? She blinked at the big reveal, expecting to recoil. A cute golden retriever in a top hat smiled from the screen. Greer's lips puckered in confusion. "That's a dog. Why are you showing us a dog?" "There is more," Zara said. She clicked her computer mouse, changing the image to a green-haired clown tumbling at a circus. Her serious gaze juxtaposed the ridiculous picture like a joke. Were they supposed to laugh or what? The screen switched to a video of commuters entering the London Tube. Red asked, "Are you scanning our brain reaction to the images?" "Yes," Zara said, neglecting to explain more. She rotated to a painting of a crying baby and a family playing cards until the slideshow revealed a man slumped in an armchair from a gunshot wound to the chest. Gore spattered the background. Red looked away, repulsed. Why couldn't it have been another puppy? Greer huffed. Disturbing, innit? Oh, and the next one is a car crash. Bloody awful. What is this shite, Doc? Zara turned the computer monitor back toward herself. It's intriguing, Colin moaned from the corner. He coughed before he croaked out, What are they doing to me? What's on my face? Red jumped in her seat. She'd nearly forgotten the unconscious wolf, who was the truly innocent victim here. She asked, Are you okay, Colin? Greer quivered from rage in her wheelchair. Did you hurt him? Colin thrashed against the reinforced straps binding him. He pounded the examination table, denting the metal surface as he tried to loosen his bonds. It creaked under the strain. A bolt flew out of one of the metal legs. Zara motioned to the guard. Her cool reserve didn't flicker as chaos erupted in her lab. Restrain the male inmate, please, Colin growled. His snout curled over his long canine teeth. They said you could help me. Why haven't you? Answer me. Zara strode to a cabinet and pulled out a syringe. As the guard held Colin down, she injected the struggling werewolf in his thick shoulder. She said, Hold him still. This collar traps me in mid-shift, doesn't it? Colin asked, his voice fading with every word to inaudible mutterings. No. Zara spurned the accusation with a terse headshake. Watch him, Jonas. He shouldn't have awoken from anesthesia so soon. You're torturing him, Red shouted. She had once admired the Brotherhood so much that she wanted to join them. It infuriated her that this entire farce of a prison was run by bards. How could they have appointed callous drones like the doctor, who ignored their Hippocratic oath? Was it intentional? She was too jaded to assume it was an oversight. Zara turned to her, seemingly baffled by the statement. I'm helping him. We're seeking a remedy for his condition. The witches sneered at the doctor with matching disgust. Red snapped, He should be in a hospital then, not a prison. Zara focused on Red like she was under a microscope. Do you feel compassion for him? Of course. Shouldn't you? She countered, not fully understanding the subtext behind the question. The doctor's posh accent and mechanical reserve were less emotive than a Roomba vacuum, but there was something stirring underneath. Interesting, Zara said, thoughtful, as if composing a notation in her mind. Let us continue our previous test, or perhaps skip ahead. Red asked, To what? The doctor opened a leather box on a counter, then approached the inmates with a small vial from the box. Uncapping it, she waved the vanilla-scented vial under their noses. What do you sense? Greer sneezed. That smells like stripper perfume. Zara turned to grab another vial from the box and shoved it in Red's face. Red sniffed the cloying metallic scent. Chills rose on her arms when she recognized it. Her stomach rumbled, breaking through her unease to remind her that it had been a day since she'd eaten. She mentally faded from the experiment to crave real food. Did she still have some granola bars in her cell? That's blood. Greer tossed her head back in exasperation. Why are you so weird, Doctor? Zara didn't answer, and made them smell another vial that smelled like freshly cut grass. The next 20 fragrances ranged from decaying meat to nail polish remover. She checked her computer after each one. The split screen featured the outline of 2 brains that pulsed with orange, purple, and green light. Her eyes glittered at the mysterious data. Red realized early in the experiment that the doctor was comparing their reactions. But for what? She covered her worry in snark. Are you going to make us choose between Coca-Cola and Pepsi next? Now that you mention it, Zara said. She pursed her lips as if giving it serious consideration. Maybe later. Greer groaned. How long will we be here? If this is research for a celebrity perfume line, tell Scarlett Johansson or Nicole Kidman that I hated every one of the samples. Who? Zara asked, dispassionately observing the witches over her computer monitor. She clicked the mouse. Her eager eyes darted back to her screen. Greer cried out, her right eye twitching. The LED lights on her cap strobed. She hunched over in her chair, her Essex accent muddled together into florid swears that Red couldn't understand, and faded into a pained moan. Ah, fuck. Doctor, how can you? Red jerked against her bonds, trying to get to her cellmate. A sharp sting jolted through her head. She slumped. Her vision sparkled as it blurred from a sudden migraine. The white cap vibrated. Its electronic whine droned in her ears. Sweet Hecate. Greer shook in her seat, eyes bulging from her head. The lights on her cap flared brightly as it triggered her tears. Stop, Red yelled. What does this prove? Tell me. What are you trying to find out? Zara paused, her hand hovering over the computer mouse. I want to know why your blood and brain are different. You're both witches, and I've studied more than a few, but the results are stunning. Red pleaded, I'll give you my guesses if you let her go. I want facts. Greer scowled at the doctor. Am I the control group of this experiment? Or is she? Zara raised an eyebrow at the witch, as if analyzing her again. And I thought you only read tabloid trash. Red didn't want her cellmate under fire because the doctor had sensed something unusual. Zara had been poking and probing her since she arrived. What had she discovered? A morbid fascination compelled her to say, I fought when I came in. I'll do worse every time you drag me here. If you want me to act like a good little lab rat, leave Greer out of it. Colin, too, Greer added. Red nodded. I'll comply, Doctor. Just stop hurting them. It's research, Zara said, expressionless as she strode to Greer. She removed the white cap from the blonde witch and nodded to the guard. Jonas, you may escort this female to her cell. He rushed to take the handles of the wheelchair and pushed Greer to the door. She looked over her shoulder and asked, What about Colin? Zara shut the door behind them, bypassing the question completely. Her attention narrowed on her remaining two patients. Red glanced at the unconscious mutated canine in the corner. What are you doing with him? I need to transform him into a complete state, man or wolf. I'm stimulating his amygdala. It is thought to process fearful and threatening stimuli. I theorize that his species responds to negative stressors with transformation, Zara said. Her dour mouth slipped as close to a smile as Red had ever seen. She was too proud of herself and her stupid theory. If you want to help him, that's not how to do it. I've known werewolves with shifting problems. A wolf shaman can perform rituals that will cure him. And you truly care about that creature? Why do you keep asking me questions like that? No one could look at him without pity. Red met the doctor's eyes, hoping to find the answer. She'd heard Greer's idea about fallen angel stories, but that couldn't be it. Why else would the doctor have sent the other witch away? This had to be something unique to Red. She braced herself to hear it. What do you think I am? Zara strolled to her computer. What is your theory? You promised one. Red exhaled her irritation in a calming breath. She didn't want to play 20 questions when it came to her health. I promised a guess. My best is that I've traveled through numerous portals and experienced time anomalies that may have affected me. At this point, with your bizarre level of interest, I assume that it's changed my brain somehow. Maybe it gave me an extra kidney. Who knows? Let me see my results and I'll come up with something better than a guess. Zara made a note with her keyboard. Time anomalies. Heather didn't mention that. Red pushed aside a small surprise at the psychologist's discretion. She'd thought Heather and the doctor were working more closely together. How many secrets were the researchers keeping from each other? She asked, How much have you discussed my case? Extensively, but far less productively than I'd prefer, Zara said. She typed her notes faster at her computer. The keys clicked harder as annoyance pierced the doctor's deadpan demeanor. She is as wavering and subjective as her field. I tolerate Heather's demand to keep our discovery from the prison officials. We can't have another scholar scoop you from under us before I write a paper. Yet it's as if she doesn't understand the significance of finding a hybrid. Red nearly swallowed her tongue at the last word, forgetting how to breathe in her sudden panic. Sweat beaded on her brow. A hybrid what? You don't know. Zara approached her patient, and curiosity bloomed in her cunning gaze. She switched the image on her computer screen. A black and white image of an X-rayed skull stared out. Red squinted at the X-ray. What was wrong with the jaw? An extra set of small canine teeth rested above the normal ones in the image. She knew suddenly that she wouldn't like what the doctor said next, but she asked anyway, "Who is that?" "We performed this X-ray when you were unconscious," Zara said. The sentence made Red's head spin. How could that be? It couldn't be her. The doctor interrupted her stuttering denial. "It was taken on your first night in prison. How did you become a vampire hybrid?" "I don't know." Red wanted to deny it, but the theory could explain some symptoms that had worried her. She barely ate or slept. Her hearing was more acute. When the warlock tried to fight her, she'd been too freakishly fast for him. She couldn't look at the screen anymore. This had to be an elaborate ruse. She couldn't be a hybrid. That was impossible. Hybrid vamps didn't exist. You were either alive or dead. Her heart palpitations told her that she was still very much alive and very much freaked out. Zara went to check the brain scanning software on her laptop. "There's suspicious activity in parts of your prefrontal cortex. Some research indicates that part of the brain is responsible for falsehoods." Red bit the side of her cheek, trapped in her lie. A couple of ideas had come to mind. Vampires could turn a dying human by biting them and feeding the victim their blood. She'd spent years being bitten by the undead and had drunk more vampire blood in the last 6 months than it would take to turn multiple people. It didn't make sense, though. She wasn't dying, and the vampire that she'd drunk from was a healer who'd only made his single vamp progeny with alchemist intervention. The doctor's stare demanded an answer. Red lied closer to the truth. "I took a potion to bolster my power when I was hunting the warlock. It was black market without a label. The seller didn't list the side effects." Zara checked the brain scan again. "Several key spots in your bilateral inferior frontal gyrus are activated. Some in the bilateral hippocampus, too. Can I suppose that this news was a surprise?" "It's devastating," Red murmured. She wanted to slip back into her normal life when this was over. This could change everything. What about her magic? She had only just regained her strength back from Maxwell and his cabal. This collar around her neck was temporary. Becoming a vampire could rob her of power forever. Celine Burns had retained her magic after being turned, but Red knew of witches who weren't so lucky after the transformation. Her lungs clenched. She couldn't say any more as grief rolled over her. "Then you shouldn't object to a blood test. Perhaps I can cure you like I shall cure Colin." Red didn't see recovery for either of them in the future. Numbed from emotional overload, she didn't resist the doctor. Vision and smell tests preceded excruciating ones to discover her pain tolerance. Her hair singed from the hot wires of the head cap. In a final test, she ran as fast as she could on a treadmill before Zara released her. The witch left the examination room hours after she arrived and felt her gum line. How close were her new fangs to the surface? Chapter 10. January 17th evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. The door slammed behind Red as she entered her cell. She was missing a little blood and more peace of mind than she could afford. The doctor's appointment had turned her world upside down. Greer stood from the bunk bed. "You look like the doc said you have gonorrhea." "I wish," Red said, sagging against the bars. The guess wasn't far off. She had gotten something from her boyfriend after all. "Thanks for throwing yourself on the sword for me. Before you came, she was too interested in my heritage, asking about fallen angels in my family tree. I think she knows the truth and wants to prove it. Did she keep shocking you with that helmet after I left?" Red had endured more than that. She crossed her arms over the bandages under her sleeves, grateful that the other witch had been spared the rest of the experiment. It wasn't a struggle she wanted to share. "Don't worry about me." "I do what I please," Greer said like a diva as she brushed her ponytail over her shoulder with gold-painted nails. Her queenly expression fell into concern. "You took a turn in Dr. Frankenstein's lab for me." Red climbed to the top bunk and flopped onto the thin mattress. I've been better, but I'm fine. Greer peeped over the bunk rail. Tentative and quiet, she asked, "What did she do to you, girl?" Red rolled onto her side to face her cellmate. "I don't want to talk about it, but she gave me some news." "Bad, I reckon. Is there anything I can do?" Red sat up, holding her knees to her chest. "There is someone that should know." Greer took the astral ring out of her pocket. She placed it on the bed solemnly. "Ring them up, then." Red slid the mystical jewelry on her finger. Her body fell back against the pillows as her spirit soared toward Christoph Novak. He had explaining to do. She descended from the atmosphere to the N2 Corp skyscraper. Passing through a rooftop patio and a penthouse where the Child Prince of Portland held court, she stopped on the penultimate level in Christoph's office. She throttled her projection to remain invisible to the room. Christoph reclined in a white leather chair by a wall of his photography. His brother Arno and his friend Netta Chernin raised half-drunk toasts to him. Except for the blood in their glasses, it looked like a corporate happy hour. They were three of the most important supernaturals in the city. What were they celebrating? A past warning from Lucas Crawford echoed in her ears. He'd trailed after her hunt for the warlock, as if he knew where it would lead. He'd told her that Christoph wouldn't tell the truth when she most needed it, and that it was in his character to lie. It was a vague warning. If he suspected that his progeny was trying to turn her into a vampire, he would have told her and tried to stake her boyfriend already. She would have heard about it from Vic for sure, unless her lover didn't want anyone to know but his inner circle. Red edged closer to the group. They couldn't see her until she wanted them to. She had questions for her boyfriend, but suddenly she didn't know if she would get real answers. Netta hugged Christoph. "I'm truly glad for you. We know that I've complained loudly about some of your recent decisions, but my heart is happy when yours is." He winked. "I won't tell anyone that you have a heart." The vampiress laughed. "It's my best kept secret. Now I have one more meeting before my flight to Seattle." Christoph settled back in his chair, resting his hands behind his head. A smile brought out his cheek dimples. Red hadn't seen him happier. He said, "It won't be as momentous as this one, Netta." She made a face and opened the office door. "I won't call her my cousin." Arno snorted, walking to a copper-plated drink cart. He wore a wry smile and a blue suit tailored in the same style as his brother's gray one. "As long as you don't call her a bitch anymore." Christoph glared at him as the other vampires laughed. Red waited until Netta disappeared into the hallway. She concentrated on projecting her spirit so the men could see her. Irritation fueled her intention. Hands on her hips, she asked, "Who's the bitch?" Christoph rose, arms up as if preparing to surrender or catch a thrown vase. "Red, that wasn't—" "It was," Arno said, mixing himself a cocktail. "That is, if you were wondering if our conversation was about you." Red strode to Christoph. He'd been her anchor in the wild seas. They'd moved mountains together. He'd been at her side for some of the most important fights in her life. Why hadn't he told her what his blood could do? Maybe he didn't know the consequences, but it still stung to hear it from the doctor first. He flashed his fangs at his brother. "Arno!" "She needs to know. Tell her, Christoph. It should be from you," Arno said, walking his drink to the exit. He nodded to Red as if welcoming her to the family when he shut the door. "What is it?" Red said, fortifying herself for his answer. She knew her diagnosis, but would he admit it? Or had the doctor lied? It certainly sounded like he was ready to break out cigars with his buddies. Christoph tried to take her incorporeal hands. He sighed when he couldn't. "When I heard about your medical results, I thought it was a cruel hoax and did my own investigation. I won't lie and say that I don't want it for us." "You may feel different," he said, the sentence like it pained him. "What's wrong with me?" "You're not wrong. Darling, you're a miracle." She needed him to say it. It wasn't real unless he did. "They say I'm transforming, don't they?" "I believe it's due to my blood, but I don't know how," he said. His eyes twinkled like it was wondrous. Red sank into a chair. Fear of change, anger toward the unknown, and perverse excitement cascaded over her as more emotions jolted to the fore. He'd told her what the doctor had. This wasn't her first warning. Trudy Fox tried to tell me. She said your blood was unpredictable for witches. You look like you swallowed glass. Is this so terrible? I don't know what I'm thinking, she said. Her racing thoughts had created a traffic jam in her head. What's my expiration date? Will I keep like honey or turn like old milk? His expression chilled like the comparison annoyed him. You won't spoil. I think you'd need more blood for full metamorphosis. Red didn't care that she'd probably insulted him in the dark gift that vampires were so proud of. She couldn't stop mulling over her own demise. Oh, Hecate, what about her magic? It wasn't a flip of a coin on whether she'd keep hers. The odds were worse. I thought you could only heal and not... Have you done this before? No. I came into this as blind as you. If the solution was to sire witches, then I would have found a coven decades ago. Kristoff turned away from her. He could conceal his face, but she could hear the underlying pain. You know how much I've wished that I could create more vampires besides Arno. Why didn't you tell me that I was a hybrid before? I tried, but you astraled out before I could. The Brotherhood considers me a threat, so I can't call you in lockup. Vic was a possibility, but I couldn't assume that you would want anyone else to know. If I was in a regular prison, I would have gotten a contraband cell phone, she murmured absently as she thought over his answers. He was unsullied, so morality was slippery for him. His world was about wanting, taking, and having. She felt his frustration and pain enough to know that he was being forthright about his conflicted confusion. Could she stop this transformation now? She couldn't say that aloud. This meant so much more to him. She didn't want to be a blood drinker. Maybe it was hypocritical considering their history, but she wanted to live and return to her semi-normal life and charm. He said, We don't know anything for certain. Until my brother can examine you and put those medical degrees to use, I don't want to excite either of us. These reports could be exaggerated. I don't think it is. The prison doctor wants to experiment on me. She thinks she can cure me. Vampirism is a life sentence. Kristoff knelt beside her. He seemed to button down his delight, but hope shone in his eyes. Darling, I promise that I didn't know. But I can't say I regret this blessing. We don't know where it could lead, but I will stand beside you. You're acting like I'm having a baby. I could be dying. I can see your pulse even through the astral plane, Red. You're alive and a little more than before. The declaration was supposed to be comforting, but she shivered. What does that mean? He rested his hand above hers. We're in the unknown together, like always. I won't lose my soul, she said. The months chasing the warlock had been a dance with darkness, and she didn't like how it felt after the music ended. Her future wouldn't be like her past. She wasn't the murderer that the Brotherhood thought she was. Done. Kristoff conceded the point like they were negotiating a business deal. I'll pay a soulmancer to anchor it. Whatever you want, I'll give it. This doesn't change how I feel. Nothing could. Red confessed. I'm scared that I could lose my magic. When I break you out of prison, we'll uncover the answers that you want. I'll ensure that you will only gain powers, not lose them. She knew the question would hurt him, but she had to ask. What if I don't want to be a vampire? He took a needless breath. His eyes flickered closed as if to hide the conflict brewing in his piercing gaze. He nodded stiffly, like the action hurt. Then you won't be. Promise me. She didn't know what she was asking. What could he even do? He had worked miracles for her before. Why not again? Maybe she would end up stuck in the middle like Colin. Of course I will. I love you. Red tried to hug him. She could have cried when her arms couldn't touch him. I can feel the anger and hate in my throat. It's like a bubbling scream. When I hit the warlock in the cafeteria, I didn't think about it. I reacted and chose violence. If I'm honest, it's been like that for months. Is it your blood? Or is it me? The last idea scared her more than the first. A philosophical thoughtfulness softened his voice as Kristoff said, Vampires don't care about the casualties. We act first. The demon inside us demands it. When I was young, that inner voice sounded like a roar. It was hard to refuse until I tamed it to my will. Do I have a demon inside me? She touched her chest. What lurked behind her heart? Was she already too far gone? With her magic bound by the collar, she couldn't tell if she still had it. I don't know. Red leaped from the chair, passing through Kristoff to circle the coffee table. Then I need to talk to someone who might. He stood, clasping his hands behind his back. Hurt crossed his face. You're going to him. Lucas. You don't need to play coy about it. She shook her head at his assumption. What could Lucas tell her that a bard or her lover couldn't find out on their own? A jaunt to Los Angeles to Quinn Investigations would end with unpleasantness and recriminations. She understood the shadow the other vampire cast over them. Wanting to soothe his fears, she ghosted a kiss on his cheek. It isn't about him. Nothing in my future is. I need to see Vic. He can research for us. I don't want to change. Not yet. Not when I've only really started my life. Kristoff pressed his lips together, bracing himself as if her words were a whip to his back. He lowered his face. His stoic reserve hung like a cracked shield, revealing the saddened vulnerability underneath. This won't be our last conversation about it, I'm sure. I love you, Red said, wishing she knew how to comfort him without raising his hopes for something he cared so desperately about. She didn't think she'd have to face this question for years. She never wanted to. Go, do what you must. She wanted to cradle him in her arms, but he couldn't feel it. Sorrow settled in her spectral belly as she astral projected to Vic. Her speed slowed as part of her wanted to stay behind with Kristoff. He would try to persuade her like a salesman if she let him. She needed someone who'd think clearer than either of them about this. Red appeared in a cramped hotel room, landing on a shag carpet that should have been retired in the 1970s. Vic watched an old Star Trek rerun in bed before the TV switched to a Tesco commercial. A placid British spokesperson announced post-Christmas sales. He jolted up, kicking under his blankets as he noticed her. Creepy, Red. I know you can't phone ahead, but could you cough or something? I'll sing next time, she joked weakly and sat on the edge of the bed. He turned off the TV. I'm trying to banter and you're nearly in tears. What did the warlock do? I wish I could tell you some wacky prison hijinks. The medical tests say it might not be as bad. She despaired more with every attempt to explain. There wasn't a gentle way to tell him that she was becoming one of the demons they hunted. You warned me once about Kristoff's blood. This might be a good time for an I told you so. Vic rolled from his blankets and jabbed the remote to turn off the television. Damn it, intern, what did he give you? Cemetery chlamydia? You know, she said, rolling her eyes. The researchers at Stone Tree are delighted to have a vampire-human hybrid. What is that, like a third undead? You're not changing into that, Vic grumbled, pacing the cramped hotel room. Does he even know what he's done? Or did he plan on it? I can tell you don't want this. She leaned back on her palms, looking up at the moisture damage on the ceiling. He could make her cry with his grief-stricken stare. She'd seen him grapple with his brother's change into a werewolf. It had torn him up. The last thing she wanted was for him to feel like that about her. Her actual heart was miles away, but the distant pounding reminded her of what she could lose. What I want is my life back, how it was in Charm. I was finally home. We'll switch you back to a normal human witch, then take you to the dentist to pull out the baby fangs. He pepped up, faith shining in his eyes. Or maybe it was delusion. She'd take his moral support either way. How? I'm the bard. I'll hit a library. There has to be a counterspell. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about Kristoff. Fuck. I won't tell him about anything. He's fucking dead to me. If you want to kill... No, I love him, she said. Vic glanced at her like she was nuts. She might be, but she trusted her lover. Stay in contact. I don't think he knew it was possible. He acts like it is some happy accident. Vic groaned, rubbing his face. Fine. When you get out of prison, we'll fix this. Really? Please, if you can find anything, I will. Until then, you can't drink any blood. Actually, never do it again. I can't judge your fetish because my internet history is goblinish, but damn, Red, it's weird. It wasn't a sex thing. It was his blood pumped up my power. Afterward, I could sling spells like. She faltered. How she felt in Kristoff's arms was something that she couldn't describe to Vic. He was her best friend, but they didn't giggle about boys together. Explain less, please. I'll find a cure without knowing the details, Vic said, lifting a hand in weary discomfort. I'm still looking for that witness at the Hellfire Club, too. I may have some leads. Go on and act like a model prisoner for now. Red thanked him as she dematerialized, retreating back to the prison. She sat up, touching the pulse in her neck, grateful for its presence. Her heart skipped as she imagined it stopping. Climbing down from her bunk, she tried to shake the restlessness from her limbs. She dropped the ring into Greer's waiting hand. All done. Her cellmate squinted at her in the darkened cell block. You don't look happier for it. I needed to know anyway, she said. She returned to her bed, dwelling on the bitter confirmation until dawn. Chapter 11. January 18th afternoon, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red listened at her cell door for the guards, eager for lunchtime. She wasn't hungry. She was desperate. Tomorrow was her deadline for whatever the psychologist had told her to prepare for at their last session. Greer paused in her makeup routine at the mirror, setting down her mascara. Aren't you excited? Did you finally get an appetite? Colin is working in the kitchens today, right? I didn't see him at breakfast. Red had to speak to him about doing her a favor. If he remembered how she'd tried to help him, he might be inclined. He was a sweet guy under the fur, so she couldn't tell him exactly what she had planned. He is. I hope he likes his new job. He hates being in a cell, says it makes him feel like he's in a kennel, Greer said. She turned to look at Red, lifting her penciled eyebrow with a knowing look. Why do you ask? You're keyed up like you're going to ask him on a date. Ooh, are you? Red tried to play it cool. I need to ask him a few questions, like what's for lunch and who prepares the meals for the warlock. Greer laughed, digging through her makeup bag. They don't leave rat poison in the kitchen, babe. He's too soft for that anyway. Red had been called soft once. Time had changed that. No one knows what another person is capable of. I won't ask him to do anything terrible. Greer opened her mouth to argue, then shut it when she noticed the guards in the hallway. She made small talk with Jonas about the weather as the prisoners were led from their cell but kept a wary eye on Red. When they reached the cafeteria, she muttered to her cellmate, Colin isn't here. I have another idea, Red said, noticing the Mananangle sitting alone at a middle table. The others called her Amy. That couldn't have been her demonic name in the blood realm. Breaking away from the other witch, she sat beside the Filipino demon in a crop top. She studied her fellow inmate's collar. Triangle-shaped garnets studded the metal. How did the alchemists design it to suppress Amy's odd power? The Mananangle looked like a college student, but she sucked a blood bag with a straw like it was a juice box. Red tried not to think about how good her liquid lunch smelled. Between slurps, Amy said, You're staring. Hi, I'm Red. Nice to meet you, she said, trying to act like this was a party and not prison. She didn't want to be on this one's bad side. You're Amy, right? I saw you the night they brought me into Gen Pop. Was your collar repaired? I heard there were other collar malfunctions recently. You ask too many questions. Not as many as the researchers, Red said, going on a hunch that this demon was too rare to ignore. How many others still existed in their dimension? It was like finding a living dodo bird. Amy angrily flicked out a grotesquely long forked tongue. It was unnatural for the species that used straw-like tongues to siphon blood from victims. Her split appendage looked cauterized so it couldn't pierce anyone's skin. Was it Dr. Zara's work? Red continued, pressing the buttons that she hoped led to an explosion. She needed a distraction to find Colin. They won't take you to the doctor if the prison staff is scared of you. Amy shot her tongue at the nearest guard. He shifted in discomfort at the sight. Her tongue stretched 2 meters until she retracted it like a measuring tape into her wide grin. She laughed. They fear me now. Humans are forgetful. Amy clicked her tongue in warning like a rattlesnake rattle. I'm eating. Red retreated from the table. That was a bust. She'd wanted the demon to flare up and distract the guards, leaving the cafeteria short-staffed so she could disappear in the chaos. Another option was the hot-tempered reptilian demon that had quarreled with the warlock. He was 2 seats from the Manananggal and could be easier to provoke. There were many villains to choose from, but she didn't know who would take her bait without biting her in the process. She needed an opportunity to get to Maxwell Baldacci in solitary confinement. It didn't feel like she was planning so much as scrambling. Tomorrow's deadline loomed like a thundercloud on the horizon. Greer welcomed her back to their table with a small nod. She pointed her fork at Colin as he emerged from a hallway and pushed a tiered dining cart outside the fenced-in cafeteria. He isn't slowing to say hi. Do you think he's going to solitary? Red asked. The meals had already been distributed. Where was he going? She bet that he had an ID badge with the clearance to go to the lower levels of the prison. The staff wouldn't eat anything inmate made. Red needed to get into an elevator with him. She took Greer's fork and scooped the last bite of mashed potatoes from her plate. Do you mind? I need to borrow this. I wanted that, Greer said, pouting. I'll give you something to gossip about. Red held the fork behind her back. Her idea was crude, but a spud would need to make a distraction. She strolled toward Colin, quickening her pace as he reached the exit of the cafeteria. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know how she'd get another one to talk to him. How could she walk out with him? Thinking fast, she waved to Jonas, who guarded a barred door out of the fenced-in dining area. I have a doctor's appointment. I didn't hear anything about that. Red made a shocked face before she hid behind the guard. In fake terror, she said, Did you see what Amy did? When Jonas turned, Red used him as a shield and launched the mashed potatoes on her fork at a green-scaled demon. She dropped her hand, immediately hiding the utensil in her pocket before anyone could see. Cold mashed potatoes flew forward like a missile. She mentally saluted the spuds. Her potato projectile hit the green demon on the side of the face. Growling, he slammed his fist on the table. He swept his plate off the surface, taking a few others with it. Amy glared at him as her lunch landed in her lap. She hissed at him, stabbing the air with her tongue. He slapped it away and said, Don't jab at me, Manananggal. Amy leaped on the table, hissing. She dove onto the other monster. I will be respected. Jonas and the other guards ran toward the fighting inmates. Red strolled behind Colin out of the cafeteria. I have another doctor's appointment, she said to a guard in the hallway, then pointed toward the yelling in the interior. I think your boys need you. Stay here. It's that fucking Manananggal again, the guard said, disappearing inside. She gestured for Colin to keep pushing his cart. The chain-link fencing around the cafeteria didn't hide her from the others. If one looked away from the disturbance, they'd see her. Colin asked, Are you supposed to be with me? Your badge can get you through the elevator's card scanner to solitary, right? He nodded nervously. Then I'm supposed to be with you, she said, using his wolfman bulk to conceal herself. Once she got into the elevator, she could take it to the lowest level of the prison, called Villain's Row. It was a fitting place for Maxwell. If she could trust that he wouldn't escape, she would have left him to rot there. Her heart pounded as she reached the elevator. A door beside it burst open. Felix Williams strode forth with an administrator in a bow tie on his heels. The prison employee nasally whined, Sir, this inspection is unorthodox. We require notice. Felix held up a disinterested hand to the other man. The last head bard kept Stone Tree as a mysterious pet project with a secret budget. I must know what I am inheriting. He recoiled, noticing Colin. Gods above, is that a Michigan dogman? Red noticed the open stairwell as the opportunity presented itself. She could sneak into it. Colin's self-conscious anguish made her pause. He hunched, trying to shrink down. She patted his arm and said to the head bard, He's a werewolf, not a monster. Colin shouldn't even be here. The prison administrator pleaded, Please, Mr. Williams, if you will. I came to see with my own eyes, Felix said, shaking off the other man. He glanced at Red as if reconsidering her. I wouldn't have expected your advocacy. I wouldn't have expected the Brotherhood to experiment on hapless supernaturals, but here we are. Colin didn't do anything. How many others are imprisoned because they are merely interesting specimens? Felix asked the administrator, What unethical research is she talking about? Speak plainly, sir. I've heard other rumors of what my predecessor allowed here. The other man motioned frantically for Colin and Red to get into the elevator and slapped his ID badge against the entry scanner. He sweated, tugging his bow tie. Move along, inmates. These two must work in the kitchen. They don't know anything. Colin covered his face with his sweater hood as he passed the head bard. Taller than either man, he hunched, skittish and nervous, like he could hide his size. He murmured, They told me this was a hospital. A hospital? Felix Williams repeated as if he couldn't believe it and glared at the prison admin. What is this werewolf charged with? The administrator gritted his teeth, holding the elevator door. I can brief you in my office. These inmates are late to deliver meals to solitary confinement. Red strode into the elevator, ready to take on the next challenge. The admin had made it easier for her, but she'd need 3 separate keys off a guard to enter Maxwell's cell. That was if the fortifications were the same as her last one. A scratch of skittish paws made her look at Colin. She hadn't noticed his enormous wolf feet were bare before. His furry ears flattened under his hood in distress. He whispered to Red, The guy in the tweed suit is important, right? Convince him to free me. You and Greer get this world. I don't. I didn't even know that werewolves existed 6 months ago. She lifted her hand to the elevator buttons. She could hit the one for the bottom floor or stop the door, save an innocent or kill a villain. This mission against the warlock was for her mother, really. Every other hurt paled in comparison to that. But what would Mom want? Heather had asked her that, and she'd deflected the question. It hammered at her now. Her worst demons battled her better angels. Red stopped the elevator. Mr. Williams, Colin isn't charged with anything. He came to the Brotherhood for assistance. If a higher power drove you here today, it is to release him into the care of someone like a wolf shaman who can help him humanely. I've seen the cruelty toward him that they pretend is treatment. Don't allow this injustice to stain your legacy. Felix listened to her defense with a closed expression. He turned to his underling. Disgust colored his crisp British accent. Find me his files. You will release him immediately if this is true. Colin bowed over his cart like the head bard was a king. It is. Yes, sir, the administrator said. His affable smile faded as he faced the inmates. He whistled with 2 fingers in his mouth, then yelled, Guards, we have an unscheduled inspection. Be advised. I need 2 for prisoner escort. Felix insisted. The werewolf will go to an upper-level holding cell to prepare for exit processing, while I personally see to his case. When I ordered immediate release, I meant it. Red bit her lip, reaching for the elevator buttons again. Fuck. Guards would surround her in a minute, and the dining cart blocked the door from closing. How could she get to Villain's Row? Colin hugged her, whispering in her ear. You knew the right words. Thank you. He squeezed her joyfully, holding tight enough for her to steal his kitchen staff badge before the guards separated them. It wasn't convenient to help him, yet it was right. He didn't deserve to be here. She might have earned punishment, but not him. Her mother would have wanted it. A dark part of Red mourned the chance for the warlock that she hadn't taken. Was that her human instinct or a demonic one? Chapter 12. January 19th, evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. A guard led Red to Heather Fernsby's office. It had been 3 days since their last session. She should have been happy, or at least excited for what was to come. But Maxwell Baldacci still lived. She had been promised that Perenelle and the Alchemists would finish the job. Her tense argument with the teen witch Hannah Proctor still made Red cringe from how she'd bungled it. Since she'd last astrally projected, she'd mulled over the conversations with her friends. Wisdom threaded the opposing views. She wasn't an idiot. She knew there was a cost to hunting Maxwell, even if they thought she'd gone feral. Locked in her cell, she couldn't seek the warlock anyway. All she could do was trust. It felt harder than the hundreds of push-ups she did every day. "Good evening," Heather said, sitting behind her desk. "She'll remain cuffed, Jonas. You can leave us for the hour. Thanks." Red slumped in the chair across from the desk. She'd prepared for this day as much as she could after Greer reclaimed her astral ring. The ID badge she'd stolen from Colin lay hidden in her bra, just in case. Whatever the psychologist had planned, Red was in the dark, and it felt darker while wearing chains. Heather pushed a mug toward her patient. Blue fluid sloshed in the cup. This wasn't tea. What did this potion do? She said, "Thirsty?" "Sure." Red glanced at the guard lingering at the open threshold to the hallway. "Jonas," Heather said, "could you shut the door? Oh, I believe Dr. Wadsworth Maida wanted to see Greer soon." He nodded with a nervous gulp. His footsteps echoed in the hall as he raced toward the prison, forgetting the first order. Heather smiled tightly at the witch as she closed the door. "That's a lie. My colleague should have gone home." Red leaned back in her seat. "So, you're not recording?" Heather pulled a key out of her blouse pocket and undid the handcuffs. "We have an hour to get you to the outer fence of the grounds." "What about the wards? I saw what they did to Greer." Heather walked behind Red, lifting the inmate's hair and adjusting the collar. "It's disabled. Don't remove the collar until we leave, or run from me. Stay as close as you can." Red grasped her neck, tearing up as her magic flowed back to her. Sparkles glittered in her vision. Tingles radiated from her shining chakras in her mind's eye. A soul-soothing warmth like a hug from the goddess Hecate enveloped her. Generations of witchcraft flowed through her veins. She didn't know if angels were involved, but it felt miraculous anyway. She'd fought so hard to regain this strength and thought she had lost it for good. It made the reunion more precious. In her gratitude, she could see what Christoph had loved about the psychologist. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Heather said, as if she broke prisoners out of jail daily. A small shake to her hands revealed her nervousness. "Unauthorized magic will signal the guards. You can't perform a spell, or you'll bring them on us. We must move quickly. Drink." Red sniffed the potion in the coffee mug. It would taste as bad as it smelled. She identified the licorice and dirt aroma as an invisibility potion. She gagged at the first sip, then chugged it down. "Where did you get this?" "Our mutual friend," Heather said, putting on a camel-colored overcoat. She grabbed a briefcase from beside her desk and pulled another vial of the blue potion out of it for Red. "That is my last one, so watch how you swing your arms. Most of the administrative staff has left, and the guards are switching between day and night shift. You'll walk beside me through security into my car. Don't speak or touch anyone. I've used a potion like this before. Thank you, Heather. I mean it." A wistful smile spread over the psychologist's face. "I don't want Christoph to be lonely anymore." "He won't be." Heather opened the door, glancing down the hall. She strolled calmly from her office. Red followed, careful to keep a step behind. They turned into a stairwell and climbed up. At the top, a security guard waited by an exit with a metal detector. Painted sigils decorated the frame. What else could it detect? Red paused as Heather approached it. The scanner would definitely sense her passage. She'd have to wedge herself in the small gap between the wall and the machine to slip through the door. The guard huddled around the psychologist, checking her briefcase. He looked fresh from college. A baton and a walkie-talkie rested on his belt. "How are you today?" "Looking forward to the weekend." "It's only Wednesday." He laughed, handing the bag back and waving the psychologist through the metal detector. Red tried to step around him, but he blocked the gap between the detector and the wall. She was invisible, but still corporeal. She couldn't touch anyone, or the potion's magic would drop, and he'd see her. Heather went through the detector to open the exit, releasing a winter breeze. She smiled at the guard. It seemed natural, but Red knew that she was waiting for the escapee. You're new, right? What was your name again?" "Will," he said, not budging from his position. Red spotted his jacket hanging off a rounded back chair. A smartphone peeked from the pocket. She tugged the coat down slowly as if it fell on its own, letting the phone clatter to the floor. The guard turned to the noise, grumbling. "That's a new Samsung." Tiptoeing backward, Red avoided him to slip between the detector and the wall. She ducked under Heather's arm to run outside. Her adrenaline blocked the cold. She whirled around, indulging in her invisibility. No one else could see her happy dance. A door shut behind her on the prison exit, disguised like a yellow-painted shed. Snow covered the expansive yard to the monastery in the distance. She had only seen it in the summertime. The gentle snowfall made the stone building seem softer. It was jagged in her oldest memories of it. As her breath turned to vapor, she contained her joy and focused on where the psychologist led. Heather walked on a gravel path to a second guard station built into a stone fence. She flashed an ID badge at the station as she entered a bigger parking area than Red expected. How many people worked at Stone Tree? Old-growth forest ringed the lot, hiding the facility. Shivering, the psychologist went to the farthest SUV in the corner. She whispered, "Into the back seat. Go to the side facing away from the guard station." Red peered at the tinted windshield as she went around the SUV. "Who is in there?" Kristoff opened the back door. Sheathed blades were strapped to his wrists under his rolled-up white sleeves. Determination hardened his handsome features. A smile softened his face when he saw her. Red. She embraced him, desperate to feel him and know that this wasn't a dream. His touch cleared the fear from her mind. Somehow he could always quiet her inner demons. That crackle of fire sparked between them. It had doomed and saved them so many times. Tonight, it felt like a sanctuary. He tightened his arms around her. Between kisses, she said, "I knew you could do it." Heather called from the driver's seat of the SUV. "We have to go. There is a third checkpoint ahead." Kristoff slid into the back seat and pulled Red with him. She cuddled against him before she closed the door. He smiled at the driver. "Thank you, Heather." The psychologist glanced back at him with a little headshake, like she still couldn't believe what she was doing. She drove from the parking lot. "I'm a romantic, I suppose." "I appreciate this so much," Red said. Heather turned onto a thin country lane. "We're not safe yet. In a few minutes, we'll pass the last guard post." Kristoff pulled a blue vial of invisibility potion out of his pocket. He grinned at Red. "You wouldn't believe what the Alchemist wanted to charge me for this." "You haggled them down, I'm sure," Red said. She hadn't doubted that he'd find a way to her. It was performed in the low-key style that the public relations conscious man preferred, with plausible deniability for himself or his boss. She assumed that he'd done more than barter for potions with the alchemists. "Speaking of them, I talked to Basil and Hannah. They say Perenelle will take care of the warlock. What have you heard from the academy?" He averted his gaze to the window as his expression fell, but he couldn't hide his unease from her. "What is it? Is it the alchemists?" Red had built her hopes on them. She wouldn't have left her post against the warlock if she wasn't sure that Perenelle would get him. There was more than her vendetta at risk. She had promised powerful people that she'd kill Maxwell. "It's nothing." "No, something changed, didn't it?" "My sources say that Perenelle is softening her stance toward the warlock," he said, slow and hesitant, as if worried about how she'd react. She could tell he wanted to reassure her with lies instead. His glum irritation told her it was the truth. The immortal doesn't want a war with the bards. From a business standpoint, she can't afford to alienate one of her biggest customers and allies. That doesn't mean she can't apply pressure on the head bard. She isn't coming for Maxwell. Red would have dropped to her knees if she wasn't sitting. She'd kept her cool for the last 3 days because she thought the famous Perenelle Flamel was her backup. The Academy's might and prestige were a knockout punch. If the Alchemist didn't vanquish the Warlock, then Stace Bonner would. The half-fae wasn't kidding when she said she'd turn herself in to Stone Tree captivity. It would destroy her future. If Red left now, she'd only return to break her friend out. There had to be another way. She asked, "What about Prince Merrick?" Kristoff squeezed his eyes shut briefly, as if frustrated by the question, like he'd heard it before. She would have bet $1,000 that his brother had tried to warn him. He said, "The prince doesn't matter. None of it does if you're in chains. You shouldn't be his enforcer. That's my official job." "It's not that simple." Red put her fingers against his lips before he could argue. He'd sacrificed too much for her before. "If you defy him, he'll turn on you, Kristoff. Arno, too. You've both been accused of treason before. I thought we could rely on the immortal alchemist, but we can't. I'm the one in the best position for—" "You can't stay to kill the warlock. We won't have a chance to break you free like this again. They could know about Heather soon." "Not if I get back to my cell tonight." Red kissed him. She wanted it to be sweet in case she didn't see him for a while. Be brave, she told herself. She had to do it for him. "We made a bargain with devils. You'll pay if I fail." "I have weathered worse." "You died once because of me. I won't let that happen again," she said, confessing a guilt that she hadn't even admitted to her therapist. He had been turned by Lucas because of her. A small glimmer of surprise broke through his worry. "Is that something that concerns you? I thank Satan every night that I became immortal." Red shook her head, tramping down her relief. They couldn't get distracted. She could see the end of the road. Who else is in the right position to gank the warlock? His eyes narrowed as if he was calculating his counter-argument. The seconds dragged on without one of his trademark smooth rebuttals. "There are others who could be moved into place." "See, you'd have to smuggle another assassin in." "I'm not a magician. I can't repeat this trick. Don't do this," he said to Red, as close to begging as a proud man could get. Heather slowed the SUV as they approached a guard station. The headlights of a delivery truck beamed in the next lane. She glanced at her. "Your feelings are valid, but this isn't the space to process them. Take the potion. We're almost to the checkpoint." Red took the second dose of the invisibility potion, then bailed out of the vehicle. She dodged between the lanes and climbed into the open back door of the truck. The ride back to the prison felt quicker than her escape. Chapter 13. January 19th, evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Invisible and second-guessing herself, Red huddled in the back of the delivery truck and spied over the stacked boxes to see out the windshield. She must have been the first person ever to want to break into prison. The vehicle stopped at the same barn that had welcomed her to Stone Tree. Rustic on the outside, the barn looked like a guard station inside. A female guard stood at the opening and waved. She opened the rear door of the truck, peering directly at Red without seeing her. "Bernie, back so soon?" The delivery driver twisted in his seat to reply, "More from the Alchemists. Security inspected it outside." "Move on then," the guard said, pushing the back door closed, but the latch didn't click. She didn't seem to notice, and her footsteps marked her retreat. "Have a cuppa with me before you leave, Bernie." "Will do, Gemma." Red hung on as the driver drove slowly inside the barn. The rear door flopped open as they descended into a subterranean paved tunnel that could fit an 18-wheeler. She jumped down when the truck stopped in a loading bay and jogged to an elevator as uniformed staff unloaded the delivery. Fishing Colin's ID badge from her bra, she waited until no one was looking at her and quickly tapped the badge on the elevator's entry scanner. The blinking white lights on the scanner switched to a negative solid red. She re-hid the badge before anyone noticed it appearing to float in midair. Crap, this elevator must require higher clearance than she'd stolen. It made sense. The delivery door was a clear shot to freedom if a prisoner made it here. Had she wasted the stolen ID? If it was flagged in the system for unauthorized access, it was useless, unless they'd already revoked it because he was released. She crossed her fingers for a slow, bureaucratic process. Heather had disabled her collar, but warned that a spell could trigger the prison wards. Magic was the last resort. Red would wait until she was close to the warlock to use her power. She had to make tonight's invisibility worth it for Kristoff's sake. That was if she could do it before Stace threw her life away and joined her in prison. One of the staffers broke away from the others and walked to a nearby closed stairwell. He pressed his smartwatch against a sensor over the doorknob. Red crept behind him, careful not to touch him as he went through the door. He trotted down the stairs. She stayed at the top landing, listening to his footsteps fade. The warlock was held in solitary on the lowest level of the prison. She'd beaten him in a fist fight. As a hybrid, she should be stronger than a human. She would test the theory when she grabbed the keys to Maxwell's cell from his guard. Racing to the bottom of the stairs, she tapped her stolen ID badge on the scanner by the door. A light blinked on the scanner for a long moment before turning green. She rushed out of the stairwell. Villains Row sprawled before her in a concrete corridor of iron doors. Each one was locked. Red stopped outside the warlock's door and glared inside the small window into his cell. He wrote at a desk with his back to her. The innocuous action ignited her anger anew. Her late mother could have been writing a letter right now if she were alive. Or Jackson, or the countless others that had perished because of the warlock. Maxwell could have been eating crackers and she would have hated it. Rage fueled a burst of energy that churned through her aura. Her magic called for her to use it. After weeks without her power, it felt irresistible. She wanted to wait for a guard to come along so she could steal his keys, but a fire spell could blast down the door quicker. It would trigger a ward immediately. She'd have only a few minutes to vanquish Maxwell before the guards could answer the alert. Why not let it happen? She was sick of waiting. Clearing her mind, she tapped into her elemental magic. A more elegant solution came to her. Air. She could take his supply away. He'd smother in less than 10 minutes. The hallway exit creaked open. Felix Williams strode out, breaking her concentration. 3 guards, including Jonas, flanked him, keeping their hands on their belted batons. The head bard pointed at Maxwell Baldacci's cell. "I'll speak to him first." Red backed up from the men before one could step on her. She paused her spell, caught between vengeance and curiosity. Was Felix here for a prison inspection or something more nefarious? The last head bard had been friends with the warlock. Was he too? She had to know the measure of the man who would direct the soul of the brotherhood. Felix could bring back honor or maintain the dubious status quo. What would he choose? A guard unlocked the iron door. A plastic wall separated the warlock from a small observation space inside. His cell layout was identical to Red's former one down to the placement of the ceiling vents and the sink. The head bard entered the doorway, holding up a hand to stop the guards from following, before he faced Maxwell. Red crept after Felix Williams. If she had to, she'd do what was necessary in front of him. The warlock stood a foot away from the clear wall. He stepped over a painted white line that inmates were forbidden to cross when they weren't alone. Red had edged the line, but she'd never passed it. They were different like that, she hoped. Leaning on a chair, Maxwell smirked at his visitor. "I expected to hear from you sooner. You have a reputation for hands-on leadership, Felix. Fair play as well. I'm surprised that we haven't crossed paths before in our storied careers." Felix grew frosty at the obvious flattery. "Our reputations precede us. That should explain why I didn't seek your company." Maxwell's smile faded. He spread his arms out grandly to gesture at his toilet and bed. "And yet, here you are. Many head bards have turned their noses up at me. But they sought my counsel nevertheless. Time and time again. The first taste is bitter. You'll grow accustomed to it." "I won't," Felix said, quietly confident. Red flipped an invisible finger at Maxwell. He couldn't weasel his way out of this one so easily. It almost made her like the stern, gray-haired bard. Felix held his hands behind his back with a posture straighter than a Marine. Wrinkles earned over a hard career deepened on his forehead. He regarded the warlock neutrally, but a thread of contempt underlaid his tone. We reviewed your sessions with the prison psychologist. You speak often of angels, yet I have evidence that you trafficked with and served demons. Even your advocates admit to that. Maxwell matched the other man's pose and narrowed his calculating gaze. I've played the role that the Brotherhood needed me to. To my deepest shame, I uncovered more of your dealings with Joan Cormoran and others who've held my office. Those wrongs will be rectified soon, yet your portfolio of misdeeds extends beyond what this organization has regrettably asked of you. Maxwell locked up, cheeks reddening. Hearsay and slander. That has been cross-referenced and verified by third-party sources and an internal investigation. Your attention should be on that witch Juniper St. James. Her family coven was founded in the bed of a fallen angel. Doesn't that signify anything to you? She knew that Maxwell would deflect to her supposed evil heritage. He threw stones from a glass house. It had to be transparent to the head bard, too. Felix said, I will visit Red soon. She is one of your sins, forged by your failures. I've read the most classified reports on her. The recordings with her psychologist shed new light on the historical files. She hugged herself, thinking of what he could have overheard. What she'd said to Heather was premeditated at times, but still more than she wanted anyone to know. The confessions could be weaponized. How would the head bard use them? Maxwell sneered. She is self-serving, Felix, while I have answered every call that the Brotherhood has made for me. I speculate that she could say the same about you. What else will she tell me? Maxwell wagged a finger with a condescending headshake. I was born centuries before you, my good chap. This limpid ploy won't pry new secrets from my lips. I gave an honest statement before to your minions, unlike her. And yet you neglected to mention that you gave sacrifices to Apollyon the Destroyer. That demon blessed you, didn't he? Red could have told the head bard that the warlock was in deep with dangerous beings. She mulled over the name. It triggered basic trivia like the demon was rumored to be in one of the Dead Sea Scrolls that was kept from human scholars due to its frank revelations about the supernatural. Apollyon was powerful, but she couldn't remember more. She had a feeling that the question was the head bard's real purpose on this visit. The warlock chuckled. Oh, that's what you want to know. Apollyon is an old patron. I've been chosen by higher powers that few know. Or perhaps you finally realized what kind of a weapon you foolishly sheathed. Felix didn't blink at the boasting. I know what you're capable of. A scheme is your first thought in the morning and your last at night. What are you plotting today? All I desire is to be of service to the Brotherhood, the order of my father and his before me, Maxwell said with surprising sincerity. My brothers still have use for me. Your service isn't required or welcome. Maxwell stepped back from his chair as hurt flickered on his face. You extended a solstice sanctuary to me. That meant something when I was a lad. It's January, Felix said with a stare that was as chilly as the season. I took great pains to tighten the skin and regrow hair on my current body whilst alienating everyone who mattered in the American West. I'd rather not waste my effort. However, I will if I must, Maxwell said, walking to the plastic wall to confront the head bard. Your guards control my meals and my movements, but they can't stop me from resetting the board. My methods shall be crude, but they'll be effective. I won't be as human when I return next. Or I can be restored to my freedom and previous occupation. Red tried to decipher Maxwell's cryptic words, but it seemed as if the head bard understood immediately by his veiled alarm. Escape from Stone Tree is impossible, Felix said. His confidence sounded more brittle than reassuring. Red followed as he exited the room. He was paler than when he'd entered. Patience was never my virtue, Maxwell called out as they left. The head bard sealed the door behind him, then closed the grated peephole with a disturbed glance at the warlock, like he wished there were more locks on the cell. He commanded the guards in the hallway. Place that inmate on suicide watch. He can't die. It'll be our ruin if he does. I'll meet with the medical staff to strategize further. You three will monitor him for now. The guards affirmed with varying degrees of hesitation. They shied from the door as if it concealed a bomb. Felix thanked the men before striding to the elevator. Curiosity forced Red after him. What did he know about the warlock? She had come to kill Maxwell, but what would happen if he died? The villain in question seemed ambivalent to the prospect, as if he had a contingency. That bastard always did. She followed the head bard into an elevator. Pressing herself against the wall, she kept her distance from him. Her invisibility spell would shatter if they touched. She wanted to be a fly on his wall for now. Later, she'd return to Maxwell. Felix pulled out a cell phone, dialing quickly. The phone line rang for less than a minute. He said, "Crispin, I spoke to the warlock. It's as we feared." She cocked her ear, listening for a reply on the tinny phone speaker. Her sensitive hearing caught most of his words. Each one made her wince. "Then we must," Crispin said, growing too quiet for her temporarily. "He'll kill himself and gain demonic powers in a new form. I suspect that only vanity keeps him from shedding his human form now. His next incarnation will be ghastly looking by my sources." Felix braced his fist against the elevator door as if stopping himself from punching it. Muscles stretched his tweed suit. In his youth, he must have been a rugby player. Fear tightened his features. He straightened, collecting himself. If Maxwell Baldacci dies, will he be stronger for it? Red closed her eyes, focusing on her ears to not miss the answer. She didn't want it to be true. Covering her mouth, she stifled a gasp at Crispin's answer. "He'll grow more powerful than we can contain. It's believed the boon will come from the demon Apollyon, but whichever the patron, they'll reward his sacrifice with a new form that defies explanation. My paranormal analyst described it as if a minotaur and a dragon mated. He could become a city leveler, and we can't be sure he'll retain any sentient intelligence for us to negotiate with. It's unlikely we could stop him before he destroyed the villages near the prison." Red reeled from the revelation. She'd done so much to ensure Maxwell Baldacci's end. For months, she'd meditated on vengeance, honing her grim intentions for the warlock. Her pain demanded it. She'd made her rationalizations, prepared her reasons to recite them before a judge, but it came back to pain. He'd stolen her mother and too much of her own life from her. His death wouldn't heal her. She was too jaded to believe that, but she knew she'd sleep better at night if he wasn't under the same stars. The warlock had stolen closure from her again. Felix stepped out of the elevator on the upper level, holding the door with his foot. He asked Crispin the question that she needed answered. "Are you certain?" "If I wasn't, I would have advised you to execute Baldacci for his part in my daughter's death," Crispin said. His bitterness pulsed from the phone speaker. "Then you wouldn't be the first to say he must die," Felix admitted. "Resist those pleas. He must be kept alive. His current state will endure for a few generations if precedent is to be believed." "Then I have more to do tonight." Felix hung up the phone and beckoned to a guard in the hallway. "I require a guard to escort me to the general population. I must see an inmate, a witch called Red." She squeezed into a corner of the elevator, holding her breath. If they found out she was missing, they'd look for her. It would reveal Heather even if they didn't find Red. She wished she'd taken Kristoff up on his escape offer, now that she knew the warlock couldn't be hunted. Still, she had to know if the new head bard had the moral fiber and political strength to control Maxwell. Red followed Felix to her cell. The guard unlocked the door and called out, "Where's that ginger?" She wiggled past the guard into her cell. Horrified, she realized she couldn't turn visible by herself. She'd originally thought she could hide in bed and call out that they'd missed her, but touch was the only thing that could break this spell. They would notice if she appeared from thin air in front of them. Red climbed onto the foot of the bottom bunk as her cellmate sat up in bed. She slipped into the shadows between the other woman and the wall. Visible again, she pressed a finger to her lips for quiet. Please, she thought, wishing she had telepathy powers to communicate, don't say anything. Greer boggled at the sight of a new person in her bed, holding back her shock as she glanced between the witch and the guard. She put her arm around Red like she'd expected her to be there all along. Lifting her chin, she said, "Who's asking for Red?" "The leader of the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes," the guard retorted. "Get your girlfriend out of bed." Red stood, walking to the cell door without correcting him. That was a better cover story for why she wasn't in her own bunk than what she would have come up with. She waved, slightly winded and nervous from sneaking in. "I'm here, present." "Walk with me," Felix said, striding toward a stairwell to the cafeteria. She jogged to keep up with his surprisingly quick step. He didn't seem to care if the guard followed. When they entered the elevator, he hit the button to the upper level and motioned his employee to stop. She asked, "Where does this walk end? Am I in trouble?" The head bard didn't answer. When the elevator closed, she prompted, "When I last saw you with Colin, you were inspecting the prison. Did you like what you found?" "That werewolf has been released, if that is what you want to know. My inspection isn't something that I can discuss with inmates." "Then why am I here?" "Because there is new evidence in your case," he said as the elevator opened, and they stepped out. "I brought you from Genpop because I suspect it's preferable that your fellow inmates stay ignorant of your true affiliations." "And you want to speak freely?" Red cinched her composure while Felix paraphrased what he'd learned about the warlock. The repeated news hit her as hard as before. She rubbed her nose like he'd punched her. "I can't kill him, then." "You weren't allowed to kill him before," Felix said, as if her illegality scandalized him. She raised her eyebrow, resisting telling him what she thought of that. "Can you keep him alive?" "We must." He lowered his voice, leaning close to her ear. "I'm a member of the Wardens, a secret society embedded in the Brotherhood." "I know who they are," she said. He underestimated her intel. What else had he trivialized? "There is another witch, Greer, who suspects the Wardens used their bard connections to imprison her because of a fallen angel myth. How many other mages are here because of their rumored heritage? My inspections will uncover the wrongly imprisoned. I'm in a Warden faction aligned against Maxwell. His methods should be left in the past. I'll see to it." "He can't be left to chance." "Indeed not," Felix said. "Neither should you. Vic Constantine discovered a woman with cell phone footage that depicts the warlock with the previous head bard at the Hellfire Club in London. That same person recorded the fight that led to Joan Cormoran's death. The angle of the recording captured the events from a perspective that the security cameras missed." Red thought back to the night weeks ago at the Hellfire Club. She had rushed into an underground corridor with Christoph, ready to vanquish the warlock. They weren't alone. "There was a costumed bystander outside the room where I found Maxwell. She wore a set of wings, I think. Did she take the video?" "Yes. Your friend delved deep into the seedier side of London for that footage. Henry Constantine could track a single raindrop in a hurricane if he wanted to. His son has the same gift. Vic believes in you. He theorizes that the warlock set my predecessor up to die and blame you. There are rumors that Baldacci and Joan had a falling out earlier this year as a possible motive. Vic's service record and the video give merit to the opinion. Your own deeds are still questionable." Red inhaled sharply, breath catching in her throat. Her record as Vic's intern and Stace's witchy ally was stellar. It was the times that she'd been away from her friends that would count against her. "What did you decide?" "I'm arranging your release. There is more political pressure on your case than Colin's. It will take a week, I believe." "Thank you," Red said, exhaling in relief. She tensed again as a guard walked toward them. "Do you need help, Mr. Williams?" the guard asked, resting his hand on his holstered baton. He did it for the comfort of knowing his weapon was there. She missed the feeling. The head bard said, "Return this prisoner to her cell." Red accepted the guard's rough hand on her elbow, letting herself be pulled toward the prison. She called over her shoulder, "How can I trust you, Felix?" "You must." Chapter 14. January 19th, evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red returned to the prison, dragging her feet with each step until the guard slammed her cell door closed behind her. The head bard had promised to free her. She should have been happy, but his other news stole any chance of relief. It didn't matter what she did, Maxwell Baldacci would win. She had transformed her body, her life, everything to hunt him. But if she slew him, he'd grow powerful. And if she left him on Villain's Row, he'd grow old. Her mother had been denied both privileges. She sagged against the bars. Staring into space, she didn't hear her cellmate until the other witch repeated herself. Greer said, "You look like that doctor made you watch car crashes again." "Yeah." "The head bard knows that I want to kill the warlock. They're on to me." Red shook her head. She'd been careful to not reveal much about herself. This was only earth-shaking news if you knew her real history. She couldn't explain if she wanted to stay friendly with Greer. "I learned something to cheer about. Colin was released." "So they say," Greer said, but a smile broke through her skepticism. She glanced at the mirror that hid the secret tunnel. "It'll be us soon." "That hole nearly killed you. Forget it." Greer shrugged. "I've made a few astral trips through it. It'll open into a wine cellar of the Stone Tree Monastery that looks abandoned. If we can get past the crystal grid, burrowing through the dirt floor will be smooth like a good whiskey. I promise." "I'll help, but don't get zapped," Red said, guilt poking at her. She'd be released in a week if the head bard was honest. How long would Greer be here? She still didn't know what really had landed her cellmate in prison. They'd become fast friends, so Red hadn't wanted to pry. Could it be worse than her own charges? Depending on how you looked at Red's story, it was debatable. "Tomorrow you're my lookout." Greer yawned, stretching before she returned to bed. She fell asleep far quicker than Red, who brooded about Maxwell's destiny until dawn. After breakfast, the psychologist summoned Red to her office. Heather closed the door on the guards without a greeting. Her desktop computer was turned off, and the dark monitor reflected her annoyance. She placed a hand on her hip, glaring at the chained witch in the chair. "Do you understand what I could lose because I tried to help you?" "You still came to work," Red said, cranky from the sleepless night. It had been spent negotiating with her good sense. The warlock must live. That point jabbed her like 100 needles. Concern broke through her self-torment. "Are you in danger?" "I don't know yet. I'm waiting for the questions about how you returned to your cell after our last session. The head bard's inspections are causing a panic among my colleagues." "Felix has more on his mind than you. He told me something that you must relay to Christoph," Red said, then summarized that conversation as quickly as she could. She kept her gaze on her hands, picking at her nail beds when she finished explaining. Saying it out loud made it hurt again. "I thought I could spare Christoph and my friend Stacy from suffering, finishing this ordeal for us all, but I can't." Heather sat behind her desk. Professional curiosity replaced her irritation. "How does that make you feel?" "If this were a game of chess, the warlock could take my queen, checkmate. That's what this feels like." "Why?" "This facility can hold him, and there is a head bard in power with the decency to do it. You'll be free soon. By some degree, you have to admit this is a victory." Red didn't know how. She tried to see the logic, but emotions clouded her. Her heart couldn't accept it, even if her brain could. "I've lived so long looking over my shoulder for him. I wanted it to really be over." Heather discreetly pushed a box of tissues closer to her patient. "The Brotherhood can imprison the warlock for the rest of his life, but only you can exile him from your mind. In a week, you will return home. This can be a new book in your series, or you'll tread through the same plot forever." "That's a metaphor I regret using," Red said dryly. She'd had her words boomerang on her too much lately. Each had hit closer to the truth than she liked. "I have patterns I want to break. It's harder after what I've been through. There's a reason for my madness. And it starts with the warlock. He should be punished." "Isn't he now?" I didn't see a vat of boiling oil in his cell. Think of his choices. He waits to his natural end or kills himself to be reborn into a demon. The head bard is undoubtedly preparing for the last possibility. In a new incarnation, Maxwell will take many casualties, too many to gamble with. The bards can destroy him nevertheless. With help from his enemies, I'd suspect. This isn't his victory. It doesn't seem like mine either. There's an altar in my head. It looks almost like the family one that my mother kept in our attic, except there are pictures on it of the days I can't forget. If I walk away now, it's like I forgive myself. Red closed her eyes. I mean, him. Either version of that sentence could be the truth. She'd tied so much meaning to the warlock's death that she hadn't realized. It wasn't only vengeance, but redemption. Skepticism colored Heather's professional tone. If you sacrifice more time and effort on that altar, do you think you'll feel better? No, Red said. Tears stung her eyes at the honesty. She looked down, wiping her cheeks. But maybe others will feel better if I do. I don't know how to explain. I thought his death would make this worth it. You told me that ultimately you want your life back. What do you want to do with it? Red spent the rest of the hour pondering that question without resolution. She knew she wanted to have a home, love her friends, and make humanity a little safer. The details were fuzzy, but exciting. As she departed the office for the prison, a bounce lifted her steps. She had lost sight of her future. It could start once she was freed. Daydreams kept her buoyant on her return to her cell and through the hours before the next meal. She had an appetite when she entered the cafeteria. It died midway through her pizza when Jonas, Freddie, and another guard surrounded her table. Dr. Zara wants to see you, Jonas said. The other inmates, including Greer, scooted away from her, shrinking from the guards. Red held in a resigned sigh and stood still as she was handcuffed. I'll go quietly. I don't need the three of you. Freddie took her arm, hauling her away. He grumbled at her. We decide what the policy is. Red stumbled, knees painfully bashing on the ground, and he dragged her out of the cafeteria as she righted herself. She bit her tongue to stop from saying a spell. Her collar was inactive. She could have flung him into the counters with air magic. Unless pushed too far, she'd keep that trick up her sleeve. Greer yelled, "You wanker!" She went willingly. Red gritted her teeth at him. If she were still fully human, she would have been bruised. The humiliation hurt more. Jonas closed the gate and the chain link around the dining area. He muttered to his fellow guard, "Relax, mate!" Amy the Manananggal threw an empty blood bag toward her. "Save some blood for me when you slaughter her. I need more." A scaly demon laughed from another table. Red ignored the stares from the inmates on the other side of the fence as she walked to the elevator. Meditating on the promise of freedom, she calmed her anger. This bullshit would be over soon. She had less than a week of it. Unless they knew something that she didn't. Fuck, she should have told Felix about what Zara was doing to her. She'd been so concerned with Maxwell and Colin that she didn't even think of herself. Freddie and Jonas hustled her into the elevator. It was a snug fit with the third guard. They rode to the upper level. Zara lurked on the other side. She wore a long, white medical coat over her beige blazer. Her sleeves were bunched as if she'd put it on too quickly. Her dark hair was pulled into a sloppy bun. The aristocratic veneer had cracked, but Red couldn't tell if it was in fear or excitement. She gestured with her clipboard down the hall. "Hurry!" The guards marched the inmate toward a familiar examination room. Red knew the doctor's favorite toys were in there. A remembered headache throbbed against her skull. Did Zara know that she was losing a specimen? That could explain why it looked like she'd rushed to the prison on her day off. "The devil works less than you." Zara ignored her to address the guard. "Restrain her in that chair and go." Freddie said, "But she fought Jonas here. That was then. Leave." "I have work," the doctor said, turning her back on the guards to open a wall cupboard. Red didn't resist as she was placed in a wheelchair, chained by an ankle to the footstand. She watched the men leave the room. They looked as confused by the orders as she was. Alone with the doctor, she quipped to cut the silence. Are you going to make me take the Pepsi challenge now? Not today. Zara returned from her cabinetry and pulled a syringe from behind her back. Red recoiled from the needle and tried to stand. Tripped by the ankle restraint, she fell forward on her knees. The footstand of the wheelchair dug into her shins. Zara tugged the waistband of the inmate's pants down an inch to jab the syringe into the flesh of Red's butt. Ow! Red jerked away from the needle's pinch. Her eyes rolled as a sedative tugged her into unconsciousness. Dreamless darkness hugged her in a cold embrace. She blinked awake, looking at a red-stained IV tube in her arm. A brain scan cap blinked on her head. Jumping in her wheelchair, an ankle bond held her down. She rattled her handcuffs at the doctor. What did you do to me? How long was I out? Zara turned from her counter computer. Her surprise turned to fascination. When will we get the dosages right on you? You should have slept for 2 more hours. Red's magic bubbled with renewed power as the pharmaceutical haze faded. She hadn't felt anything like it since she drank from Christoph. Studying the IV tube again, she sniffed. It was blood. Whose was it, and how did the doctor get it? Zara asked. What is going on in your mind? The readings are extraordinary. Have you already checked my blood again, too? Red's snarky tone faded as she thought of what the results could be. You put something in me that you're entirely too pleased with yourself about. The head bard won't like whatever you did. He wants to release me soon. Felix Williams isn't my boss, Zara said. She cocked her head, looking up from the computer. Well, he won't be when he reads my resignation letter. I have a better offer. Red froze as sudden paranoia gripped her. Had the warlock convinced the doctor to work for him? She asked. The liquid in the IV, will it kill me? Hardly. I've collected data that indicates that it has fortified you. Christoph, Red said, sagging in the wheelchair. She knew he wanted to know how his own blood worked. He had a power that could be a blessing or a curse. If he hadn't been thinking about turning other vampires before, her transformation must have reignited that desire. What else did he do? He hired you. Zara turned from her screen and smiled like she'd won the salary negotiations. After Mr. Novak learned about my research, he knew the value instantly. I don't care if I can't publish the results. There is too much to discover with access to vampire hybrids. Red struggled to breathe as betrayal settled on her chest. He told you to give me a blood transfusion? No, but I pride myself on taking immediate initiative. I'll be ahead of his timeline before I leave here. He didn't say what this so-called potion was, yet once I analyzed it, I knew it was blood from a vampire unlike any I'd ever seen, too similar to your sample to be ignored. Red knew it was Christoph's even if he hadn't told the doctor the source. He'd put them both in danger with this hiring decision. She'd underestimated how much he wanted to create his own vamp family. He must have thought Zara could find the answer to his infertility. His undead clan had a rule that they only turned mortals who asked for it. He seemed like he wanted her consent, but it wouldn't be hard to find another mage who wanted to live forever. Zara said, He told me to ask if you wished to drink it. Maybe he wanted your approval for the experiment, but that seemed like an idiotic order. Your stomach acids could break down too much of the compound anyway. Red tamped down her rising magic. Her rage could have caused a windstorm in the office. He gave me the choice and you took it away? Do you know what you've done? I could turn into a vampire now. Wouldn't that be convenient? If you can, do it while I have that cap on you. I want to capture the transformation. Or perhaps you'll stay a hybrid. We don't know, Zara said, her usually neutral voice dialed up with anticipation. Where had the prison found this creep? Red couldn't believe that Christoph knew his new hire was so cold-blooded. He must have scrambled for another prison connection after Heather was compromised. It wasn't a bad plan if he had chosen a better accomplice. She said, Has it occurred to you that I'm your new boss's girlfriend and you've severely pissed me off? Zara raised her eyebrows as if the social dynamics didn't compute for a moment. She cringed when the slow realization settled on her. He promised me my own laboratory as a benefit to his offer. Is he going to take it away? He won't, if you release me to my cell now. His blood can pump up my magic. This collar might not stop me when I really get angry. Please don't tell him, Zara said. She shied from eye contact and opened the door, waving for the guards. Take her away. Red held still as guards removed the equipment from her and stood her from the wheelchair. Smashed their heads together, whispered a dark, intrusive thought. A perfect picture of it solidified in her mind. The image moved like a video. She elbowed Jonas in the gut. Her heart raced as she spun to Freddie and bashed his head against her knee. Faster than they could see, she tackled the third guard. She snapped his neck and stole his keys and smartwatch. Leaping to the door, she sprinted down the hall. Blinking, she squashed the fantasy, scared by its intensity, and walked peacefully with the guards. But violence simmered in her blood. Chapter 15. January 20th, early evening, Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Greer jumped from bed when Red returned to the cell block. She pointedly ignored Jonas and the other guards as she led her cellmate to a chair. You've been gone all day. Time flies when you're unconscious with a mad scientist. Red waited until the guards left before continuing. She must have done the works on me when I was out. There's more, but it's personal. I need to borrow that ring again, please. You've used it a lot lately, don't you think? And you still haven't explained how you appeared in my bed last night. Greer leaned against the wall, tapping her neon pink nails. What's the hot gossip, girlfriend? Red didn't know where to begin, and it felt like time was running out. Her body was changing as they spoke. That second part is a long story, and I'm a little too freaked to tell it. The short version is that someone smuggled me an invisibility potion, but I failed to kill you-know-who. Yesterday doesn't matter. Today does. It could change my life, Greer. The doctor gave me a blood transfusion from a vampire, and I don't know where this experiment leads. If you don't want to lend the ring, that's fine, but please, could you tell a friend what happened to me? Greer crossed her arms. A haggler's gleam came into her eyes. Do you have more of that invisibility potion? Red wished she could pull a vial from her sleeve to barter for the ring. She had taken the last. You wouldn't see me if I did. Can you get more for me? Red nodded, fudging the truth. Kristoff had pulled through before. Yeah. Then I'll find your friend. Vic is a werewolf hunter. He's in England and looks like this, Red said, then described him as much as she could to make a mental picture for Greer. She wished she had a precise location, but he'd been moving around to avoid Brotherhood spies. Hopefully a visual would suffice. She added, Oh, he wears a Metallica shirt with a denim jacket a lot, sometimes a leather one. Greer giggled. He sounds cute. Red hadn't expected that reaction, but she'd take it. She'd hype Vic up if it got him the message. The more she thought about it, the more she wondered if he and Greer would like each other. He was a bit of a pyro, and Greer definitely was. Maybe they'd hit it off. He was like her brother, so she didn't want to objectify him for her own gain. Too much. He's single. He can also fix his own car. Total demon hunting package. The hunter part might be a deal breaker, but I'm a thirsty bird. I'll take a peek anyway, Greer said, before she put on a teal eye mask that read Princess and lay down on the bottom bunk bed. She adjusted the gold ring on her finger, then rolled over on her side to cuddle into the blankets. Her body relaxed as if sleeping. Red stared at her cellmate's neck, exposed by her blonde ponytail and perched on a pillow. Bite, a little intrusive thought ordered. You haven't eaten. The pulse beckoned her. She backed away, covering her mouth in horror. Why did she think that? Kristoff had said that every vampire had an inner demon. She rushed to the mirror to check her mouth. It looked normal. She imagined fangs sliding over her canine teeth. The unpleasant visual didn't manifest, thankfully. She touched the mirror, grateful she still had a reflection. How long would it last? Her restless feet circled the cell. She couldn't shake the unsettled currents in her aura. It felt like she'd done a major spell, but she hadn't performed magic for weeks. Kristoff's blood had made her high and starry-eyed, sometimes clear-headed and powerful. It always healed her. She'd never felt homicidal after a dose. If she hadn't stopped herself, she would have hurt the guards. Now she was drooling over Greer's neck. How would this escalate? She couldn't turn into a vampire in this cage. New vamps usually killed the first people they saw. The demon inside them demanded it. She felt her heartbeat, reassuring herself with its rhythm. She wasn't a monster yet. 10 minutes later, Greer popped up from bed and pushed up her eye mask. He was cute. But what did he say? He was quite worried about you. Assured me that he thinks of you as a little sister. I'm older than him, but I think he likes that. Greer grinned, then grew serious. Right, you didn't send me there for nothing. He said something about finding a cure, then a bit about how Perenelle Flamel will do something at the prison tonight. I'm coming with you when you break out. Is that what he said? Is it a breakout? No, but what else could it be? I didn't know you were thick with the immortal alchemist. Impressed, Greer checked Red out again. She took the ring off her finger. He asked very nicely if you could see him. Red accepted the jewelry and put it on, thankful for Vic's inexplicable allure. She climbed into bed, Astral projecting before she hit the mattress. Her spirit levitated down the hall, passing Amy the Mananangal and other inmates, and checked for a disturbance. She could have soared through the atmosphere to Vic, but instinct kept her closer to the surface. Perenelle would only swing at the Brotherhood if she knew she wouldn't miss or be detected. What weakness did she see? Red's first escape had been from a stroke of luck that her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend worked at the prison and didn't hate him. Did the alchemist have allies on the inside? Rising to the admin floor, she drifted to the psychologist's office. It was empty. She went to the examination room. It wouldn't surprise her if Zara had played each side that she could. A laboratory at an alchemist academy could sway her. The room was dark, except for the glow of medical devices on standby. Red sought the doctor, and the ring lifted her from the snowy prison grounds. Zara must have returned home. If she wasn't here, then she couldn't open a door for the alchemists. Red concentrated on Vic. Zooming through the astral plane, overlapped over reality and a London fog, she landed in a hotel room overlooking King's Cross Station. She turned from the window to him, revealing her ethereal form. Vic opened a beer as he closed the minibar with his foot. His white-collared shirt was unbuttoned over his undershirt and jeans. He glared at her. What the hell, Red? Do I have to kick Kristoff's ass for this? I'd rather you didn't. She didn't know how Greer had made the story sound, but she could tell he thought Kristoff had planned to turn red. Her boyfriend had often sent her blood when she needed a power boost. It was an offer, she knew, not a demand. She was more irritated by Kristoff trusting Zara than she wanted Vic to know. Her two guys needed to work together. She said, the doctor went against his orders about the blood. She was supposed to pass it along and instead decided to experiment with it. I'm glad you got on well with Greer so we could even talk about this. An intrigued smile plucked at his lips. Your new prison friend is intense. She liked you. Red looked around at the luxe white and black decor of his hotel room. An abstract print of a chessboard of splotches hung over the king-sized bed. You've upgraded from your last place. Vic set down his beer to show off a box of cigars on the desk. Kristoff is keeping me in style. It's a shameless bribe to be friendly to him. If this is what it's like to be a sugar baby, sign me up, Daddy. We can talk about sharing him later, she said wryly. What's going on with Perenelle? He leaned against the desk and crossed his arms. That's not first on the docket, intern. Are you a vampire, or what? She winced. Not yet, I don't think. Did you know he was sending his blood to me? No, he probably guessed that I wanted to pull the plug on your change room, but he mentioned the doc. I told him it would blow up in his face. He wanted another prison insider who could get you out or him inside. His psychologist friend was spooked after you put the kibosh on the escape. I get it. We created a plan that was smooth like peanut butter, and then you shat on the sandwich. Do you want Stace in prison next, or Prince Merrick on the warpath? I didn't. I just didn't know that the warlock could. Red flopped into a black chair, unable to finish the sentence. It crushed her every time she repeated it. Crispin told me we can't kill the warlock. Vic shrugged as if it were old news. She couldn't believe he didn't see the danger. Neither can the alchemists. Perenelle has to know. Call Hannah at least. If they're trying to break me out, they can't. Shit, he said, and took a restless gulp off his beer. The Immortals sent an assassin squad for Maxwell. I couldn't say it in front of Greer. Red tilted her head back with a groan. Tell me you've already guessed what they could unleash. You love those superhero movies. What does the Hulk do? Vic said forlornly. He smashes. I think that's what the warlock will do in the English countryside once he goes full demon. Then I'll get on the phone, but you'll reach the alchemist faster. I'll hit the astral trails then. She flew up, visualizing the immortal alchemist. Perenelle was hard to forget, with raven hair, pearlescent skin tattooed with sacred geometry, and a wardrobe that ranged aesthetically from Greek goddess to Morticia Adams. Concentration sent Red careening over the roofs of Prague. The aged medieval streets of Old Town welcomed her. As she lowered into a building on Alchemist's Row, she prepared what she'd say to Perenelle. She landed in a bookshelf-lined hallway. Two men in robes chatted at the end. She materialized, calling out, Hi! Hey, I need to see Perenelle. She can't kill Maxwell Baldacci. Crispin and Vic say that. A mystical force like a god's palm scooped her up. It catapulted her spirit back to England. She caught herself in her cell before she dove into her body. Holy shit. What was that? The Academy must have had a ward against astral intruders. She'd shouted loud enough at those random alchemists in the hallway. Would they relay the message or think they'd hallucinated? Vic might have more luck by calling. She paced in her cell. What could she do now? Greer brushed her hair listlessly by the mirror. Judging from her pout, she wanted her ring back. Red retreated from her body, hoping that the other witch would keep her patience. She couldn't wait in the cell for whatever the alchemist did. Concentrating on concealing her spirit, she tiptoed out of the cell. She had to check 2 places before she called on the head bard and then hung up her astral wings. Greer might be pissed afterward. This was too important. If Red had a cell phone, she could have spread the word with a few text messages. An astral patrol would have to do it. She appeared at the entrance to the prison complex that was disguised as a yellow shed. A stream of employees chattered with guards checking IDs as they clocked out at dusk. More guards manned the parking lot. This entry point seemed normal and too busy for a stealth crew of intruders to enter. She drifted to the barn entrance. A closed cargo truck lingered outside. The driver stuck his head out of the window. Another shipment from the alchemists, Gemma. The guard waved him inside the barn. Come on in, Bernie. It's too cold out there. Red followed the truck driver, remembering him as her unlikely taxi from yesterday. He drove a bigger truck than before. The back end could fit a squad comfortably. If that was an ordinary shipment, then the real arrival might come soon while the guards were distracted. The alchemists wouldn't barge in. They prided themselves on finesse. She had a nervous intuition that this was the last delivery of the night. What was the cargo? A male security guard approached the delivery truck. I'll pop into the back for a look, then you can go. Haven't there been 4 deliveries this week? Or 5? Your bosses are running you ragged, mate. It comes with the job, the driver said good-humoredly. Still a West Ham fan? I heard one of their midfielders was injured off-season, the guard said as he strolled to the rolling rear door of the truck. He opened it. A flash of silver sparkled like a cloud of glitter over him. Magic rippled from the vehicle. He wavered on his feet, then straightened as if it hadn't happened. This looks quite all right to me. Carry on. Red knew a manipulation spell when she saw one. She ran toward him, peering into the truck before he closed it. Inside the cargo hold, over a dozen people stood in shiny black body armor and diamond-shaped masks that covered their faces to their necks. Painted alchemical symbols crossed their chests like sashes. She counted at least 15. When Vic had said to expect an assassin squad, she'd figured 4, 6 maybe. She'd underestimated the immortal again. This mission came down to pain for them both. Red had lost a mother. Perenelle had lost a husband. The warlock was supposed to answer for both crimes. They'd get only carnage tonight if he died. Chasing after the truck, she kept up with the back bumper. It descended through the subterranean tunnel into Stone Tree's uppermost cargo bay. The vehicle stopped in a loading zone. A metallic hum squealed from its radio for a long minute. She held her ears, looking around to see if the guards noticed it from their huddle at a guard kiosk. From their unbothered expression, they didn't hear the sound. Her hybrid hearing must have been as sensitive as a dog's. Chilled, she pushed back the observation. That was for tomorrow's problems. She noticed a security camera over a door. Its small activity light died. Other cameras darkened as she watched. It must have been the Alchemist's doing. When would anyone else notice? The driver hopped out of the truck and waved to the guards as he opened the back door. Another delivery. Assassins spilled out into the loading bay. The first 2 threw metal canisters that exploded with green vapor. Their movements seemed timed as if practiced. In the fog, the driver slipped on a gas mask and retreated into the truck. The gas overcame the guards as they reached for walkie-talkies, and they dropped to the floor. One of the assassins tore the smartwatches and keys from their bodies and tossed them to the others. A masculine voice came out of the mask. Alpha team goes down. Beta team goes up until called. 5 broke off the squad to troop into a hallway, while the rest used the stolen gear to enter a stairwell. Red ran after them. That staircase led to Maxwell. These assassins would play into his gambit if they killed him. Her spirit zoomed ahead to warn a guard. Suddenly, she returned to her body in the cell. She cursed at the timing. The astral ring burned on her hand like a warning flare. Was this an effect of the academy expulsion? She tossed the ring off, blowing cold air on her seared finger. Shit, that hurts. Greer, this is bad. What did you see? Red massaged the crick in her neck caused by astral projection. Her stomach sank. She would have applauded if this had happened last week. Today, it felt like a death sentence for thousands. The Alchemists are here. Chapter 16. January 20th, evening, Southern England. Stone Tree Prison. Sirens blared through the prison. Warning red and white lights strobed on the concrete walls. A speaker echoed through the cell block. Guards, report to the north stairwell. Red rushed to the cell door, looking into the empty hall. She covered her ears until the sirens faded. The Alchemists have breached the prison. Greer reached for a magazine on her bed like the latest celebrity gossip was more interesting. Sounds delightful. I'll wait for my turn to leave. They'll kill the warlock, Red snapped, irritated on principle that she cared. I thought you wanted that. You cry and rage against him in your sleep, when you do sleep. Red frowned, embarrassed that her cellmate had heard that. It made her glad she hadn't slept more. You've heard of death curses, right? A spell that unleashes when a mage is murdered? Well, Maxwell has something like that in mind. He'll flatten the prison before he's done, and then he'll go after the nearby villages. Greer tossed her tabloid aside like it was tedious. Then we don't want to be here. Red glanced at the full-length mirror propped against the wall. They needed an escape hatch, if not for themselves, then for the innocent inmates who were held as experiments. She might be able to make one with her magic. You know the other ones at the prison like Colin, right? If it gets bloody, you need to get them out. What are you going to do? Red gritted her teeth. She hated every syllable that she said. Try and save the warlock. How? Red touched her collar. This has been disabled. It doesn't matter if I use my air magic now and trigger an alarm. The guards have bigger problems. We don't have much time to finish this hole. How long could you do magic again? Never mind. Be a love and do a spell for me. Greer moved the mirror from the tunnel. I told you there was a meter of dirt left at the top, but I didn't convert it to American. That's about 3 feet. Don't get too close to the dirt or you'll touch the crystal protection grid. Thanks, I won't. Red held her breath as she climbed into the tight opening to the tunnel. It had a catacombs quiet. She crawled through the growing darkness on roughly clawed concrete. Claustrophobia smothered her. The tunnel felt too much like a grave. She pushed herself onward, opening her third eye to make out the contours of the narrow shaft better. There wasn't time to whimper in fear. This prison could become a bloodbath. There were plenty of inmates that she'd see rot here, but a few deserved safety. Too many people had been crushed in the wake when Red and the Warlock collided before. She didn't want any more deaths on her hands while she could stop it. The passage inclined sharply until she was climbing handholds like a ladder. She groped in the pitch blackness for the next stable outcropping. Her fingers slipped. Heart racing, she clutched the tunnel wall. She panted, pulling herself up and sliding onto a ledge. This was awful. Red didn't understand why people liked to go spelunking in caves. She crawled swiftly forward. The tunnel opened wider until she could stand on her knees. Using her third eye, she spotted the energy of a ward. A dirt wall sealed the end of the tunnel. She stopped a yard away, now sensing the mystical ward. It shouldn't affect her because of her disabled collar, but she didn't want to risk it. Red shielded her face, wishing for goggles. It would get dusty. She held out her hand. Tapping into her magic, she sent her will over the air. The tunnel didn't hold enough for her to ram at the dirt blockage. Kristoff's blood buoyed her power as she reached for the elements outside. Her hair streamed over her face as a gust blew from the cell behind her. It slammed against the tunnel's end. Cursing, she realized she was packing the dirt tighter. Tracing a sigil for strength, she visualized the air coming together like the front of a snowplow or drill. She threw her power at the intention. A cloud of dirt billowed around her. She did it again and again, panting from the effort. The earth opened. She covered her stinging eyes. Fresh air and light slipped through her fingers. She walked on her knees, then stood. Her head went through where the tonal ceiling was. She fanned the dust away, scanning a dimly lit cellar. A stack of sacramental wine bottles stood in the corner. This must be the monastery. Red didn't know what defenses awaited, but this tunnel was finally completed. She bobbed down like a mole and crawled back toward her cell, carefully climbing over the ledge, and returned to Greer. Brushing off her uniform, she said, "If I were to review that tunnel, I would give it a C for creepy. It's open. The ward is still up, so it's not safe for you to use it yet." There was another announcement for guards. Greer bit her nails, nervously smearing her lipstick. "I can't hear it, but the others are betting on a fight." Red listened over the chatter and hoots echoing through the cell block. She could almost hear a scream. Were Paranel's people winning? She repressed her frustration for spending time on the tunnel. If she didn't care about the casualties, she would have already been guarding the Warlock. That was the kind of thinking that had landed her here, she told herself. She said, "I need to break down those bars." A single fireball won't do it. Iron melts at around 2,500 degrees Celsius. That's nearly 3,000 for Americans. Red ignored Greer's temperature lesson. She had to try. Summoning a fireball, she pressed it to the cell door lock. The heat scalded her palm, but she held fast. When she pulled back, the metal was seared bright hot, yet remained solid. Lightheaded, she blew on her warmed hands. Elemental magic took more out of a witch than other spells. Shit, I can't make it hot enough in Fahrenheit or Celsius. Get this collar off me and I can help. I don't have a key to it. I barely know how mine was disabled, Red said, thinking back to how Heather had hidden the release mechanism on her aborted escape. Greer tapped a symbol on her collar. There's a sigil etched here that controls the entire thing. Melt it off. Red winced, trying to visualize it. Her fire couldn't melt iron, but it would sizzle flesh. I could burn you. Who cares? I'll get the scars lasered away. Do it. That procedure doesn't work like you think, Red said from personal experience. It'll hurt. So did losing my magic. Red couldn't argue with that pain. She knew it too well. Lifting her hand, she summoned as small a fireball as she could for a precision burn. Another scream echoed over the cell block. It was closer. Who is that? Greer groaned like it was an inconvenience. I think it's a guard in the cafeteria. He got himself captured. Red leaned close to the bars, listening to the low voices. She could only partially see the center courtyard of the prison where the inmates dined and exercised. Do you hear that? No, who cares? Greer shook her head but stopped grumbling to pay attention. Red honed her ears, closing her eyes to ignore her other senses. The guard struggled in the cafeteria. It wasn't one she recognized. He said, Oi, let me go. A low, masculine voice, muffled by a mask, said, We might need you. The intercom boomed with Felix Williams's steely words. She jumped, opening her eyes in surprise. He spoke with the calm certainty of a commander. A group of intruders on the top floor were taken. We'll come for the rest of you. Surrender to receive mercy. One of Perenel's assassins called out, That's not in our orders. 3 assassins stormed up the steps from the cafeteria to the cell block. More scattered to the stairwell until a single masked man remained in her view. He pointed at a security camera as he walked closer to it in the courtyard. He said, Head barred, peacefully open Villains Row, and we won't deactivate the collars on the prisoners. That is our final offer. We'll simply seal you in with the beasts. They can fight over your bones, Felix replied. The intercom cut out, leaving a stunned silence. Red glanced at Greer nervously. Isn't there a bone-eater demon here? He's 3 doors down, the other witch said, grimacing. I know his story, and he's definitely not like Colin. An explosion of light made them recoil, hiding their eyes. Power flooded the prison, cleansing like soap, and scrubbed the wards off. Red rubbed her eyes, willing the sparkles away. I think they knocked out the protection spells. Triumphant roars and rattling iron bars erupted in the cell block. The prison shook from the demon's stamping feet. Greer swooned against her bed, a flush coloring her cheeks. She grinned. My magic is back. Then help me with the lock. Red refaced the door and lifted her hand to the keyhole. She formed a fire orb. If the other inmates' collars were deactivated, then they had minutes before some broke out of their cages. Greer joined her, creating a fireball that merged with Red's. The door lock melted under the dual assault. Molten iron dribbled on the floor. She kicked the door open. If you're not bonkers, you'll leave with me. I'm diagnosable. Red hugged her cellmate quickly, then rushed out. She had to find the warlock before anyone else did. The scaly demon next door slammed himself against the bars, ranting in a strange arcane language. In every cell, claws, paws, and hands battered the cages. Violence thickened the air like humidity in a swamp. It called to her darker instincts. Red ran toward the closed stairwell. If she could stop the assassination squad, she might also stop the riot before it happened. A cell door flew into the hallway and landed with a thundering clap. The Manananggal stepped out of the cleared threshold with her furry cellmate. She grinned at Red, flicking her tongue. What are you? You smell like a different witch. Leave her alone, Amy, the furry inmate said. She looked like Bigfoot could be her short cousin. Her hackles rose as she held the other supernatural back. She's Greer's friend. The bloodsucker sniffed the air. She split in half, her innards dangling over her disconnected hips. Manananggals were cousins to vampires, but Red preferred regular vamps. Amy soared toward the lone alchemist. Gross, said Amy's cellmate, whipping viscera off her gray tank top. Red couldn't let the Manananggal feed. She didn't want anyone to die but Maxwell, and that was out of the question. She pleaded, That guy jammed the collars for us. Stop her. I guess, the furry humanoid said, shrugging. She climbed over the rail, jumping down to chase after the other demon. Amy! Red gave the alchemist a break, but she didn't have time for more. His friends could be nearing the warlock's cell. She rushed to the stairwell and used Colin's stolen ID badge to open it. A hand gripped her shoulder, pulling her back into the prison. If that was the Manananggal, she would stake it herself. She gasped, looking behind to find Christoph. How are you here? How could I leave you here? She hugged him tightly, happy and terrified to see him. This is either the worst or the best night for you to sneak in. That's what Heather told me before I made her leave the facility. He stroked Red's arms like he was afraid to let her go. He wore a business suit, but dried blood covered his knuckles. Had he fought his way inside? Worry deepened the blue of his eyes. I knew tonight would be a reckoning. The alchemists have sent their best. My spies claim that a powerful mage from the academy will come to make the killing blow. Possibly Perenelle or one of her best disciples. They'll turn this prison into a crater. I can't leave yet. If I go, then the warlock will get exactly what he wants. I must stop him. Kristoff gripped her shoulders, his hands trembling as if he fought the urge to shake her. What if the immortal alchemist herself is down there? Then I'll fight her too, she said. Any supernatural would have laughed at her for the ridiculous boast. A simple witch against the greatest magic wielder and alchemist since Merlin? It wasn't a contest. Fear flashed across his face. They both knew she would try. He said, "You can't do it alone." Red knew that the alchemist would play them off each other. If he was captured, it would paralyze her. She wasn't strong enough to protect them both from the mystical arts. The alchemist and her squad could take down a witch and a vampire swiftly. His odds were better if he escaped now. Her gaze darted to his neck. He could help her more with his blood. It would amplify her magic. I need more power, she said. Kristoff swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing as his eyes widened in cautious surprise. His voice came out strained, like he wasn't sure if he should say anything. We both know what that could do to you. The side effects don't matter. We could be killed in moments. He smiled, but it was small and sad, as if he'd imagined this conversation differently. She didn't understand. He wanted to turn her. If she was willing to roll the dice on another hit of blood, why wasn't he? He tipped her chin up. A tender vulnerability came over his handsome, rugged features. Do you want immortality with me? I need to defeat the warlock, she said. Her internal clock ticked to Maxwell's doom and resurrection. He'd get his demonic reward at any minute. Please help me. Kristoff lifted her knuckles, kissing them before he revealed his fangs. His brow furrowed over a conflicted gaze. He cut his wrist. I do this for love. I love you too, she said, hungrily tugging his wrist to her lips. Her stomach growled like dinner was served. The taste of his blood exploded on her tongue. Hints of the North Sea and the tang of ambition hinted the indescribable flavor. She absorbed its strength, feeling the power meld with her own. A head rush made her sigh. She bit down, tearing his skin for more blood. Kristoff pulled his arm away. He held her cheek as if he was about to kiss her. Lust battled confusion on his face. He turned from her. No, Red. This isn't how it should be. You don't want this as I do. We can't. She kissed him, and his blood hummed under her skin. Distant howls and curses from the inmates broke her from a satisfied daze. The others would break from their cages soon. She whispered, In my cell, there's a tunnel to the monastery. We can take it out. Do you mean it? You first. I'll see you later, she said, spinning around to avoid his disappointment. She ran into the stairwell, sealing the locked door before he could follow her to an impossible fight. Red had stopped Kristoff from dying at Stone Tree before. Tonight wouldn't be different. Chapter 17. January 20th, evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red ducked as bullets whizzed over her head. The gunfire shoved Kristoff from her thoughts. Pressing herself against a wall, she inched through the stairwell. A battle raged below her. Guards fought assassins up and down the stairs. Freddie lay dead, sprawled on the steps. His lifeless eyes stared, surprised at his wound, like he couldn't believe the arrow in his heart. Sparks of mystical energy circled the black-clad assassins. They kicked higher, hit harder, and moved faster. Alchemy steroids gave them the edge over the guards that outnumbered them. She would have to pass them all to reach the warlock. Red sprinted down the wide stairs, dodging 2 guards and an assassin to reach the first landing. She knew she would be fast, but it was an upgrade that she couldn't believe. She felt as speedy as a vampire. Another assassin with a crossbow charged her. She channeled air magic to form a gust of wind. It knocked him to the floor. She jumped over him. Magic and super speed together were awesome. Maybe being a hybrid wouldn't be so bad. There was one more level to go until she reached the door to solitary. A brawl blocked her descent. 6 assassins pushed back against twice their numbers. In a phalanx formation, the first line of guards raised shields, glowing from bespelled enchantments to make a barrier. The rest held shields over their heads, as if predicting the assassins would rain arrows on them soon. She had to get by them. If she went through them, she'd have to fight both sides. She felt strong, but she couldn't take on nearly 20 men. Maybe she could convince them. Either group could turn on her at the wrong word. Backing up, she decided she didn't have time to mediate. At least one of Perenelle's men would break through and summon more. Red must be ready at the warlock's cell. She sprinted to the wall and leaped on it. Using the momentum, she launched herself over the assassins to land on the shields. She raced over the guards like she was crowd surfing at a concert. Jumping from the shields, she didn't look at the yells erupting behind her. Running down the stairs, she summoned her magic. The energy bounced inside her, eager to be used. She created an air barrier so no one could follow her and slapped Colin's ID badge against the bottom door to Villain's Row. Slipping inside, she slammed the entry shut and cursed when she spotted the lone guard. The subterranean level was eerily quiet, like the inmates were listening with bated breath. "Are you the only one left?" Jonas spun to face her with a baton raised. "Why are you here? Where's Freddy?" "Dead. I don't know about the other guy that was with you. We have to secure the warlock. The alchemists are coming for him," she said quickly, trying to save as much time as she could on explanations. "Then give him to them, I say." She conjured a fire orb and tossed it between her hands to cow the man. "He's a powder keg, and they're the match. We'll be the first ones dead at ground zero. You want to live, right?" "Yes." "Then let me stop them from breaking through," she said. The door to the stairwell wobbled on its hinges. She backed up toward him and sealed solidified air over the door. A battering ram couldn't bring it down while she stood. Intruding thoughts bombarded her brain. Was it from her new inner demon? The warlock is close. Kill him. Do it now. Spill his blood. No, she thought, clearing her mind. It felt like a betrayal to defend the warlock. She hoped Stace could forgive her. There were lives to save, even if she wanted to avenge the dead. She tried to focus on that. Jonas raised his baton at the door. "Did they really take the prison?" "Jen, Pop at least." Red concentrated on her elemental spell. She thinned the barrier to conserve power. Air magic required a lot of juice. She'd mainlined Kristoff's blood and bolstered her own strength, but she didn't want to waste it early. Those things will kill whoever they find. "Stick with me and they won't get you. I'm one of maybe 2 inmates that don't want you dead," she said. A dark internal voice reminded her. What about the spit in your beef stroganoff? Maybe she did want him dead a little bit, but she wouldn't act on it. She was still human despite what anyone said. She would act like it. "Greer loves me," Jonas said, his weak chin trembling. "You're like Romeo and Juliet." "We are," he said with a dreamy expression, like he hadn't heard her sarcasm. An energy wave crashed against her aura like a portal opening nearby. She recoiled from whatever unseen presence had landed in the stairwell. Their power radiated like a furnace. What the hell had arrived? She'd expected a great mage, but she thought Kristoff's spies were exaggerating. It couldn't be. No, the immortal alchemist wouldn't dare to come here. It could reveal her to the entire Brotherhood. How much was her revenge worth to her? She had a centuries-long love story with her late husband Nicholas that the Academy poets had still wrote about. Queasy fear settled in Red's gut. Pushing more magic into her air spell, she thickened her barrier. Stronger magic shattered her spell like a wrecking ball through a window. She ducked, covering her head from arcane shrapnel, her knees knocked together. She braced herself as the unseen wrecking ball slammed through the ether again. The stairwell door flew off its hinges. It hit Jonas and slammed him to the ground. She pushed the door off him and checked his pulse. He'd live. Perenelle Flamel, the greatest alchemist of the last 1,000 years, walked through the cracked entryway to Villain's Row. Hate radiated from her stomach-dropping aura. Red straightened from the guard, retreating from him to spare the Cretan what would happen next. Please, we can't. The immortal held up a hand. In a black caftan with a tiara of quartz crystals, she looked like the high priestess in a tarot deck. Her rings and necklaces glittered with power. She'd come with an arsenal of wearable charms and alchemist amulets. Mystical tattoos gleamed on her luminescent arms. She'd been preserved in immortality in middle age, but there was something timeless about her. Peace, my friend. I don't have a quarrel with you. Red gulped. That was good, considering how quickly the alchemist had burst through her spell. Perenelle strode forward, her thick, dark brows knit together as she looked down the corridor at Maxwell Baldacci's door. A long, suffering pain broke through her eagle gaze. Her startlingly violet eyes darkened to black. She chanted a hex under her breath, her arm stretched out toward her imprisoned enemy. An emerald ring glowed on her hand. Jagged green energy bolts launched into the warlock's door. Maxwell screamed in agony in his cell. His shrieks broke into a coughing fit. Then a long wail broke over the cell block. The part of Red that craved blood also craved the warlock's agony. This should have been the night that she finally rid the world of him. But he had to have one last way to screw with her. Infuriated with what she had to do, she stepped in front of the immortal to block the way to the other prisoner. Perenelle's eyes faded back to purple. Her mouth twitched like she was fighting back a hex for Red. Stand aside, my old friend. I said I had no conflict with you, but I won't wait any longer for retribution. Didn't you get the message from Vic? Red asked, hoping it would jolt some reason into the other woman. Her friend would have gotten the word out. It didn't seem like the alchemists cared so far. I have a singular focus this evening. You and I once shared it. Have the bards bewitched you? Perenelle craned her swan-like neck, looking over Red's shoulder. Her gaze narrowed to hateful slits. The crystals on her tiara glowed. Maxwell knows I am here. An unseen wave of energy slammed Red aside. Its impact rattled her bones. She winced, rubbing her back, and peeled herself from the wall. If this wasn't a quarrel in Perenelle's eyes, she didn't know what was. Maxwell laughed inside his cell. He yelled, "Are you ladies fighting over me?" "Shut up," Red said to him. Did he want to die? She grimaced as she realized he might. She sprinted to Perenelle, reaching for the mystical tiara with an air spell. The crystals must have been bespelled. They couldn't be used against him. What else could the immortal do? Centuries old, she'd innovated more arcane discoveries than could fit in a textbook. Red winced as she summoned the tiara. Perenelle lifted her tattooed hand. A spiral glowed on her palm. I was a witch before I was an alchemist. You won't surprise me. A pulse of magic tilted Red off center, shoving her against the cell door. The power pressed her against it, as if to make her look at the warlock through the small barred window. She closed her eyes. I know what you're doing, Perenelle, but he sees this as a prelude to a reward. He wants to be an ugly demon. From his cell, Maxwell muttered, It's a punishment for failure. I was supposed to do great things. Red lifted an air shield, wrapping it around the alchemist for a timeout. She yelled to him, What does that mean? I figured you'd enjoy a Godzilla-style rampage through the London suburbs. You don't know me at all, he said in disgust. I'll lose my sentience. Her aura shuddered as Perenelle's magic rapped against it. Red traced sigils to fortify her binding on the other woman. Sweat poured down her cheeks. Please stop. The immortal alchemist shattered the air spell and marched to the warlock. She reached into her long sleeves and pulled out a glass jar that glimmered a dangerous yellow. Her arm tensed to throw it at the door. No, Red pleaded. She rushed to Perenelle and grabbed the jar. I know it's hard to trust a head bard after the last one. Felix Williams must have told you about Maxwell and what he's planning. The warlock needs a pawn, and you're acting like it. Paranel didn't move, but her presence grew, her aura darkened. She snatched the jar back. Raising an eyebrow, she said with chilly calm, "Insults? From you?" "I'm a pawn, too. He wants us to do this." Red didn't know how to make the other woman see the bitter truth. It was a spoonful of medicine that stung all the way down. She hated the warlock more for placing them in this grim position. "Ordinarily, I'd cheer on this murder and send you a fruit basket afterward. But whoever kills him frees him. Hasn't the head bard told you?" "We ceased friendly communications when they wouldn't compromise on releasing him to my custody," Paranel admitted, averting her eyes to the ground. "My diplomats couldn't make them see my need." Red held back an annoyed groan. She bet Vic's message was lost in the freeze-out, too. The warlock thrived in a war of messengers and jurisdictions. She had hoped that when she brought the "Let's Kill Maxwell" cabal together last autumn, everyone had learned how to play nice. She'd have to live with the disappointment and make sure Maxwell did too. "You might not have returned the bard's phone calls, but I have. Of all people, you know that I hate the warlock the most. Why do you think I'm trying to stop you?" Doubt entered the immortal's gaze. "I couldn't believe their promises and explanations. Maxwell Baldacci has loyal friends in the Brotherhood. You're the greatest alchemist that the world has ever seen. Solve this challenge. He needs to live, or he'll turn into a monster that even you'll run from." "There must be a way to seal his evil," Red said. She couldn't let herself look into the barred window in his cell door. If she saw his smug face, she might open the door for the alchemist. "I came to bring him to Academy justice." Red threw her arms up in exasperation. "Work with the bards, then. Oversee them. Whatever you have to do, but don't kill Maxwell." "You once wanted this more than I." "I know," Red said. She hadn't forgiven or forgotten him. It burned like a pyre to stand in the way of deserved karma. "I don't want anyone else to die. Neither do you." "Not really. I kept this hunt like an altar. A smart woman asked me how much I would sacrifice upon that altar. I won't sacrifice the nearby towns. It's about more than our pain now. We won't get back what we lost. He's ruined and imprisoned. What else can we get from this vendetta? Nothing. We can only lose more." Paranel held a long silence, touching the warlock's door. Her fingers tensed like she didn't know if she would push or pull away. A single hex from her could kill the warlock in an instant. She turned to Red, dropping her hand to her side. Her ancient gaze stared into the distance. "It is as you say, isn't it?" "I'm sorry, I don't like it more than you do." Paranel faced the cell in a whirl of skirts. She raised a ruby ring. Power erupted from her in a blue flame that would have been invisible to a human eye. The threshold of the metal door to Maxwell's cell melted to seal the hinges shut. "How did you—" Red said. Paranel's tattoos glittered on her arms and chest. A silver ribbon materialized in front of her. It drifted into the cell. Red could manage a charmed ring, but she couldn't move between spells and enchantments so quickly. Awed by the alchemist's work, she peered through the barred window in the door. Maxwell stared at her from the plastic wall inside his cell. He stood over the line again, listening with nervous anticipation. His aura was darkened from fear. The conjured silver zigged through the ventilation holes in the plastic, reforming on the other side. It slithered toward him. He bolted from the magic. "I didn't do anything to Nicky." "You were no friend to him," Paranel said, her voice as hard as granite. "He let me have that statue," Maxwell yelped. Silver stretched over his head, growing from a ribbon to a glittering mass. In a metallic snap, it curled over his face and sealed his screams. He tried to rip the enchantment off. The molten silver rolled down his arms until the metal plating reached the soles of his shoes. He shone like a statue. His heart slowed, but the beating didn't stop. He was still alive under it. Red asked, "What did you do to him?" Paranel stared at her creation with a dark smile as if she'd discovered a new fate, worse than death. "I preserved him. He won't die until I want him to. Red stepped back at the bitter words and magic flaring off the alchemist. She didn't argue with the command. It was still a welcome surprise that she was alive too. No one shall enter this room without a fierce hex. He'll rot under that silver, Perenelle said. She cursed in French, spinning around before Red could mentally translate. A portal flared open in front of her, and she stalked through it. The bright vortex swirled to a close. Its dimming light glinted off the living statue in the cell. Red faced the man who'd hurt her the most and told herself it was over. Lifetime stuck in a statue sounded like hell to her. It couldn't have happened to a better guy. If he tried to escape, the immortal alchemist would be waiting for him, she was sure. That was the future's problem. She had done what she had to do today. Screams ripped from the open stairwell. She groaned, leaning her head back. Shit. She still had to find a way out of prison. Chapter 18. January 20th evening, Southern England, Stone Tree Prison. Red crept away from Maxwell's cell toward the end of the row. Screams filtered out of the stairwell. An unconscious guard rolled down the steps to the bottom landing. She leaped over him on her way up. A diamond-shaped black mask bent under her foot. The siege between the guards and assassins had turned into a melee. She dodged a flailing baton as she passed a brawl. A fallen walkie-talkie squawked updates. Attention! An unknown vampire has been spotted in the general population. Be advised. One guard punched an assassin, sending the other man reeling against the stairs. He growled, backing up to one of his fellows. We have our plate full already. Who else is coming to dinner? He spotted Red, but a swift kick from an assassin stole his attention. She ran to a sealed doorway to the general population. Christoph should have fled. She'd told him to. Frustrated but unsurprised, she didn't blame him. It wasn't an order she would have liked if the roles were reversed. 3 piercing whistles echoed on the concrete walls. She covered her ears at the high-pitched sound. The prison intruders bolted upstairs, leaving the defenders scratching their heads. Bright lights flashed at the top of the stairwell as a portal opened. Its radiance danced on the walls. The Academy assassins trooped into a magical getaway. Taking the distraction, she pressed her ID badge against a door scanner. She'd find Christoph and go. It was past time to leave. A guard shouted at her. What are you doing? The inmates are tearing each other apart in there. That's why I'm going, Red said as she slipped through the door to the general population and pushed it shut. A noise from the other side sounded like the guards were barring the door behind her. She entered on the lower level and peeked into the fenced-in cafeteria. The Manananggal swooped over a throng of demons that smashed the tables and tore down security cameras. Christoph wasn't among them. Breathing a sigh of relief, she slunk in the shadows toward the stairs to her cell block. Amy the Manananggal zoomed to her and unfurled a grotesque tongue shot from her mouth. She laughed. Where are you going? We can feed freely. I can smell you want it. Piss off, Amy, Red said, throwing a fireball at her. The flames hit the bloodsucker's shoulder and knocked her out of the air. She resisted the inner voice that wanted another fight. Christoph leaned over a rail on the second level with an annoyed glance at her. He raced down the stairs. Red, we were supposed to go together. She jogged to meet him halfway. I told you I was right behind you. He tugged her into his arms. His hands trailed her form as if cataloging her parts to make sure she still had them. Hugging her, he scolded, Stop doing that thing where you run headlong into danger. I'll take you with me next time. Have you seen Greer? Christoph guided her toward the second floor of Gen Pop. His fangs glittered against his blood-stained lips. A bruise darkened his forehead. The blonde witch is hard to miss. She's been throwing fire orbs at anyone who gets close to her. Red called out, Greer, I'm coming. You mad thing. Greer waved her into their cell. The stone's on this one, she said, then jerked her thumb at Christoph. Who is he? Her boyfriend, he said, casting an irritated side eye over the other witch. He rubbed a scorch mark on his suit jacket. Sorry about that, then. Greer said, shrugging as if he should have expected it. Red closed the cell door behind them. It wouldn't latch after how they'd damaged it before. She summoned a fireball to meld the broken lock in place. Help me, will you? We can't let anyone follow. Greer flapped a hand like her fingers were sore. I've been burning my oil, chicken. Christoph texted a message on his phone. Without looking up, he said, a helicopter should land on the stone tree lawn soon. We can't miss it. Hurry, Greer, Red said, pushing her might into sealing the cell closed. We can't release bone-eating demons into the English countryside. I'll give you that one. The other witch conjured a blue-white flame while Christoph used his strength to inch the iron bars closer together. Metal fused with metal under the fiery assault. Red used her air magic to cool the molten iron. Greer pulled back and shook her hand like her wrist was tired. There, can we go? I got all the decent folk out of Gen Pop. There weren't many after Colin. I'm ready for home, Red said, gesturing her cellmate into the tunnel ahead of her. She kissed Christoph on the cheek as he nudged her to be the second one in. Thank you, love. You came through when I needed you. He bowed his head, expression darkening. We'll see how you feel tomorrow. Red climbed into the tunnel at his urging. In the darkness, she couldn't stop thinking about what his warning meant. Perenelle had sealed and neutralized Maxwell in his cell. They were finally safe. From the warlock, at least. She crawled into the cellar of the monastery. Brushing the dirt off, she sighed happily to be in the open air until she spotted an unconscious monk on the floor. Where did he come from? Greer flagged her forward with an exasperated sigh. Don't worry about it. I've astral mapped this entire holy house. We go this way. She ran after Greer into a stone hallway but soon slowed to an easy trot. The other witch sprinted with sweaty desperation. Christoph scooped her cellmate into his arms and charged ahead as if impatient. Red understood why he'd done that to her so often before. Humans were frustratingly slow. It was a difference she tried not to think about. Red kept up with his speed to a door at the end. Fresh air whistled in the gaps in the threshold. She busted it open with her shoulder and barreled through. What she found outside made her fall back. 2 guards spun to face them with machine guns. 1 fired. The explosion of gunfire echoed against the stone monastery. Red raised a shield, blocking the bullets inches from her face. She widened the spell against the onslaught. As she held it, snowflakes drifted on her hair. They stuck to the air barrier. 1 guard studied the revealed outline and darted to shoot around it. Christoph set Greer on her feet again and leaped over the invisible wall. His fangs dropped from his gums. He fell on the guard, biting his neck, deadly and quick like a cheetah. Vampire venom was paralyzing. His victim dropped the weapon. Releasing the still-breathing man, he rolled to dodge a blast of bullets. He sprinted behind the other guard and grabbed the machine gun away. Blood dripped down his chin, catching the moonlight. He slammed the butt against its owner's nose. Red couldn't lie and say it wasn't hot. Oh, damn, she was a sick puppy. She tilted her head, listening to the nearing stomp of many boots. More are coming. Christoph smiled, wiping the blood off his mouth. My pilot is on time, then. Helicopter blades churned the snowfall as a black air transport descended to the white yard. Christoph grabbed Greer and sprinted beside Red to the aircraft. He helped the blonde inside before joining the witches on the interior bench. Loud propellers drowned out his words as he closed the door. The silent pilot, face covered by a helmet, lifted them sharply airborne before the door closed. Christoph handed headsets to the witches before putting one on himself. He relaxed against the bench as if the oral assault of the noisy engine was worse than the guards. Red felt it too. Her eardrums throbbed from the sound until she put on the headset. It couldn't fully muffle the sound. She understood why he winced when he entered a nightclub. Was her hearing as sensitive as his? Unsettled, Red leaned over Greer to check her own reflection in the windows. It was still there. Maybe she'd stay mostly human after all. Greer nudged her away. I'm trying to get this seatbelt on. The monastery shrank below them. Trucks raced through the forested road to Stone Tree. From this height, the armored relief troops looked like toy soldiers. The warlock lay underneath it all, gilded and trapped in a cell, for hopefully forever. Red took Kristoff's hand, holding it tight for comfort against the bittersweet victory. She put her other arm into the safety harness. A pop-pop of gunfire cracked over the loud engine, distinct and terrifying as if she was on the surface with the shooters. The pilot clutched the controls desperately, like they were the reins of a bucking horse, as he zigged and zagged to avoid the sniper fire. Turbulence shook Red like a soda can. She struggled to put her safety harness on. A bullet skidded off the windshield in a near miss that made her jump from the sound. The buckle slipped from her hand. Another round of ammunition peppered the air in front of the helicopter. Greer shrieked, tugging on her harness, fumbling to snap the latches and buckles in place. The pilot turned sharply away from the prison, tossing the passengers from their seats. Greer screamed, sliding from her chair. Red's head bounced painfully off the door window. If she hadn't been a hybrid, it would have cracked her skull. Could she survive a crash landing? She reached for her lover. Kristoff gripped Red's waist, lifting her back to her seat before he grabbed Greer to lug her off the floor. He held the women steady with his arms spread out until they could buckle themselves into their safety harnesses. Once they were secure, he strapped himself in. "Sorry for the rough ride, folks," the pilot said as they rose in altitude. The headset speakers broadcast his smooth confidence and Portland accent to the passengers as they zoomed over the forest toward a village. The voice distracted Red from her brewing headache and jumping heart rate. She asked, "Arno, is that you?" Their pilot flipped up his helmet visor. The younger Novak winked at her. "I couldn't let Kristoff have all the international adventures while I pushed the paper at headquarters." Kristoff smiled proudly. "A medical degree and a pilot's license. Who else has a little brother like this?" "You're a doctor?" Greer asked, perking up with interest. She twisted a lock of her blonde hair around her finger. "Really?" "And a vampire," Red added. Greer sagged in disappointment and crossed her legs. "Oh, well, I'm happy for the lift anyway. Where are we going, gents? Tell me I won't have to wear this jumper for long." Red glanced down at her own blood and dirt-streaked gray sweatpants. She didn't want to imagine what her hair looked like. Once she had a day without demon drama, a visit to the salon was a must. Kristoff said, "Greer, you'll have a change of clothes and a payout waiting as compensation for your unexpected help tonight. Consider it a toll for use for your tunnel. When we land at the helipad in Battersea, a driver will take you to Waterloo Station. Pick your own destination after that." Red leaned her head on his shoulder as much as she could, silently showing her gratitude for his generosity. She couldn't have left Greer behind in prison or stranded where she could be recaptured. He said to the other witch, "Thank you for being kind to my beloved." Greer chuckled. "That paid off, didn't it? I'm glad I wasn't on my monthly when she arrived, or else she might have met a testy hen. I really didn't expect it to lead to this." Red had planned to end the warlock with her bare hands if necessary. His shiny new prison flashed in her mind. "Me either." "Kristoff, I'll tell you my sizing and what I like," Greer said, before leaping into an exhaustive description of her tastes. She stopped at points to make sure the vampire jotted down her demands in his phone. "And lastly, you can never go wrong with Burberry in my book." "We'll see what my minions bring," he said, and wrapped an arm around Red. He stroked her hair as the helicopter sped to London. He didn't let go until they descended to a heliport on the south bank of the Thames River. Opening the door, he said, "We have another flight to catch, darling." Red tugged off her headphones, unbelting herself. Her body still vibrated from the motion of the aircraft. "Tell me it's a direct one to home." "You can sleep on the jet," he said as he helped the witches from the helicopter to the ground. Red covered her ears until the engine died, then held out a hand to Greer for a shake. "You're free. Thanks for the tunnel magic." Greer hugged her. "My girl, you're a wild one. You can share a cell with me any time." A vampire in a chauffeur's uniform approached, holding a duffel bag for Greer. Miss, I'm supposed to take you to the train station. The blonde witch unzipped the bag. Her eyes sparkled as she riffled through the contents. Prada, Gucci, Burberry, she murmured, then grinned at Christoph. When I told you my measurements earlier, I didn't think you'd call a personal shopper. Christoph shrugged, a proud smile tugging at his lips. You're welcome. Be a good fashionista and don't tell anyone about us. Greer laughed as the chauffeur led her away. She said, I've already forgotten your names. Red waved to her. Try not to burn any more buildings down. Christoph wrapped his arms around Red's waist and kissed her neck. She sank into his embrace. Her body suddenly remembered how lonely it was without him. Astral projection had been nice, but it certainly wasn't a conjugal visit. Arno walked around the nose of the helicopter and removed his helmet. Save the heavy petting for the next flight. We need to leave this island. A limo waited for them at the heliport landing strip. Inside, champagne chilled in ice buckets. She raised an eyebrow at Christoph for the extravagance. He grinned at her as he closed the door. He said, I wanted to celebrate. Arno moved to the end of the limo and cracked open a bottle. You people don't know how close those bullets came to the helicopter motor. I need a drink. Red spied a long-sleeved green shirt and her favorite pair of jeans folded on a seat. She picked them up. Look away, Arno. I need to get the prison gear off. The younger Novak rolled his eyes before he covered them. Human modesty. She shimmied into the new shirt. Christoph handed her a pair of underwear from an upscale designer bag. She put the lacy thing on, then her pants, feeling more human again. Smoothing back her hair, she settled against her lover. How did you get into the prison? An invisibility potion and Zara's badge. A stray guard elbowed me in the stairwell. I had to fight my way into Gen Pop. Red stiffened at the doctor's name. You really hired her. Christoph said, It was either kill her or put her on the payroll. She knew too much. She knew he had murdered to protect his secret before. An unsold vampire, he saw human life differently from her. Some days she worried they'd become too in sync. She'll learn more now. Do you really want that? I needed another prison connection. Then she revealed what she suspected, he said, taking her hands. He sighed. Vic told me what she did. That wasn't my intention. I wanted you to have the choice to take my blood. We've talked about this. I don't want to force the dark gift upon you so you wake up hating me like I did with my sire. She knew more about his initiation into vampirehood than she suspected that his brother knew. The details still haunted her. Zara told me how she took the initiative, she said, curling her legs under herself. A thoughtfulness quieted her mind. The doctor wasn't solely to blame for her condition. Red had demanded the last dose of his blood. I don't trust her, and neither should you, but I understand what drove you to her. I just don't like it. Christoph studied their twined fingers. His closed expression concealed his thoughts. He whispered as if to himself, Is what I want so wrong? Arno groaned, clinking a glass against a champagne bottle. Is this how you two celebrate? We broke the girl out of jail. Make a toast and let us drink already. Red accepted a glass from him and tapped it against Christoph's. She held his gaze as she sipped her champagne. They both knew she wished it was blood. He'd said she wouldn't thank him tomorrow. Did he know when she would turn? She didn't want to ask. Touching her chest, she counted her heartbeats. They sounded strong. How long would it last? Chapter 19. January 21st, after midnight. Flying over the Atlantic. Moonlight streaked the icy dark seas as the private jet passed over Greenland toward America. Red braced her elbow on an oval window, planting her feet on the floor as she sat in a leather chair at a small round table. Fatigue made her head droop, but she treated herself like she had a concussion. She focused on her heartbeat. It felt like a meditation as she tried to ignore the ambient noise in the dimly lit airplane cabin. As a human, planes had been loud. Her sensitive hearing now made them headache-inducing. She didn't put in earplugs for fear of lulling herself to sleep. Christoph and Arno spoke together, sitting in two chairs at the end of the aisle. The younger Novak glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He said, "I don't know, Christoph. Doesn't she seem unusual? She smells different." They whispered, but she still picked up some of their words without meaning to eavesdrop. A regular witch couldn't have done it. She'd reached the end of her days as a regular anything. That was her own doing. She had asked Christoph for more blood in the prison. He gave it, but he'd cut off the supply like he regretted sharing it in the first place. Something bothered her about that conversation. She still didn't understand why he'd been so hurt when she answered his question about immortality. It had been a means to an end then. Tomorrow, it would be a consequence. Christoph wanted to create other vampires to the point of hiring a mad scientist, but he'd shied from giving Red more blood at the last moment. Why? She didn't know, but she could have kissed him again for it. More could have turned her. She tried not to think about the possibilities. In those dark moments at Stone a Tree, she hadn't thought of anything except the warlock. The universe maintained its sense of irony when it came to her life. It still stung, but thousands would live because of her compromise. Maxwell would rot in prison, and dust would pile on his metal shell. Helpless and impotent, he would stare at the same wall for centuries. The world was spared his machinations. She had completed her mission. Scars were expected, not whatever the hell she was now. Her meditation broken, she reached for a phone on the next seat. It was one of her last burner phones that Christoph had saved. She'd texted Vic on it earlier to update him. He should have met one of Novak's minions and taken a first-class flight from England. He was supposed to have relayed the message to Jacob Crispin, but in her restlessness, she dialed the Elder Bard's number to make sure. It was late, yet she wondered how many other calls he would receive about the situation before the morning. The onboard Wi-Fi powered her call, and Crispin answered tentatively. "Red, is this you?" "Hi," she said. She didn't know what to say. She'd escaped, the prison was trashed, and the inmates could still be raging at Stone Tree. It wasn't a clean breakout. "I'm alive, obviously, but Vic might have told you that." "Indeed, he informed me. A security camera in Villains Row recorded how you redirected the immortal alchemist's wrath to a more productive purpose. I've conferenced with Felix Williams, briefly. The man is trying to squash a riot. He knows what you've done. The Brotherhood won't look for you. I dare say the head bard will pardon you." Red eased back in her seat, smiling as relief flooded her. She'd looked over her shoulder for months before prison, pretending to be dead so the warlock and his Brotherhood connections couldn't spot her. When she stepped off this airplane, she could live as herself again, or rather under the name she'd chosen. "Thank him for me." "Felix also told me you advocated for an innocent werewolf's release. He was struck by your empathy." "You acted like the girl that I always knew you were," Crispin said, as if he wished desperately for her to never change. "She bit her tongue so she didn't confess that she'd also released an arsonist." "I'm still me." "The Brotherhood will endure another sleepless night, and then this ordeal will fade with the dawn. Sleep well, Red." "Goodbye," she said, brushing back a tear as he hung up. She couldn't have asked for a more loyal friend. If he had allowed it, she would have told him so. She curled up in her seat, resting her head back. All was well. She could lay down her guard. Tomorrow was a new chapter in her life. She'd promised the psychologist she would start it. Once she arrived stateside, she could find out what her new normal would be. A hitch developed in her side. Rubbing the muscle knot in her back, she straightened her posture. Pain stabbed her gut. She seized, falling over the table. Hunger gnawed at her belly. Her stomach rippled under her green shirt like rats were clawing to get out. She moaned. Sweaty and lightheaded, she couldn't think. Christoph rushed to her side. He cradled her face in his hands. "Look at me. Tell me what's happening." She tried to focus on him, but her vision dimmed. The shadowy edges spread over his face, obscuring him in a grim vignette. She tried to take his hand. Her fingers groped the air as she fell back. Then her world transformed into bright dreams that she wouldn't remember except for her mother's presence. When she opened her eyes again, she lay in a medical bed. Arno Novak took her temperature with an ear thermometer. As she stirred, he set the device down and handed her a cup of water, helping her drink. You worried my brother. I sent him to a Broadway show so he'd stop moping about. I didn't tell him it was cats. Red adjusted herself on the pillow. She smiled weakly, bone-tired as if she'd been catching up on the sleep she'd missed in prison. He'll figure it out when a guy in a rum-tum tugger costume gyrates on him. Am I in New York then? We're in a private hospital for supernaturals. I did a residency here once. My name still has some sway among the older staff. They won't ask you questions. Arno sat at her bedside on a rolling stool. His hair was darker, and his features were younger and prettier than Christoph's, but the resemblance was strong down to the preference for designer suits. Red steeled herself for bad news. What's the word, Doc? You're anemic and malnourished. That last point nearly made Christoph return to England to kill the prison kitchen staff. You know how particular he is about feeding his humans, Arno said, like it was a weird hobby like raising heirloom chickens. We counteracted that as much as we could for the last 2 days while you slept, unless you fall asleep. Again. 2 days of sleep has to be a record for anyone not in a coma, she said. That can't be the extent of it. My last checkup whipped the priests and doctors into a frenzy to study me. I can't blame them. After I ran your CBC, your complete blood count, which was wildly alarming before I even ran a CMP, he seemed to notice that he was losing her in the medical jargon. She'd spent too much time trying to stay out of hospitals to learn the lingo. Your samples came back with more vampiric indicators than I expected. Red sagged against her pillows. The second medical opinion felt more weighted than the first. Arno wouldn't lie about the situation out of consideration for his brother's feelings. Christoph tells you everything. What do you think will happen to me? It's not a question of will it happen, but when, if you two carry on like this. I'm not the one to give lectures about sensitivity. For a scientific mind, the truth is what it is. Christoph is a more romantic man. I've sired dozens of vampires. He has me, only me. It makes him precious about the process. I'm not sure if the last blood transfusion could turn you, but if it doesn't... He stopped as if he'd get in trouble for saying more. She asked, What is it? Don't ask for his blood again unless you want to be connected to him forever. We're grown adults. We know that eternity is a long time for monogamy, but he is starry-eyed for you. If he was a teenage girl, he'd have a scrapbook with wedding pictures. You don't comprehend what you mean to him. He'll give you what you want, even if it hurts him. Red reached for her water to sheepishly hide behind the cup as she drank. She'd been told this before, but his words impacted her harder than Netta's warning last year to be gentle with Christoph. So he told you about what happened before I met Perenelle? Arno crossed his arms with a thoughtful expression. It sounded like you two were having 2 separate conversations. My kind thinks of the turning as a dark gift. He imagined giving you that as a celebration of your love for another, not to defeat the enemy du jour. Guilt stabbed her. He was right. She didn't know what she'd asked of Christoph in the prison. His brother's confession made it clear. I hadn't thought about what that moment could mean for him. Arno shrugged as if he didn't understand it much himself. For our political sakes, I'm grateful you had a sip. You ensured that the warlock had a ghastly enough punishment to satisfy Prince Merrick. We're fortunate that Princess Yolanda woke from her coma yesterday to distract him. The Novaks shall stay in royal favor for another day. Good, she said. That settled a big consequence of not killing the warlock. The only one left in their conspiracy to touch base with was Stace. The heroine might be disappointed, but she'd have chosen to defuse the bomb in the end, too. Red wiggled under the itchy blue blanket, loathing it and her medical gown. Hospitals made her skin crawl. So, you're on steady political footing, and I'm conscious. Can I leave here, then? I'm not your master. Arno cocked his ear, then opened the private hospital room door. But here he is now. How was the play? Andrew Lloyd Webber has to be a demon, Christoph said, shaking his head as he entered. He stopped his musical critique when he saw Red. then rushed to her and sat at her bedside. "How long have you been awake? I was supposed to get a text message," he said, glaring at his brother. "I haven't been up for long," Red said and took his hand. Her fingers were nearly as cold as his. She smiled to cover her shock. "I'm sorry for making you ground the plane. Pass me some pants, and I'll be ready to motor soon." "I don't care that our trip was delayed," Kristoff said, stroking her cheek. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold ring set with an oval sapphire. "Your ring. I planned to give it to you when we had a moment alone, but there is nothing like the present." She closed her eyes against the instinctive tears. The prison had confiscated her heirloom. It had been her mother's, created to amplify a witch's magic, and was passed down by her grandmother Abigail. Her hand had seemed so bare without it. She kissed him and put the ring on. "How did you find it?" "I couldn't let them keep one of your treasures. I know what it means to you," Kristoff said, pride radiating from his straight, broad shoulders. She loved how delighted he became when he could make a wish come true. "As to how, I made a stop at the evidence locker before I reached you in the cell block. I also retrieved the emerald necklace, but this is more special." She hugged him. It felt like her mother was with her again. She didn't have anything else from her. That made it more precious than any other magical trinket could be. "Thank you." Greer materialized in the hospital room with a wave. Transparent and ethereal, she said, "It's me." Startled, Red waved back. "Hey, buddy." Greer sported a black Gucci dress and a new sleek hairstyle. She looked like one of the footballers' wives that she gossiped about. Kristoff's payoff must have been good. She lifted up a pair of oversized sunglasses over her spray-tanned face. "Sorry to astrally interrupt, babes. I know you thought I had buzzed off, but I needed to check in. You introduced me to that bloke Vic, and he's been on a tear in my phone messages. He wants me to find some blood magic spell for you. I said he was cute, but that is some dark craft. Is he taking the piss?" Red listened, but a chest pain stole her focus as the other witch spoke. She swallowed back the discomfort that tightened her throat and nodded. "No, do it." Greer peered closer at Red. "Should I go? You look like you've got the plague." "I'm okay," Red lied. Magic churned in her aura. The ring on her finger glittered to her third eye. It was reacting to something, channeling her power without an order. Her arm grew numb. She concentrated on stopping it, but the pain scattered her attention. Kristoff laid a palm on Red's sweaty brow. "Are you all right, darling?" Burning bile rose in her throat. She clamped her mouth shut, trying to hold it in. She shook her head. Arno pushed his brother aside and held out a bucket for Red. He looked away as her back arched and she vomited into the bucket. He said, "Everyone back, and get the Essex Phantom out of here." Greer disappeared with a huff. "Rude." Red fell back on her bed, sucking in a desperate breath as her heart skipped a beat, her eyelids strained to stay open. She focused on Kristoff, groping for his hand. "I don't want this." Darkness pulled her under in mid-sentence. She opened her eyes again, clutching her chest. Kristoff wasn't next to her. Neither was Arno Novak. She gasped. "Mom." Brooke Peters sat on the edge of the mattress. Freckles dotted her nose like a constellation that Red had never forgotten. Her shaggy red bob bounced around her ruddy cheeks as she patted her daughter's knee. "I'm here." Chapter 20. January 26th, evening. Brooklyn, New York, Chilton Supernatural Hospital. "Mom!" Red tried to say more when the hospital room dimmed. Her mother disappeared. She blinked, staring up at the ceiling suddenly. Was that a hallucination or another dream? Sitting up against her pillows, she gasped to see Vic with her. He snored in a chair at the foot of her medical bed. In a denim vest and a classic rock t-shirt, he looked nearly the same as when he first found her years ago. She'd had amnesia then, but she never forgot how he had rescued her. She was in the same New York hospital as before. Blackout curtains blocked the windows from the daylight. She still didn't know how Vic was in her private room. How long had she been unconscious? She picked up a charging phone on her bedstand. It was his. She didn't know the password, but the date on the lock screen slapped her with surprise. It had been 3 days. Vic started awake in his seat. Do you want to give me an ulcer? Because this is how you do it. I'm not dead, she said, examining the IV in her arm and squinting at the heart monitor. Counting the beats, she tracked 20 in half a minute. The slow pace made her recoil. That wasn't normal. The jury is still out on that one, intern. I saw my mom. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She didn't know how to describe how wonderful it was to have even a glimpse. Holy smokes, I hope you didn't run into the light, Vic said. His panic ebbed, and he shook his head. Clearly not, since you're talking to me. So, your mom? When I popped into the afterlife, I saw my sister. I hope your visit was what you wanted. Red smiled sadly. It could have been a beautiful dream. I don't know what I saw. Did I die? A slight, barely noticeable scooch to death. All right, it was like a leap. Then your heart raced and you were back. You've been ping-ponging since. I nearly shit my pants each time. Christoph warned me that it took his brother nearly a week to fully turn. I'm changing more with every sample and brain scan, aren't I? She removed the emotion from her tone. This was hard for him. He didn't need her crying. She'd do that when she was alone. A weak tingle in her aura reminded her of her power. A sharp pain in her side scattered her ability to focus on her magic. Would she keep it? Sorrow cascaded over her in a wave of cold sweats. Yeah, Vic said, sighing. Christoph has some British doctor helping his brother. Zara. Red imagined the doctor's delight. It must have felt like her birthday. Has Christoph brought in a soulmancer yet? How'd you guess? Basil Bansko is on standby to fly to New York, but we haven't told him why. Christoph mentioned maybe bringing in his ex-girlfriend to talk to you. How that helps, I don't know. I think he'll buy plane tickets for whoever he thinks will assist at this point. Vic finished his sentence with a frown, as if he didn't understand the vampire's angle. What is it? I see that face. I called up every witch I knew for a spell that could help you. It was my landlady, Olivia Benston, of all people, who knew what I needed. She went to school back east with some of your mom's cousins, or something like that. She made it sound like the St. James Coven were like the Kennedys, he said, scowling a little because he'd never been one for a fancy name. You told me about them before, but I hadn't been desperate enough to reach out. An instinctive panic rose in her. Her mom had never fully explained why they had to break off from their family coven, but she'd drilled the order into her daughter. They couldn't even send a postcard to her grandmother Abigail. Red asked, What did you do? I did it, Christoph said, stepping into the hospital room door. He put his hand behind his back. A solid reserve cloaked his emotions. He gestured for the other man to leave. Vic, you should inform Stace and others that Red is awake. Vic hugged her before leaving the room with a suspicious glance at the vampire. He left the door cracked open behind him. Christoph pushed it shut. He studied the door frame as if composing himself before he sat at her bedside. His proximity made her heart skip. An intrusive voice told her to bite him again. She knew he'd enjoy it. Red clenched her fists under her blankets, fighting against the little voice by trying to think of anything else. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air from the 1990s popped into her head. She mentally recited every word of the sitcom's theme song like a chant. What are you taking the blame for? Vic has been seeking a cure for you since he first learned of your condition. It didn't take long for me to find out. He brags too much to strippers, Christoph said, as if that explained everything. She didn't want to admit her mentor's weakness, even if it had gotten him in trouble in Las Vegas and other places before. You didn't tell me on the plane. I didn't think I'd need to. Your condition seemed stable. I also assumed you'd been in cahoots with him, he said dryly. Red shrugged, offering a faintly self-deprecating smile. It was true, but she didn't know the many phases of her friend's plan. He says you have Basil on call as a soulmancer. It feels like you're preparing for my last rites. How does the St. James Coven come into it? You asked me not to investigate them. I fired the detectives like you asked last summer, but I kept the files. When Vic found a spell that required a relative, he started looking for your family. He was annoyed when I handed him their addresses after he'd done so much legwork. You contacted my mother's family? She drew the blanket to her chest. Her mom had cut off from the coven when Red was 13. One day her parents were alive and happy, and the next her father was dead. Her mother shuffled them across the country under the new names of Brooke and Emma Peters. She never saw her grandmother Abigail or any of her cousins again. It was so long ago that it was hard to remember the old family home back east. I couldn't see another way to reverse the transformation. Your heartbeat was so slow. The doctors almost sent you to the morgue, he confessed, somehow both irritated and sorrowful. She knew the royals of his vampiric order required new recruits to consent to the dark gift, but he had a pass when she demanded his blood. He didn't have to dig so deep for a cure. She said, I don't get it. You hired Zara. She has literally one purpose for you, to discover how you can create vampires. Now you're stopping my turning. I'm not complaining. I just don't understand. You wanted this so much. But you didn't. He entwined their fingers. A solemn little smile, almost too sad to be counted as one, lifted his lips. When I imagine eternity with you, you want it as much. I'll wait even if I'm disappointed in the end. Trust me on that. I do, Red said, thinking of the psychologist who had lived and flourished after her relationship with the vampire. This sounds strange, but tell Heather that I'm done with the altar. She'll know what I mean. He idly kissed her hand. Did she bring you to a breakthrough? She's good like that. So are you. Whatever you did woke me up. Christoph paused as if he wanted to take credit, but shook his head. We haven't done anything yet. I haven't heard back from the coven. Since you're awake, I'll send an email to them. First, I'll get a nurse. What if we leave and head back to Charm? She couldn't stand another moment in the hospital. The smell of the antiseptic cleaning products gave her a headache. Arno must confirm that you can travel. Red covered her stomach, holding back the discomfort of a cramp. She wanted to delve into what it meant that he'd sacrifice a dream for her, but nausea made her lightheaded. Embarrassment made her shoo him away. If she threw up again, she didn't want him hovering over her. Can you go get your brother? I don't want him to ignore a text message. You know how I hate this place. Christoph kissed her forehead. You'll be home soon. I shall hurry back. You really don't need to, she said, smiling tightly until he left. Clutching her stomach, she bolted from the bed to an attached bathroom. She held it in until she closed the door. Vomiting, sneezing, crying. Her body expelled everything like it was cleaning the house. Was a demon moving in? It felt like she was dying. It smelled like she might be. Chills rolled down her skin. The cold sank through her epidermis. After 10 minutes at the toilet, she washed her hands and sweaty face. She wobbled to the bed, vision blurring. Her aura churned. The sensation rippled through her body. Lifting a hand, she watched her veins vibrate under her skin. She moaned, It feels like fire. Doctor, nurse, someone. Red dropped to her knees, leaning against the bed frame. Pain made her hiss. Her limbs jerked as the muscles seized. She couldn't control the convulsions. Her sight faded to black. It lightened, and she was staring into her mother's face. Prone on the bed, she lifted her head. How was she here? The world seemed brighter around Brooke, like she had a halo. She wore the same olive green shirt and jeans she'd had on the night they parted. Junebug, I raised a fighter. Don't give up. Stay with the living. My organs are shutting down. I can feel it. I promise that I won't be soulless for long. Red sat cross-legged on the bed with her mother. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A decade had passed since they'd spoken. She could still remember every word they'd said to each other that terrible evening when she'd been kidnapped through time. It felt like centuries, but also a day. I missed you so much. I'm sorry if you're disappointed. I tried to do the right thing with the warlock." "Forget him," Brooke said, hugging her. She stroked Red's hair. "I only ever wanted you to have a safe life, one as normal as you could. I wanted to get him for you." Red needed her mother to know that she hadn't given up because it was hard. She tried to do the right thing, even if she'd lost sight of what the right thing was. "I didn't know what you wanted." "Live for me. That's what I want. You're my baby. No matter how old you grow. And I'd like you to grow very old indeed." Love and acceptance radiated toward Red, but she couldn't forget her regrets. "I wish I could do so much over, like our last night together. I should have stayed for that card game. Fate has a funny way of happening. I stood in the way of prophecy and destiny. It found you anyway," her mom said bitterly. "That prophecy about the Alaric order gave me meaning when I needed it," Red said, thinking of her years held by vampires. Maxwell hadn't realized when he sent her back in time to harvest her magic that he would set off another history-changing event. She wore the scars from both experiences, even if others couldn't see them. "I wanted to be the chosen one. I didn't realize—" A figure moved in the corner. Shadows obscured the humanoid form. Red whirled to face it. "Who's over there?" Brooke looked over her shoulder. "There isn't anyone. It's just us." Was it a ghost? Was Red in the spirit realm? The sight of her long-dead mom made it likely. Unless this was another dream. Her body felt real. She felt as solid as ever. But something was off about the hospital room. The shadows were darker, as if the background was overlaid with a high-contrast filter. She asked, "Am I dead?" "Think of this place as a waiting room." "This feels like the dreamland," Red said, then tried to summon her powers. The elements ignored her. She felt her magic like a distant echo in her chest. "Except I could do spells in the dreamland. I tried to reach you there. It was Christmas, wasn't it? You were fleeing from the warlock again. I couldn't make you see me, but I tried to shield you." "Have you been watching me this whole time?" Red blushed, looking at her hands in her lap. There were at least 8 years of her past that she didn't want her mom to see. That whole era as a vampire's courtesan would have been too much sex and violence for an HBO show. Then there were the nights with Christoph when they weren't actively stalking the warlock last fall. He had had imagination for lovemaking that certainly wasn't fit for her mom's eyes. "I can explain. I'm sorry if you saw more than you wanted to. In hindsight, your warnings about Lucas were spot on. I'll admit that." Brooke hushed her. "I saw it, Junebug, but I don't blame you. More than anything, I wish your life could have been different. It's my fault. I brought us to Charm so you could be hidden in its mystical energies from anyone who could track you. I failed. I should have taken us to that vortex near Taos, if I had taken better care." Red couldn't let her mom blame herself. She'd made her own choices, even when she didn't have many options. "What are you talking about? I had a great childhood with you. The best. We traveled the world on archaeology digs with Dad. I saw the Sahara, the Great Wall of China, and the Argonne Forest. You taught me how to drive and put up with me as a cranky-ass teen. I saw what you had to do to survive. Time doesn't work in the afterlife as it does for the living. I couldn't stop history from unfolding. I could only rewind it." Mom covered her mouth like she was fighting a sob. "It broke my heart. You suffered so much." "I don't have to anymore. I'm over, aren't I? I can rest." Through silent tears, Brooke said, "You should have decades more life." Red touched her pulse. It seemed steady, but this could be a hallucination, or the great beyond. She was talking to her late mother, after all. Did she turn into a vampire? Christoph had promised he'd hire a soulmancer to place her soul in her body. What would happen then? Would her spirit leave her mother's side? She said morosely, "I could have forever." "You shouldn't have drunk that blood, or so much of it. I raised you to be more careful, maybe too much. You were sure to rebel eventually. My mother told me so. I won't hear the end of it when she passes and joins me in death, I'm sure." Red made a face, feeling like a scolded teenager. She'd had her reasons for feeding on Kristoff. Some were even necessary. I know, Mom. Obviously, it hasn't worked out for me. Despite her daughter's waspy tone, she smiled. This takes me back to your high school years. You didn't like it when I told you what to do then, either. I haven't gotten better with orders, Red conceded, chuckling. I'm sorry I was a little shit. You were a joy, Brooke said sincerely. Her smile turned wry. I spent too much time emphasizing independence. It made you willful. Then again, who isn't in our family? Red stood from the bed as a dark mass grew in the corner. She used her body to shield her mother from it. We're not alone. The shadow lightened to a pale, elderly woman with a stately curled hairstyle that had barely changed in 40 years. In a white Chanel skirt suit, Abigail St. James always looked like she was late for lunch at an upscale hotel. Red had last seen her grandmother in a vision last July. The jaunt through time loops had overshadowed the rediscovery. It was only later, when she recovered her memories, that she fully appreciated what she'd seen. Red gasped, Grandma? Brooke Peters crossed her arms. Mother, you have a bad heart. Crossing into this place could hurt. Never mind that, Abigail said. The matriarch of the family coven leaned over the medical bed to peer at her granddaughter. She snapped her fingers. Red felt her spirit stagger, and she opened her physical eyes. She was flat on the hospital bed in the dim room. Her paralyzed limbs didn't answer her as she drifted in and out of consciousness. Between blinks, Vic and Kristoff appeared in her vision. Then she saw her mother and grandmother. They disappeared, and Kristoff and Arno approached her bedside. Then they were gone too. Time moved at a pace she didn't understand. Was it magic, medicine, or the travel through dimensional planes that confused her? On her next blink, artificial light turned into daylight as the curtains opened. She hissed at the harsh brightness. The heart monitor in the room screeched an alarm. It faded to a whisper. Darkness covered her again like grave dirt. Chapter 21. January 30th evening, Brooklyn, New York, Chilton Supernatural Hospital. Red opened her eyes to her mother weeping quietly over her body. She reached out, but her arms barely moved an inch. The outline of her body flickered in transparency. Her hand faded completely before it materialized. She smiled for her mom's benefit as if she didn't see. Hey, no tears, we're together. Junebug, I thought we had lost you. Abigail hushed the other woman. Brooke, behave as an example for the girl. Brooke snapped, my kid is turning into a vampire. Rein in your emotions. You're a St. James woman. I'm not overreacting. She's my daughter, and I'm watching her die. And what do you think Juniper is to me? A stranger, Abigail said indignantly, and clutched her pearl necklace. Something about her too shiny skin seemed like an illusion to Red. How had she traveled to this place? She had a powerful grimoire passed down from the late matriarchs of their coven that few had seen. It must contain powerful arcane spells if one brought her to the death of the afterlife. Allow me to help you for once, Brooke. Then do it, but don't think to enfold her into the coven again. I won't have her succumb to whatever plagues our family. We decided this long ago. My death didn't change that agreement. Be sensible, Abigail pleaded. She needs a family. Hasn't she already endured curses? What else could befall my grandchild? It's been a full week, Red said sardonically. She gathered her strength to sit up, but she couldn't find a logical argument. Her life had been more than exciting, even without a coven. She knocked on the wooden bedstand to counteract the possible jinx in Abigail's words. It'll be over soon, Junebug, Brooke said. She sat on the edge of the medical bed, hands clasped like it was prayer. Give her the choice for a normal life, Mother, that's all I ask. She'll make the decision herself. As you wish. I'm growing too sentimental, Abigail said, clicking her tongue in self-disapproval. She returned to the head of the bed. Her determined gaze gentled when she stared down at her granddaughter. You can choose between the mundane or the magical later when neither of us specters are over your shoulder. Thank you, Grandma. Red hugged her, feeling like the 10-year-old that used to collect wild mushrooms with her granny. Even the elderly woman's perfume smelled the same. Abigail felt Red's forehead, then stepped back to study her chakras. A sadness cracked her Ice Queen veneer. Do you truly want me to stop this transformation? Her mom gasped. Yes, she does. What kind of question is, Look at me, Abigail said to Red, not her. I want to live. I had my life how I wanted it, and that warlock took it away from me. She appreciated that her grandma asked, handing control back to her, but she had too much that she still wanted to do as a mortal. I don't want to lose my magic either. There is a complication. A preliminary cleansing must be completed. Her body is slipping away, Mom said. That will take too long. Feel her spirit, Brooke, Abigail said with a little sideways glare of disappointment at her own daughter. It must be cleansed of the rot, or else the infection will return. Red scanned her darkened chakras with her third eye. That wasn't a good sign for a witch. Chakras should be bright and luminous in every color of the rainbow, not dull and tarnished like an old car left to decay in the rain. What's going on with my spirit, Grandma? History is written on your aura, your chakras, and your pain. You were stolen from us, your magic taken, and yet you persisted. That willpower is greater than steel. It's honed on a wish to be strong so you'll never be hurt again. I can feel it now, and so does your magic. Red groaned, looking at the heirloom ring on her finger. It was charmed to amplify her magic. She had put it on when Kristoff had given it to her without thinking. What you're saying is that I'm unconsciously triggering the vampire's blood in my system. Yes, Abigail said. She smoothed Red's hair back. Your pain is driving you. I can ease your mind and dull the worst recollections. You won't forget, but it will seem like cinema. The memories won't control you any longer. Mom warned. This will tamper with your brain, Junebug. Think about it. Please, therapy isn't cutting it with my paranormal PTSD, Red said. Tears heated her eyes. She had wanted to remember so badly before she knew better. The gift of her return memories had been like a Trojan horse. I've seen so much and done. Abigail shushed her. My girl, you wanted to be strong in a world that made you weak. I won't shame you for that. Red clasped their hands together, grateful for her. I love you, Grandma. Love you too, my little Junie, Abigail said. Recite this prayer to Hecate with me, then close your eyes. Hecate im sana et dape symphilia. Red repeated the Latin. A light appeared above her crown chakra, then cascaded down like an astringent ice shower. Her spirit tingled from the sensation. Abigail pressed her hands on Red's chest, chanting too quickly in Latin to translate. White orbs circled the bed. She lifted an athame from her skirt pocket and cut her palm. Blood dripped down to dissolve in midair. Red reached for her grandmother. Her hand passed through the other woman like she was an astral projection. Magical orbs whirled faster over her bed. She couldn't follow the darting patterns. Abigail traced sigils with her wrinkled hands. Sana im Hecate. Mom took up the chant. Her power added a blue sheen to the white orbs. 3 generations of St. James witches, separated by planes of existence, were joined by the spell. Power wrapped around them in a sacred circle. Red levitated from the mattress, surrounded by shooting stars of magic. Back arching, her lungs expanded in a huge breath. The heart monitor beeped as it counted her rapid pulse. She couldn't stop her legs from kicking. Life jolted through her. Through the mystical haze, she sought her mom's eyes. She wouldn't see her ever again. If only they had one more minute together. They should have had a lifetime. Red dropped to the bed. The lights dimmed, and her family disappeared. Her mouth couldn't move. She felt trapped in a tighter cage than at Stone Tree Prison. The door to the hospital room burst open as Kristoff and Vic rushed inside. Thank God, Vic said, reading her heart monitor. Kristoff glared at him. Thank me. You had a shovel ready to bury her. I thought she had a smell. It had been a day since her heart stopped. Red faded from the darkness of that argument into another, her spirit bleeding into the afterlife. Brooke and Abigail stood at her bedside. They still bickered like when she was a kid. She tried to tell them to stop, but her mouth wouldn't move. Brooke said, "She's my daughter. I want what's best for her. Your cleansing was supposed to grease the wheels." Abigail glowered as much as her patrician reserve allowed. "You have unfinished business keeping you anchored here, and so does she. I can feel her resisting my spell. Tell her to live. She is holding on to the afterlife for you. How much of her adulthood has been devoted to protecting or avenging you? Of course she is clawing to stay close." Red didn't realize it was the truth until she heard it bluntly stated. That was the altar of pain and grief that the psychologist had warned her about. She had added to it for so long that it was a habit. Abigail demanded, "Tell her you're content and that she can move on." "My only wish is for her to live. I'm the mother. I protect her. Not the other way around. She can't stay here." "I don't want her to suffer in my memory," Brooke said. It was the permission that Red had been waiting for without knowing it. She mentally cursed that she couldn't bring her mother into her arms for another hug. Her mom sighed. "Should I have said more? I told her I wanted her to have a normal life." "Piffle. What is normal?" Abigail asked. "That is meaningless to witches. You hide her and yourself from the family, and this is the result." Brooke planted her hands on her hips like a dueler ready to draw a pistol. "This isn't the time to scold me, Mother. We haven't spoken in years, and it's immediately a debate. You're not too old or too dead for me to spank. Resume the chant. Hecate may bless us by further dulling the girl's memories of the terror." Abigail lifted her arms over Red and tipped her nose primly upward. "Promise that you'll let her decide what she wants to be." "I will. A witch's word is—" "Worth as much as the witch," Brooke said glumly, before she began to chant in Latin. Red watched as her mother and grandmother raised their hands to the heavens. Orbs exploded from their fingers. The brilliance widened over the room. She couldn't shut her eyes, trapped between dimensions. The light pierced through her body and scalded like a hot shower, as if her soul was scrubbed clean. "Mom! Grandma!" Red flailed in the hospital bed when she could move again. Fluorescent lights made her squint. Heart racing, she accidentally fell from the mattress toward the floor. Kristoff caught the witch and rested her against the pillow. He brushed her hair from her forehead. "Shush, it's okay." "I saw them," she said. It had been the reunion she had never expected, but always wanted. "My grandmother cured me, didn't she?" He hung his head, averting his eyes in shame. "You smell human again, but I thought for a week that I'd killed you. Satan below, I shouldn't have given you that last blood." Red put her finger to his lips. "You did it because you loved me." "I hope it's worth what you paid—" A flurry of doctors interrupted, entering the room in a flap of white coats and medical records with Arno at the lead. The younger Novak smiled. "Our sleeping Duchess. I told you she would wake up, Kristoff." "Am I human, Doc?" she asked. The Novak brothers exchanged a wary look. She sat up with her hands on her hips, knowing she was mimicking her mother. The trademark St. James determination and sass ran in her veins no matter what she called herself. "I know you ran tests while I was out of it. What has it been since I last woke up? 4 days." "More," Kristoff said, as if it were centuries of dark ages. Arno sniffed her, then checked her pulse. "You're better than human, but barely a hybrid. Maybe your senses are more acute. I can do an eye test later." "I'll let you know if I want an appointment," she said, touching her face to test the warmth. Her arms had a healthy glow. She hadn't realized how pale she'd been as a hybrid. Kristoff asked, "What can I get for you?" Her stomach growled. She rubbed her belly. She'd nearly forgotten what hunger for food felt like. "Whatever you get, nothing from the hospital and nothing Jell-O. Maybe a boba tea. I'm craving Chinese takeaway." Kristoff grinned, lifting her hand to kiss her knuckles. "Now I know you're feeling better." She touched her heart, counting the strong, steady beats. Her vitals didn't tell the full story. To her third eye, her chakras and aura were cleaner than they'd been in a decade. Her neck and shoulders felt like she'd returned from a massage. A psychic weight had disappeared. It had been heavier than she'd realized. Red had never felt more alive. Chapter 22. February 4th, evening, Charm, Oregon, Charm Municipal Airport. Red walked with Kristoff and Vic out of the private plane and down the runway stairs to the tarmac. To the west, winter bear trees stood sentinel in a distant patch of forest, and the small airport was in the east. A tinge of sea salt scented the air from the nearby beach. Was the breeze drawing it closer, or were her senses more sensitive? She wasn't the same woman who'd left the village for sure. When she'd stopped fearing for her life, she started fearing their arrival. She wanted to come home, but was she really welcome? Kristoff kissed her cheek. Darling, you shouldn't be nervous. Your friends wanted to meet you here. They know so much about what I've done. What will they say? Vic piped up behind her. About what? How you nearly turned into a vampire and may still have some residual demonicness? Or the crime spree? Or are you worried about when Stace learns what happened to Maxwell? Maybe it is. You don't need to recite the list, she said, rolling her eyes and shoving him like he was an annoying older brother. She smiled at him, grateful he'd seen this through to the end. I'll give you more shit about it in a week, Vic teased. A happy shriek bounced off the runway. Stacy Bonner raced to the foot of the stairs. The half-fae bounced in her pink tennis shoes that matched her jacket. She held a sign decorated with the glittery words, Welcome Home, and a collage of Red and their friends. You're back! Red climbed down to her friend. She mentally prepared her apology for not killing the warlock. It was a call that she hoped was the right one. I'm alive. Stace pulled her into a hug. The petite woman lifted her friend with super strength in her eagerness. They laughed as Stace set her down. I was excited. I missed you too, Red said, then picked up the dropped sign to study the pictures. They were snapshots printed on computer paper from late nights at the diner, shopping trips to the comic book shop, and days at the beach. It felt like another hug. I love the sign. The girls and I made it. Aisha and Olivia will want to see you soon, Stace said. Then her joy faded into solemnness. You helped put Maxwell away for good. Thank you. The Gonzalez Wolf Pack sends their gratitude too. Red had wanted to deliver the head of the man that killed her best friend's lover on a plate. That wasn't a desire from the part of her that had been a vampire. Her humanity had craved brutal justice too. Both she and the warlock had come too close to becoming demons during their feud. I wanted more for us, she said, not knowing if she meant their hunt for Maxwell or her expectations for herself. Stace draped an arm over her shoulder. We got the baddie anyway. That's the best U.S. good guys can do. Footsteps echoed on the runway. Basil Bansko jogged to them, panting as if he'd run from the airport. He was bundled in a vivid teal velvet overcoat. Hannah Proctor sped ahead of him with an orange scarf flailing behind her. The teen witch grinned. She said, Hey, no fair, Stacy. You used face strength to beat us here. Red boggled at them in delighted shock, having expected Stace to meet her at most. She didn't think these two would come. You're here. Charm is so far away from everything. Basil patted her on the back. We couldn't miss your first party out of prison. Those are always the best in Hollywood. Stace chuckled. We're in Charm, so lower your expectations to a cake at the local diner. They aren't the only ones who came to see you, Red. Who else? Red glanced around the small runway. Zach Sanchez strode to her from the shadows of the plane. In his habitual black, a long trench coat covered him to the knees of his ripped jeans. He sported a new mohawk and kept his head lowered. Everyone had said his goth style was a phase when they were teens, but he still looked like he could be an extra in the movie The Crow. She couldn't see if his expression matched his gloomy clothes. Red tensed, preparing for a serious gaze and justified reprimands about her prison stint. His disappointment had been devastating when they last spoke. He would have supported her with Vic's resurrection and the hunt against Maxwell if she had let him. Instead, she'd created a divide. Hi, you almost died. He wrapped her up in a bear hug before she could reply. Don't do that again. Red held her friend tighter. There wasn't anything better than an empath's hug. I'm so sorry. I know what I did was... Zach radiated soothing acceptance. You're not alone, Red. Don't forget. I won't, she said, close to tears. When she'd left England, she thought her life would be in pieces, but he was there to help her rebuild. It was a loyalty she thought she'd lost. She hugged him again. I missed you. Stace linked her arms with Red and Zach. The half-fae said, We have food waiting. Red looked back at Kristoff. He waved her off with a smile and a nod like he wanted her to have fun with her friends. She laughed as Stace used magic to squire them faster through the parking lot. The fairy drove them in her car, breaking the speed limit to the diner. Their Usual booth waited for them with a basket of French frias. Red took her place at the table. Her friends smiled at her like she'd never left. 2 days later, a knock at the front door roused Red from the coffee pot in the kitchen. She peered through the peephole to find Vic in a flannel shirt and leather jacket on her porch. He had drunk dialed her about brunch last night from a highway strip club, but she didn't expect him to be up until noon. Opening the door, she waved him inside. The Java is ready. I was about to make toast. You're up early. Did someone die? He shook his head. I wanted to take a drive, cruise around south toward Cannon Beach. I thought I'd see if you want to come along. What demon are we hunting? Did the bandage man return? She asked. 2 years ago, they had slain a demon, named for his bloodied bandages, that once haunted that beach in Oregon. It was one of their first adventures together. Vic must have a hunt on the agenda. He was a tightwad who bitched about gas prices daily. She was already dressed in a cream-colored wool sweater and jeans, but her hunting kit was in another room. He strode with her into the kitchen. Nah, we're just getting breakfast somewhere. You don't have to arm up. Okay, she said. It was a long way for diner chow, but she surrendered the point. When she was imprisoned, she daydreamed of a road trip with him like the old days. Some of her best memories were of being his co-pilot in the Millennium Falcon, his lovingly nicknamed van. She filled a thermos of coffee and handed it to him. Sure, let's motor. We can hit a place along the way. I'm thinking of a breakfast burrito when we pass that Taco Bell on the highway. If you're driving to that beach, we're going somewhere good. Besides, you're not eating beans while I'm stuck in a van with you. Red shook a warning finger at him. She pulled on a houndstooth peacoat from the coat rack and grabbed a coffee to go for herself. You could clear a group of cowboys from a campfire. Vic opened the door to the driveway for her. Fine, I won't turn the car into a Dutch oven. Gross, she said, giggling, and went to the front seat of the waiting van. She climbed inside. I'm beginning to think that was your plan all along. Flatulence is a byproduct, not a feature. Vic hopped behind the steering wheel, then switched on the engine. Classic rock spilled from the speakers. He bobbed his head to the chorus of the song Bad Company. They settled into an easy silence, enjoying the tune. The highway welcomed them with an empty road. Red relaxed against the seat cushion, inhaling the subtle funk of the van. It smelled like Palo Santo and other demon repellents. She'd missed it when she'd been gone more than her own bedroom. The Millennium Falcon had been like a home to her. She loved it nearly as much as Vic did. They drove along a road that curved scenically along the coast. She expected him to say something or ask her about prison or her quest against the warlock, but he seemed exactly like a man who just wanted a cruise. He didn't speak until they reached a red light by a no-name truck stop. Turning down the radio and plugging an auxiliary cord from the van stereo into his phone, he said, There's something else you should hear besides Led Zeppelin. Have you finally heard Stairway to Heaven too many times? Vic lifted his phone and swiped to a podcast app. He hit play on the audio track cryptically labeled Show Red. I downloaded it this morning. Felix Williams' voice came over the speakers. Good evening, my brothers. Red asked, "Is this a bulletin from Bard Net?" Vic shushed her and turned up the volume. The recording continued as Felix said, "Tonight I come to you with truths about our noble fellowship that were hard for me to believe and which my pride wanted to deny. Yet honor compels me. As the head of the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes, it is my duty to uphold my oaths as a steward and a shield. I promise transparency on the matter of Joan Cormoran's untimely murder. These are the facts as we know them." She listened as Felix explained the last hour of the former head bard's life when Maxwell led Joan to her death on false pretenses. He validated Red's version of the events, bolstered by video footage from the scene and transcripts from the warlock's own psychological evaluations. She couldn't believe that he had revealed his organization's dark history with Maxwell and how he planned to take accountability. The speech ended, leaving the van in silence. "Do you think he's the real deal, Vic?" "Fair play Felix will raise hell against corruption, I'm sure." He turned onto a highway exit to a small seaside town. She mentally wished Felix well as they drove to a beach pier where cold gray waves pounded the sandy shore. Holding back her amusement, she didn't say anything as Vic grumbled about the lack of free parking until succumbing to a pay lot. He said, "Can you believe it costs $5 to park here? What is this, Disneyland?" "If I told you what an hour with the big mouse really costs, you'd have a heart attack," she said, opening her door to jump down from the van. The salty wind chilled her cheeks. She lifted her collar for protection as she strolled with him along the nearly empty pier. They had walked this promenade years ago. The cutesy cafes and gift shops, half shuttered for the off-season, looked nearly the same. "Didn't we eat around here after we hunted the bandage man?" "You remember those amazing waffles too? Were they so good because we almost died?" "That is the trouble when you go full circle and return home again. It doesn't taste the same," Vic said, oddly serious about diner grub. She couldn't tell if this was a metaphor or if he was still talking about food. "We haven't even ordered yet. I'm happy to be back. This town is super adorable. I didn't really notice before." He stuffed his hands in his pockets as the wind made his long leather jacket flap against his jeans. "You did good that day, intern. When I found you, you didn't remember a damn thing, but you wanted to fight the bad guy. I keep wondering how I could have taught you more or better. Maybe I could have prepared you for that Pandora's box of memories. I'm supposed to be the heir to the Constantine legacy, for better or worse." No one could have softened the blow. He shrugged. "Maybe. I saw Tom Constantine again. Did I tell you that? If only I had remembered him fully then. He was my greatest friend when I was in the past," she said. "Tom would always be the kind, streetways kid that she met by the railroad tracks in a London slum. He'd lived a good life, as she always hoped he would." She sighed, grateful for the Constantine men throughout history. "It was before we finished your resurrection spell. I didn't expect your Victorian-era ancestor to plop into my subconscious from the afterlife. Until he got spooky with a mind meld, I thought he was a figment of my imagination, like the talking cat that drove the bus." "What bus?" "It doesn't matter. The cat bus was a dream, but Tom was real. He told me how proud he was of you and of how you had guarded me. You could have dumped my amnesiac ass with social services when you found me, but you didn't. Vic, you made sure that I could defend myself when the warlock finally found me again. Most people would have let me rot in jail. I've been there ridding the morally gray line until it runs black." She appreciated the attempt to relate, but she had crossed darker lines than she wanted him to know about. "You're good people. I almost became a demon last week." "You don't get a nickname like the dentist for being Mr. Congeniality. How many werewolf teeth did I have in my collection before I tossed it out? Someone told me once that no matter how I felt about myself, I wasn't beyond redemption, that tomorrow we could act differently, better. I'm passing that advice on to you like herpes." She cracked a smile. "Herpes, eh?" He winced. That would have been the perfect sentiment without the last two words, wouldn't it? "Yes," she said, chuckling. "But still, I appreciate it." You'll appreciate waffles more. If I remember right, they had like 10 different kinds of syrup. We're almost to the place. You've missed too many movies. I'll show you the trailers for the ones that you gotta see first after we order. Not any horror movies, she said while they strolled the pier. They bantered together, skirting the serious topics until a gentle rain sprinkled from the sky. It felt like a sign from her mother, who was a water mage. Peace settled on her as they ducked into a restaurant. The next chapter in her life started today. Part 1, Witchfest, A Short Adventure. March 4th evening, en route to Charm, Oregon. Red drummed her hands on the steering wheel to the radio's beat as she drove the rural highway toward home. Vic Constantine snored in the passenger seat. They'd finished a favor for a demon hunter buddy in Washington, and she'd lost the coin toss on who would drive back. It felt good to be back to normal as her life ever got. The headlamps reflected off the bare winter trees along the damp two-lane road. A light snowfall passed by the windshield like shooting stars. The effect made the old black van seem as interstellar as its namesake, the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. Margarine for Tuesday, he mumbled incoherently in his sleep. His black mullet stuck up in tousled locks. He hugged his denim jacket tighter around himself. It had been a while since they had a classic Red and Vic adventure on the road. She'd missed it more than she realized after months out of the country. Sparkles in the road made her snap to attention. What was that on the yellow line separating the highway? She stomped on the brakes. A tall androgynous figure materialized in a sequined bodysuit and red cape. The snow didn't seem to touch them. Their skin was black as the cosmos, with white freckles across their high cheeks. Human yet otherworldly, Red couldn't tell if the person was an alien or a supermodel. Power radiated through their aura. Neither light nor dark, their power simply was. The headlights sparkled on the glittery being blocking her lane, distracting Red like a disco ball. They locked eyes before the figure faded into the snowfall. She rolled down her van window and stuck her head out to examine the now empty road. That wasn't your usual hitchhiker. Vic lurched in his seat, rubbing his eyes. Who was that in the cape? Grace Jones? The 80s icon? I wish. My mom loved her, Red said. She closed her window, sealing out the cold. I'm glad that I wasn't the only one who saw that. I didn't feel any demonic energy. You know, my spider senses are more sensitive than ever. Maybe they were teleporting through the area. He shook his head, chuckling. Something weird happened. We must be close to Charm. Our exit is coming up. Red hit the gas, returning to cruising speed as she peeked at the rearview mirror. Who was that mysterious stranger? The walls between dimensions were thinner in these woods. Mystical energy hung between the trees like fog. It wasn't unique. There were other supernatural hotspots around the globe, but the town attracted its share of tourists. Most drifted out as peacefully as they drifted in. Red and her friends handled the ones who didn't. Her phone vibrated on the wooden chest between the two front seats. She checked the text, summarizing it for Vic. Zach needs help at the diner. Watch the road, you're always getting on me about texting and driving. Yes, Mother, Red joked, putting her hands at 10 and 2 o'clock, like they were in a driver's ed class. Are you really going to do a shift at the diner? We just got back from helping Tony Grigalva's cousin with a poltergeist. You know how trouble follows those Grigalvas. We've helped Tony enough in Tahoe. We should drive down there one of these days for old time's sake. I miss his dogs, she said, wistful, thinking of the retired hunter's animal rescue. He rolled his eyes. Focus, intern. It's been a full day's work. Besides, with your bank account, you don't need a second job. She turned onto a highway off-ramp to the village road. He wasn't wrong about her money. She could live very comfortably on her investment dividends to fund her hunter lifestyle, but that wasn't why she wanted to do it. She did it to help people. Zach is short-staffed, and he needs every hand on deck. Vic sniffed skeptically at her altruism. And you're still feeling guilty enough to do some grunt work for him. How long are you going to keep this apology train going? I've only been back a month, Red said. She had gone on an international hunt for a warlock, alienating half of her friends, then did a stint in a supernatural jail. The fallout was better than she expected, but worse than she wanted. She had to earn back the trust she'd lost with her friends. He needs me. Promise you'll sleep tonight. He fiddled with the radio as it went to a commercial, searching for another station with a song. Johnny Cash sang from the speakers about his Folsom Prison blues. Vic glanced sheepishly at her, as if apologizing for his on-the-nose musical selection before he switched to a car advertisement. I'm okay. I'm barely a hybrid. Besides, I've always been a night owl. So are you. But I didn't nearly turn into a vampire, he said, then averted his eyes as if he wished to reel back his words. I'm good, Vic, really, she said. Her grandmother had ensured her recovery. She still didn't know how Abigail St. James had the strength, but her spell had done the trick. Red was as human as she could be after drinking so much of Kristoff's blood. I'll be the judge of that. You're still demoted back to intern. I accept that, Red said. Her smile turned mischievous as she thought about a phone call she'd overheard earlier. Like, I think you accepted a date with Greer. The prison pen pal program was a success, I hear. He glared at her, halfway between amusement and annoyance. It's a casual astral thing at a coffee shop. If you want to dish about relationships, you can go to Stacy for that tonight. Red drove toward Lily's diner on a crossroads outside the village. She's working at the diner tonight. Can I tell her? No, Vic groaned, slashing his hand in the air. She wanted to do double dates when I was with Maudette. She'll tell his girlfriend Aisha, and next thing you know, my little bro will get in my face about dating an arsonist. So, it is a date. He made a pissy little face and said primly, Grow up, Red. Never, she cackled. Her laughter faded as she thought of his adopted brother, LaShawn Constantine. She'd been fast friends with the bespectacled black werewolf when they'd first met. He hadn't burned their bridge. Her mistakes had. Okay, fine. I won't say anything. You haven't told LaShawn. Vic sighed. We already talked about my homecoming with him. Enough said. Sure. She knew not to pick that scab again. They were both on Lashen's shit list despite Aisha trying to mediate the rift. Red still hadn't found a way to make it right with him. The radio filled the silence. She drove into the diner's gravel parking area and stopped the van. Old growth trees separated its expansive lot from the nearby cemetery. Vic said, Thanks for the witchery against that poltergeist. Anytime. See you later, Red said, grabbing her bag from the back of the van. She hopped out her door so he could take the driver's seat. Huddling against the chilly wind, she left the Millennium Falcon. He waved from behind the wheel. I hope the tips are worth it. Me too, Red said, but she always put her tips back into the community jar for the others to share. She strode toward the diner. It looked like a long, wood-shingled lodge with a green roof. A neon sign over the door read Lily's. Named for the last owner, the diner had lasted 50 years, with previous taverns and eateries located on the spot since before the town's founding. Wide, bright windows showcased the packed dining room. It was one of the few establishments owned by locals that was open after dark. Zach Sanchez met her at the door. In black jeans and a black t-shirt with the diner logo, he waved her inside. His mohawk drooped to the side like a sad orca's dorsal fin. Anxiety wafted off him. As an empath, his emotions could broadcast louder than others. He hugged her, and she could almost feel his nervousness fade. Thanks. That new waitress had to go home because her kid is sick, and Bernardo is out of state until... No worries. Get me in an apron and tell me which section of the dining area is mine, Red said, walking with him into a back room behind the bar counter. When they returned, she was at the first table, taking orders, then refilling water cups at the next. It was hours later at closing that she returned to the back room to find Zach alone again. Hey. He rose nervously from his cluttered desk under framed historical pictures of the restaurant. Did you hear my phone call? What? No. I wanted to say goodbye before I left. The new bartender promised she was going to close up, Red said as she sat down in the chair opposite his desk. Whatever he'd been talking about on the phone, it must have rattled him. Usually you soothe people, Zach. You've been on edge and we've felt it all night. What's up? I was talking with my uncle, the one with the carpentry business. I thought he could give me some advice about. I don't want to talk about it, Zack said, then cradled his head in his hands. Red had noticed his mood for weeks. She thought it was because he was still annoyed with her and Stace. His uncle couldn't possibly have advice for that, so there must be something else on his mind. Gently, she said, "While I want to give you space, I wonder if maybe you'd feel better if you let it out. You always have a listening ear for everyone else. Even an empath needs emotional support." Zack lifted his face, but he didn't meet her eyes. "I'm behind on the diner bills. From the last plague to weekly demon-related damage, it's been too much. We also have to replace the roof after the last storm. It's leaking in the ladies' bathroom. The diner can be profitable, but I'm in the hole. 2 good months could get me out of it, but we haven't made the numbers this quarter. I'm sorry if everyone has felt it." "We don't blame you for being in a bad mood. It sounds like you're going through it," Red said. He was such a good guy. He'd kept his staff on salary and donated their kitchen to a charity when the place was idle during the public health shutdowns. She'd tried to offer him money before, but he was too proud. "I'll come up with what we need by the end of the month. I always do." Stacy Bonner walked into the room, elfin, pretty, and petite in her waitress uniform. Her black hair was braided into sleek cornrows. She fought demons daily, but this wasn't a challenge she could slay. Shock made her big brown eyes bigger than usual. With sharp half-fey hearing, she must have caught his words. "Why didn't you tell us before? We're your employees and roommates." Zack leaned back in his chair. His face said that he wanted to do anything other than discuss this. He crossed his arms, glancing at Red like he regretted his confessions. "You two were hunting a warlock for half of last year. I didn't want to worry you. I can handle it." The two women exchanged a glance. They'd been friends too long to leave him to do this by himself. Red said, "We can help you with ideas at least." Zack radiated depression as he sagged in his chair. "My idea was to sell food that people liked. It's working, except for the demons that trash my place. I swear, they purposefully go for the most expensive equipment, and they always take the cappuccino machine on the way out. We've gone through 8 this year. 3 were just from that pixie infestation last month." "It's March," Red said, doing the shocking math. "That's like 1 every 2 weeks." He flung his hands up in frustration. "I might as well buy them in bulk." Stace snapped her fingers, expression brightening. "A fundraiser. That's what we'll do. The community will come out for it." "This place is an institution," Red said. In the darkest days of the town, this diner had kept its lights on. They had carved their names under a booth table when they were teens. It was a part of them all. Zack didn't move from his slouch, yet a little sunbeam seemed to break the emotional clouds around him. "Lily sold it to me because I promised I could keep it open. She'll come out of retirement to kick my ass if I fail." "You won't," Red said. If it came to it, she would twist his arm about accepting her as an investor. Stace raised her hand to volunteer. "Leave the fundraiser to me." He smiled at her, but anxiety still hung over him. "Start tomorrow then. I know I can barely think more tonight. Maybe I'm delirious. I've been here since dawn." Red opened the door to the back parking lot and gestured for him to leave his desk. "It's after midnight. Let's get you home." The trio piled into Zack's dented black SUV and rode to the old farmhouse where they lived on the edges of the cemetery. Red left the back seat and opened her metaphysical third eye, scanning the front yard for supernatural danger. Her friends undoubtedly did the same with their own powers. Security was a habit after years of living in this town. Tendrils of energy and ethereal traces lingered above the lawn, but it was typical in the paranormal landscape. The heavy levels of mystical energy in the area were what had convinced her mother to move here once upon a time. It was great camouflage for 2 witches. Compasses, location spells, and GPS glitched frequently around charm. As the roommates walked inside the house, Cocoa Puff the hamster squeaked from his habit trail in the living room. Salt lamps under the TV illuminated the coffee table and the plaid blanket on the couch. Zack turned on the ceiling light and rushed past the half-fae to greet the furry creature. He said, "How is my silly little guy?" Feigning offense, Stace said to Red, "And he didn't even want a hamster." Zack chuckled. "You wanted to adopt 20. "I'm an unrepentant hamster queen," Stace said, as she hung up her coat on the rake. "Don't think I've forgotten that time you invited Bigfoot to stay." "Antonio was a gentleman. I miss him, don't you, Red?" "Of course. Except for his smell." Red had washed the couch cushions after Antonio's visit last July, but she still thought she smelled Sasquatch funk in the padding, and it was March. "I told you, he was a juvenile then, and he didn't know how to turn off his musk. It's a defense mechanism." "Maybe the fundraiser should have a petting zoo," Red said, inspired by his love of critters, both adorable and stinky. "It could be like a carnival. We can have live music. Vendors could buy booth space outside. The weather is supposed to warm up by next week." Stace nodded, eagerly typing on her phone. "I'm writing this down." Zack perched on the couch's armrest. "We can't make it a circus sideshow or a telethon either. I don't want people to know it's a charity fundraiser." "You'll want to pet a cute goat come the day," Red said. She should have been sleepy, but she was still wired from a day of ghost hunting and customer service. Making conversation, she tried to keep their energy up. It worked for 30 minutes, but with yawning goodbyes, her roommates drifted upstairs one after the other. Her phone screen lit up on the coffee table with a text message from her boyfriend, Christoph. She opened it to find a picture of him and his brother Arno at the University of Arizona. He posed with a moonlit saguaro cactus by a historic red brick building called Old Main. Red and Vic had busted a ghost there. The Novaks were at the Tucson campus on a college tour. Every few decades, Arno decided to renew his education. She supposed it made him feel young. After he helped her escape prison, she was happy to indulge him, even if it kept his brother from her for a week. Red texted Christoph until she fell asleep on the couch. Morning light filtered through the window blinds when her phone buzzed and rang. She woke with a start, then groped the floor beside the couch for the noisy device. After a minute of searching, she placed it to her ear. "Hello?" The ringing stopped before she could answer. It was a missed call from her banker. She tossed her phone aside when she heard Zack say her name. Despite telling herself to remember to return the call, she forgot it when she saw him. He lumbered like a zombie from the kitchen, drinking coffee as if it were sustaining his life force. His diner t-shirt was inside out. Old eyeliner smudged his eyes like he hadn't bothered to wash his face last night. Fatigue wafted from him. Red felt his tiredness like her own. His control of his empath powers was fraying. "Hey, buddy, you were supposed to sleep in." Stace said she'd cover the day shift as the general manager. "I might as well go in. I need to make a bunch of calls to the bank and utilities today anyway." "Go look at your reflection and your inside-out shirt, then answer me." She marched him upstairs to the floor-length mirror in the hall. He couldn't drive half asleep. She didn't care what spookiness happened in town next. She had one mission: save the diner. Part 2. March 5th afternoon. Charm, Oregon. Hours later, Red biked over a bridge into the village. She couldn't resist a bike ride on a day that felt like spring. Oregon was usually dreary and overcast at this time of year, but the sun was out in full force, as if making up for its long absences. The unseasonably late snowfall from last night melted into puddles and creeks that led to the river. Charm looked like the perfect town when it was sunny. Its flaws came out at night. She called it home anyway. Main Street seemed like a trip to a bygone era. The picturesque downtown was architecturally preserved between the last world wars, with tidy storefronts and an Art Deco-style theater. Pedestrians flowed down the wide sidewalks between the locally owned bakery and grocery, which thrived without a big box store in the area. Even fast food chains were banished from the town to maintain the historical aesthetic. The florist stood on a ladder, painting the bricks of his shop in strips of bright yellows and happy pinks. He'd start a debate with the town council over that color scheme. She mentally wished him good luck as she pedaled onward to the jeweler, where she'd promised to pick up a repaired necklace for Stace as a favor. The other woman was working at the diner today. Red was still on call to take the night shift. This errand was in the middle of her chore list this afternoon. There was one to do that nagged at her, vague and formless, beyond her memory. It felt like one of those little tasks that would escape her until she went to bed. Whatever it was, it couldn't have been important. Parking her bike, she hitched it to a lamppost. She locked it from instinct after living in bigger cities. She'd had 3 bikes stolen in Los Angeles. Charm had a murder rate that would surpass New York if it were properly reported to the government, but it had less petty crime than most villages its size. Maybe it was the unacknowledged supernatural threats, but humans stuck together here. Beautiful opera singing reached her ear. Josh walked out of his comic book shop in a Superman t-shirt singing Ave Maria. His notes were surprisingly clear and sweet. She didn't know he was so talented. He was mostly known for hosting Dungeons and Dragons games. The street erupted into applause when he finished. Josh bowed shyly, as if he didn't know what had come over him. She clapped before strolling onto her errand. The jewelry shop was empty except for the lit-up display cases. An oversized mirror hung on the wall, making the small white room seem larger. It was deserted. Where was Mr. Fisher the jeweler? Was he watching the performance outside? She waited at the sales counter. Mr. Fisher popped out of a back door, hauling a ladder. The dusty metal mussed his fine suit and gray tie. He grinned like he didn't care and placed the ladder in the center of the sales floor. Without a glance at his customer, he climbed the rungs like a monkey. He pushed a ceiling tile aside and stuck his head inside. She didn't know what to say. Was he looking for something? He suddenly screamed. Red jumped at the sound. "Is there something up there?" He ignored her, hid deep into the crawl space in the ceiling. What was he doing? His green aura appeared normal and free from possession or demonic influence. The shop was clean of the paranormal except for protection charms against theft by the door. LaShawn Constantine walked into the jewelry shop when the jeweler screamed again. He cried, "Mr. Fisher." The jeweler paused on the ladder as if he finally saw his customers. He slunk to the sales counter, an embarrassed color on his cheeks. "Greetings. I didn't notice you there." She had seen Mr. Fisher at the diner, and he was a quiet dude. His pasty white skin always had a sallow, unhealthy tint, so she couldn't judge his health by that. She couldn't explain his behavior at all. Had he taken LSD today? She asked a more polite question instead. "Are you unwell?" Mr. Fisher blinked, mouth twisting in indecision as if he didn't know the answer to the question himself. He said quickly, "I'm perfectly well, miss. There was a spider in the ceiling. This has nothing to do with Yoko Ono or conceptual art in general." "Okay," she said casually, as if his statement was completely normal. The Japanese artist would have been her very last guess as his motivation. She'd save her curiosity about his reference for a later internet search. There was more to the neighborhood jeweler than she suspected, but that was his business, since it didn't seem demonically influenced. He mopped his brow with a handkerchief before thrusting it back into his pocket. "How can I serve you?" She gestured to LaShawn. "You can go first." "No, you," the werewolf said. In his usual white button-down shirt and khakis, he looked like he was on break from his accounting office. He kept his eyes on his brown loafers. "I'm here for something private." "Thanks." She felt the urge to curtsy to him, but resisted the leftover relic of her Victorian-age etiquette training. What was LaShawn doing here? Once they'd been good enough friends that he would have confessed it to her. This was the first time since she'd returned that he'd seen her without turning around and walking in the other direction. It must have been an important errand. "I'm Red," she said to Mr. Fisher. "I'm picking up a repair for Stacy Bonner." Of course she called about that yesterday. LaShawn didn't look at her as the jeweler left. He pulled out his phone and stared at the screen like a man desperate to not make conversation. His glasses drooped down over his nose. She awkwardly milled around the counter. Should she leave to spare him from her presence? If she'd known she would bump into LaShawn, she might have declined to do this favor for Stace. She'd earned his silent treatment after her deceptions. When they were friends, she'd promised to bring his brother back safely from their hunting jobs, and she meant that. Trolls had more finesse than how she'd gone about it. LaShawn was another stop on her apology tour. He didn't want to hear it again. She could see. Her feet pointed toward the door as if they'd decided to flee already. Mr. Fisher returned with a pink plastic bag. "Thank you. Have a nice day." She murmured the same. Plucking up her courage, she added, "Have a good one, LaShawn." He ignored her as he took his turn at the counter. Red slipped out, hiding her mortification until the sidewalk. That had gone as well as expected. She channeled her frustrated guilt and embarrassment in a burst of exercise as she sped on her bike away from Main Street. The sky had grown overcast, as if the sun was taking a lunch break. A cold wind blew from the east. She cut down an alley by the library and found a path along the river. Her breath became vapor in the chilly air on the long way home. As she turned toward Sycamore Row, her phone rang. She stopped her bike to answer. "Hi?" "Red, it's Sheila Jones from Smith and Reaper. This is a courtesy call to let you know that I emailed details about your account. You've been incommunicado as of late." "About that." "I was in prison," she said, shifting on her feet. Her outlaw days weren't her proudest. "I know, but the state of your finances won't wait. We've paid out to the injured bystanders in your search for the warlock. You're losing zeros at the end of your bank statement by the end of the day." Red pinched the bridge of her nose and breathed deeply, like she'd learned from her mother to control her composure. A stray spike of emotion could trigger her magic. She didn't mind talking about money, but the destruction she'd caused still haunted her. The payouts had been to make amends. She still didn't know if she'd done enough. Sheila continued, "You have the majority of your funds in stocks, but you're hemorrhaging liquid capital." "I see," Red said. The news cracked her fantasy of rushing to save the bar by herself. Zach wouldn't accept much from her, and he'd accept even less if she had any financial issues. He was the type who would talk to her banker before he agreed to anything, and her banker was the type to tell him everything to stop a new money leak in the account. Red didn't know the full damage, but she wouldn't be a pauper, whatever it was. A payment from Prince Merrick for neutralizing the warlock had given her enough to retire, given her usual living expenses. Vic still thought she was weird for being a millionaire with roommates. "Thanks for telling me, Sheila. I'll check out the email." She didn't mention that it was a task that required more focus than she had today. "I look forward to the reply at your convenience," the banker said with a little edge in her tone, as if the reply shouldn't be delayed. Red hung up after their goodbye. She biked through the neighborhood until her mind was clear. The clarity didn't stop her melancholia. Once home, she started cleaning downstairs to take the load off her roommates, but they were an orderly bunch. She swept and wiped as many surfaces as she could. Her restless hands looked for something else to occupy her before she finally succumbed to emailing Sheila back. Later, she refilled the water in the hamster cage and petted Cocoa Puff. His soft fur and cute little face gave her brain a shot of dopamine, but she couldn't stop cringing about her encounter with LaShawn at the jewelry shop. He'd probably come to pick up a repaired watch and she'd ruined his day. What could she say to make it up to him? Hamster therapy couldn't distract her, so she gave Cocoa Puff an extra treat and closed his elaborate habit trail, which had grown to include a few more plastic hallways in her last absence. She put on her work clothes, then hopped into her old Ford truck. No one had called her for the night shift at Lily's diner, but she couldn't relax even if it was a day off. She drove over there and parked in the employee lot. A brown pelican perched on the roof. His kind usually came back to the Oregon shore from Mexico in April. She took it as an omen that winter was over. Stace waved when Red entered the front door of the diner. She trotted in her waitress uniform to the witch. "Spooky, I was just thinking about you. We need more than the regulars to come to our event. Can you make some calls this week? Invite your hunter friends. Now that you're pardoned by the Brotherhood, you don't have to pretend to be dead anymore." Red had made some calls to old friends before, to mixed results from some who were ignorant of the rumors and others like Sold Sal, who had been hurt that they hadn't been in on the secret. Most shrugged the news off. She wasn't the first hunter who had played dead before. I'll shake my phone tree. Does this mean you've picked a date for the fundraiser? It's next Friday. The weather is supposed to be beautiful. Remember, I promised to front the bill for the event, so don't say anything to Zach about expenses, Red whispered, leaning closer like her banker would somehow overhear and scold her. The hit to her account was overblown, but it was a reminder that she had chores to do. Once she had been more financially driven, but that was in the days of horse-drawn carriages when every farthing counted. Her fund at Smith and Reaper had swelled from interest and investments from over a century before it had been returned to her as an amnesiac as a vast inheritance. She'd been too absorbed in life and death struggles of revenge and redemption in the last 2 years to care about cultivating her wealth more. There was still a pile of mail to sort after her months away, too. She'd put it off as a task for the future. I'll keep it on down low. If he finds out, say it's for a tax write-off or something. He won't need to know the details, Stace said, smiling proudly. I got the same gang together from our food bank committee. Olivia is using her rich girl connections and the Benston name to have the news advertise the event. Aisha is helping with the permits and the town red tape. Despite what Zach said at breakfast, my shower idea about a country fair theme is solid. It blends your petting zoo hopes, sidesteps his worry about a freak show, and we can keep the decoration shabby yet fun. What about the fundraiser? I'm so close to getting him to agree to a small one for the damaged roof. He'll fall by tomorrow, she said like a conquering general. Red bobbed her head, agreeing as she listened. The ideas started sparking her own as their creativity synced. We'll set it up in the parking lot so we can turn over more tables. We have plenty of space. There could be a nice BBQ area. We could have a pancake breakfast service, too. I love it. One of Vic's friends is a carny. Maybe he can loan us something. Red faltered as she thought of another Constantine. She confessed, I saw LaShawn today. Let me guess, it was like an Arctic blast when you said hello. Frigid is the word for it. He might not go to the fundraiser because of me. Stace flapped a hand, rolling her eyes. Aisha will make him. Maybe, yeah, totally, Red said, uncertain. Aisha Calloway was his girlfriend and the town sheriff, but she could be powerless against a stubborn Constantine man. LaShawn was considered the gentlest of the bunch, even as a werewolf, and he still had a demon kill count better than most hunters. A clatter of breaking glass made her turn. In the center of the dining area, two men in olive gray overalls began to tango. They moved out of step to the pop song on the diner speakers, as if dancing to their own music. Stace glanced at them and back to her. What are Dale and Simon doing? I don't know, but those mechanics have moves, Red said, spellbound by the unexpected dancers. Dale barely emoted, let alone drew the attention of an entire diner to himself. Their tango gave her goosebumps, like when the comic book guy sang in the street. The mechanics sat down suddenly at the table and resumed their dinner. Dale held up his hand and called out, Stacy, could I have another glass? I'm sorry, mine broke. Be right there, Stace said, moving to the bar to grab a broom. Red walked beside her. Lowering her voice, she asked, I know I was gone for a long time, but is that normal now for them? I've never seen Dale dance in my life, and I've spent nearly half of it in charm. Red idled by the gap in the counter. Have you seen Mr. Fisher standing on a ladder and screaming in his shop for no reason? Stace shrugged, lips pursed as if she was trying to visualize the incredulous sight. No, because people don't do that. Is that what you saw today? I forgot about it once I saw LaShawn, Red said. In a town known for oddities, it was easy to ignore the unexplained things that didn't cause a fatality. She hadn't noticed any spells or spirits on Mr. Fisher or Dale. Now that I'm thinking about it, The florist was acting strangely, too. He was painting his store like an Easter egg. Put a pin on this while I go clean up after Dale and find out why he had a tango fit, Stace said, retrieving the broom and dustpan by a bar sink. She returned minutes later, a baffled expression on her face. I asked him what happened, and he said Simon offered to teach him to dance, so they did. He hasn't been drinking tonight. I've been serving them lemonade. Red had chased plenty of supernatural leads that ended in the Scooby-Doo answer of, it was human behavior. The paranormal couldn't explain most of the absurdities and tragedies of real life. She said, so he was having fun? Maybe it's a midlife reinvention. It's good to see. He seemed so low since Herman died. It's like he hadn't realized what he did until I asked about it. I noticed the same odd thing with the jeweler, too. I didn't see a spell on him. Unless it was a potion. Stace playfully poked Red in the arm with the broom handle before she put it away behind the bar counter. Before we investigate how Dale got his groove back, there's an extravaganza to plan. That new girl will come in tonight. You don't have to do the next shift. Cool, Red said. That freed up her night so she could play their usual guessing game of, is it wacky humans or the supernatural? If someone was using mind control or bespelling the donuts at the bakery, then she wanted to shut it down quickly. I know you're jazzed about the Save the Diner committee, so you start the think tank. I'll ask around to see who else is acting strangely and determine if it's something we should worry about. Wendy at the magic shop always sees a rush for supplies when there's a new evil in town. I'll start there. I don't want to say to make it quick, especially if we're facing a tango-related apocalypse, but, Stace said, trailing off with a little shrug. Try to hurry. The committee meets here after I clock out. Since you don't have to work, you gotta come. I will. First, I'm going to check on Zach. Good. I told him to leave for lunch at least, but instead he's listening to The Cure and staring at spreadsheets like he can change the numbers with his mind. Encourage him to leave tonight at a decent time, will you? I'll do my best, Red said. She went behind the counter, waving at the new bartender. When she had left Charm last time, Ezra Fox was in that spot. She hoped he was happier wherever he went after he split town. He wanted a normal life. Maybe he'd found it. Her mother wanted that for Red. She had found her ideal normal, even if it included monsters and spontaneous performance art. As she walked through the kitchen, she gave a quick hi to Bernardo the cook, who was sandwiched between orders with his assistants at the grill. She exited into the employees-only back room. The smell of hamburgers wafted behind her. A delivery of beer crates and kegs was stacked by the employee lockers. The rest of the wood-paneled room was shared between a break area and an office space. File boxes were stacked around the corner desk. Manila folders nearly hid the man behind it. Hey, hey, she said to her beleaguered boss. Zach hunched over his laptop. Emotional British rock poured out of the speakers. He tugged his gaze from the screen and turned down the volume. I didn't call you in. Red walked to him with a smile, trying to broadcast her love to the empath. Well, you hate calling anyone in even when they are on call. Besides, I'm a part of the Save the Diner committee. Didn't you listen to Stace's rousing breakfast speech? Maybe it wasn't so rousing for you. If you want out of this, I'll tell Stace to plug the poll. I employ 20 people. That's 20 people who will fall with me, he said. He inhaled through his clenched teeth like a bodybuilder before a deadlift. Stace twisted my arm until I gave her a look at the full finances and a ballpark figure of what we need. I think I agreed to a roof fundraiser. That was a literal arm twisting, too. It feels like asking for a handout. This isn't how I operate. We know. I'm guessing she kicked you off the committee for that attitude. He chuckled. She banished me from it? Maybe it was because the lights were off in the office and I was listening to what she calls emo sad boy music when she first came in. I get it, Red said. This place is your baby. He smiled, leaning back in his office chair. I noticed the other day that some punks scrawled their names under the tabletop of our favorite booth. It was right next to our signatures from when we were teens. She went around the desk, taking his hands to make him stand. We'll keep our memories here. You need to stop staring at that computer and start moving around. What can we do for the bar that doesn't include spreadsheets? We can pack the new beer delivery into the fridge. Then we'll do that, she said. She didn't leave his side until the beer was put away and calm centered his aura. A look at the clock reminded her she still had to get to the magic shop. She hugged Zach before she left. We're going to do it, buddy. He nodded, yet she could tell he couldn't allow himself to see it as true. They wouldn't let this place go under. The fundraiser couldn't be sabotaged by the paranormal. If there was a new weirdness in the neighborhood, they needed to know. She drove into the village with the hope that everyone was just on drugs. If a new dealer came to town, it was the police's business. She could focus on the diner once she cleared the paranormal as a concern. Red parked by Wendy's magic store and walked to its entrance in an alley beside the bowling alley. The clatter of bowling pins crashed loudly through the wall as she entered the empty shop. Glass figurines shook in a small window display. The TV on the sales counter was turned off. It usually played soap operas that Wendy binged even with customers around. She called into the open door to a back room. Wendy, where are you? I had some questions, mostly if you've seen anyone act out of character or display a new talent. Go away, Wendy yelled, unseen in the back. I'm creating here. Don't you feel it? There is a muse on the streets. Figurative or literally? Red asked, assuming hyperbole and metaphor could be dangerous in a town like this. The glass figurines in the window glowed crimson, radiating like a road flare. She made a double take. What the? Go! An invisible hand shoved Red out of the magic store. She shuffled backward from the defense spell into the alley. If she wanted to waste a bucketful of energy, she could break it, but she got the message. Among witches, this was like turning the sprinklers on someone in your lawn. Really, Wendy? You triggered your security ward on me? The door slammed shut in her face. She didn't know if that trip had answered any questions or merely annoyed her. That wasn't normal behavior for the other witch. Generally, Wendy kept above whatever troubled the other villagers. If she was finger painting or whatever, then that meant anyone could be affected. Red texted Stace and Vic the abbreviated news with a tentative warning to stay alert. She didn't want to worry them. This could have been nothing but coincidence. It's not like she'd kept up with everyone's hobbies when she had skipped the country. She didn't even know for months that LaShawn and Aisha were dating. Frustrated, she hopped back into her truck and returned to the diner. All they needed was a week and a half without serious trouble. Was that too much to ask of the universe? She found Stace and a plate of French fries at their usual booth waiting for the committee to assemble. Aisha arrived next with a cheerful wave, striding toward them in her dark uniform with a non-regulation mauve satchel. Her uncovered hair was in tidy black twists. She had been the first to answer the diner's SOS signal. Hi, ladies. Thanks for coming, Red said, happy that Aisha joined them. The cop had moved from Los Angeles last winter to become the first non-crooked sheriff on the force. They'd been friends for years, but she was with LaShawn now, and that had to make things awkward. He made his feelings clear about anything to do with Red. She held back the urge to ask if LaShawn had mentioned their jewelry store meeting. Stace raised her eyebrow at the cop's bulging bag. What's in there? I always come prepared, Aisha said, revealing the colored paper, pens, and more in her bag. She looked like a tough cookie, but she had a fully stocked crafting room in her house and owned more glitter than a drag queen. It was easy to forget if you saw her expert shooting at the gun range. Tell me about your plans to save the diner, Stacy. It needs to be the fundraiser to end all fundraisers, Stace said, then detailed their concept. Olivia Benston arrived late, so the half-fae explained it again. She added, We're calling it Diner Days, so it seems more like a festival. Zach doesn't want it to seem like a telethon. Olivia, you're the girl boss among us. What do you think? It's doable, but you need to think bigger than brisket takeout and an animal pen, Olivia said. In a silk blouse and designer reading glasses perched on her nose, the blonde socialite looked like a corporate Barbie. She pointed to the kitschy town knickknacks on the walls. We can sell sponsorships to local businesses, hang a few logos on the walls. It'll blend in with the hubcaps and that fake singing fish. There is so much up there. Who will notice more? Benston Real Estate will buy the biggest sign, of course. Aisha smiled and snapped her craft scissors. I can make a collage of old pictures at the diner for the posters. My best idea was a petting zoo, and I stand by it, Red said. She kept quiet except for a few more questions and opinions on security as the other women talked. Olivia had been a professional event planner and offered better suggestions than she could. So did Aisha, who had already started sketching banner designs. Red was glad when they assigned her to the role of being a bouncer and helping craft decorations beforehand. She wanted her friends to have fun at the festival, not look for threats. It was her turn to guard the town after her time away. After the meeting ended, the four women left the diner. Stace stopped them on the sidewalk. Do you sense that? Red opened her third eye. The diner was close to the cemetery, which was the nexus of the weird in this town. Anything could be prowling outside. A mesmerizing aura appeared at the end of the parking area. She covered her face against the light before she returned to her normal vision. Aisha pointed ahead. Who is that? A tall figure in neon go-go boots and an Elizabethan neck ruff strode between the parked cars like the gravel lot was a runway. Red had seen this avant-garde being on the road outside of town. As before, the out-of-towner defied classification from gender or species. Painted lightning bolts highlighted their dark cheekbones. They disappeared in midair with the rustle of a velvet cloak. Stace looked shell-shocked before an elated smile broke through her surprise. Was that couture fashion? I have the best idea, Aisha said, then bolted before they could reply. It's for a new scrapbook. Olivia grabbed her keys out of her purse, skipping toward her car. She called over her shoulder. Me too. I know what color to paint my foyer now. Stace watched them go with a pout. The girls didn't even say goodbye. No, Red said. But I'm still stuck on that flamboyant stranger. Did you read them? I'm getting a genderless Ziggy Stardust vibe. Oh, totally. They look like they escaped Milan Fashion Week in a far more fabulous future. Red couldn't say that the town was normal before she first saw the newcomer, but it had definitely gotten more artistic. What about the stuff Wendy said about muses? I didn't sense any evil, so I'm happy to call this a night. It's been a long month. Maybe I should say year, Stace said with a sardonic chuckle. Why don't we get zombified in front of the TV? Maybe something like Gilmore Girls or Grey's Anatomy reruns. Sounds perfect, Red said, driving her friend home. After they started their TV marathon in the living room, Zach returned around midnight for the last episode. He fell asleep on the couch before the second act. Red covered him in a blanket and departed for her room, where little ideas kept her awake and scribbling in her journal past her bedtime. She didn't know when she finally succumbed to sleep. The morning arrived with a blood-curdling scream. She ran downstairs. The hamster squeaked in his cage as if he was trying to tell her what was wrong. Zach had gone to work early. Where was Stace? A muffled conversation drifted to her ear from outside. She ran out to the front porch. Stacy knelt in the street, holding down the shoulders of an injured man. It was the high school football coach. Blood covered his face as he laughed. He kept trying to sit up. She pleaded, "Hold still. You could have internal damage. Red, get an ambulance." Red rushed to them as she dialed. The minutes sped by after her call, and she helped Stace make him more comfortable in a lounge chair on the porch. What happened? Stace drew the witch aside to the porch steps. She seemed puzzled, despite being an eyewitness. He was doing somersaults in the street when a car hit him. The driver sped off. I was a clown, the coach said, giggling. Drying blood chipped off his forehead. One of his pupils was normal, but the other was so dilated that she could have driven her truck through it. Clowning is the highest art in comedy. It could have killed you, Red said, as ambulance sirens filled the neighborhood. Isn't art worth it? Red and Stace stood back as medics lifted him onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. The witch said, "You know that this isn't normal. We officially can't ignore it." Something strange is afoot. Groaning, Stace opened the front door and walked into the living room. Like my Aunt Gina would say, we better start reading. Find a book on muses, Red suggested as they went to a dining room that had long ago surrendered to becoming a library. A heavy wooden table was the last hint of its original purpose. They settled into their usual chairs before sinking into silence as they studied handwritten demonologies and leather-bound mythology texts. Stace snapped her fingers triumphantly hours later. She kept her nose in a thick tome. Is this a eureka? I think it is. Spill it, Archimedes. They are called the artist in English, Stace said, turning her book around to display a sketch. The page depicted a dead ringer for the fashionable being that the Save the Diner committee had seen in the parking lot. We were right about gender-neutral pronouns. They look humanoid but are beyond us mortals. Some say they are a muse, others say a demigod. All the sources agree that they spread creativity wherever they go. They were reported at the dawn of the Harlem Renaissance and at Andy Warhol's studio. Some accounts go as far back as the publication of the first novel in Japan. Red skimmed the research. The vivid imagination checked with what she'd seen from the villagers. What is the artist doing here? Stace picked up the book again. It says here that they float across the globe, sowing seeds of creativity. Art movements pop up in their wake. I'd guess that they are here to soak in the dimensional energies and charm like other supernaturals. They aren't a bad guy. Or a good one, necessarily. Just a being. Red nodded. Paranormal species were classified as demons if they were or seemed threatening to humans. There were plenty in the middle of the moral alignment chart. The town is catching the creative fever. I don't think that the football coach would have been tumbling in front of cars without that influence. Who else will have an accident? We can't let this ruin the Diner Days fundraiser. Maybe we can channel this inspirational energy. We'll offer an arts and crafts corner. What about a costume contest? The committee might moan about it, but we'll add another day to the event so it lasts the weekend. That will keep the town where we can watch for any dangerous clowning. If everyone feels creative, let's work with it. Genius idea, but the fundraiser is a week away. How do we keep people safe until then? Host a few karaoke nights at the diner? Red asked before she reread the page. There were demons that loosened inhibitions until people died or made them dance until they died. The artist was reportedly a more benign inspiration. Their objective was creation, not destruction. Stace grinned. It could be fun to live in an artist colony. I'll bust out my beret then. Red picked up the phone to tell Vic first. If people were going to start singing and dancing in the streets like a musical, she knew he'd want to hide. Part 3. March 12th, morning, Charm, Oregon. Over the next few days, Red scanned the news and the police scanner. She found reports of dancing flash mobs and unexpected performance art blocking traffic. The football coach was the sole injury thus far. It hadn't gotten weirder in charm, just more whimsical. Their plans for diner days developed until they hit the pinnacle, in her opinion, when they found a farmer who agreed to bring alpacas to the event. She woke earlier than usual on the morning of the fundraiser festival, assuming she'd be the first one up. Zach was already in the kitchen, chugging coffee like it was a magic potion. Waves of despair radiated from him. She hadn't felt his emotions so strongly since he was a kid, without full control of his powers. Damn. He must have been terrified. She'd seen him hunt demons with a bow and arrow without losing his cool. Had they pushed him too far out of his comfort zone? She sat at the round table with him, trying to project as much confidence to soothe him. Hey, how are you? He wiped a stray drop of Java from his upper lip. You can feel the anxiety waves, can't you? I don't know why I said yes to this. What if no one comes? Red wished she could make him smile. She repeated what she'd said for days. Everyone loves your restaurant. The festival will bring out the crowds. What else is there to do in this town? Zach rested his chin on his palm, elbows sagging on the table. He perked up. Hey, there isn't. She knew that he wasn't the center of attention type. The spotlight on his business today must have scared him as much as his finances. She said, I'll make us eggs. You'll feel better with some food. Or at least you'll have food. I can make waffles instead if you need more encouragement. He patted his stomach, grimacing. I don't know if I can finish toast. Red felt her own hunger dissolving from his empathic influence. We have more options no matter what happens. There will be a profit from the vendor sign-ups and the business sponsorships. Even if the rest is a bust, it's good advertising for the place, too. That's what I'm telling myself, he whispered to himself. He cleared his throat to speak louder. Don't say anything to Stace. I can feel that she really wants to make it up to me because of last year. That's why she won't let me do anything for the big show, isn't it? Yeah, she confessed, figuring that the empath had already read her too. It was hard, even as a witch, to hide her emotions from him, especially in close proximity as roommates. We both do. We left you on the home front while we circled the world. It couldn't have been fun being the guy on the hook to face every baddie in town. Restaurateur by day, demon fighter by night. That's a hell of a schedule. He shook his head, dismissing the comment. Thanks. I managed, but Aisha and Lashan did so much too. Hell, even Olivia came out in her high heels to craft some spells. It was a team effort, I get it, but you led that team, Red said. She would have to wrestle him for him to take the compliment. She focused on her respect and admiration for him, and hoped his empath senses felt it. We still want this fundraiser for you, even if you don't think we need to worry as much. This town owes you. It's not about owing. This is my home. I had to protect it. You've served this town since you were a teen. Trust that it will take care of you for once. For a weekend I can trust, he said, then chugged his coffee back like it was his last beer before the gallows. Stace bounced into the room dressed in a blue work shirt and jeans. You guys aren't ready? We need to set up the tables for diner days. Red held her breath. Had she forgotten the time? Stace grinned and flapped a hand as she went to get coffee. Just joking. We have more than an hour until we need to be there. Zack stood, hitting his knee on the table as his anxiety diffused through the kitchen. He took his coat from a hook by the exit to the driveway. I should be there earlier to prepare. Hey, you don't need to, Stace said, but he was outside before she could finish. She put her hands on her hips, frowning at the closed door. Why did he run off? He's on edge, Red said. She had talked him down a bit, but this day was bigger for him than the rest of them. He had poured everything into this diner, from his life savings and beyond. Your joke probably reminded him of everything we need to do today. Olivia is coordinating the entertainment and costume contest. You're managing the servers. I'll be the paranormal security. He'll want to do anything else that slips through the cracks. I think he is the one who's cracking. Should I go after him? Give him some space. He's an introvert, and he'll be around people and their emotions all day. Maybe he needs the quiet, Red said, rising to go to the fridge. I'll make breakfast and take him a plate when we go. If he doesn't eat it or anything else by lunch, we'll stick a hamburger in his mouth. He'll act like a cat taking a pill, Red said, laughing as she started breakfast. The half-fae brewed more coffee and turned on the radio to the news on the town station. A bulletin came over the speakers. In a tragic turn of events, a car full of clowns crashed on Main Street. Our reporter couldn't get a statement from the sheriff on the scene. Witnesses claimed that they couldn't believe how many clowns the EMTs pulled from the car. All are expected to make a full recovery. That's awful, Stace said, but her lips twitched in amusement. I don't want to laugh, but I'm picturing it now. There are big floppy shoes on the road, a wig or two, red plastic noses everywhere. The football coach said clowning was the highest comedic art, but I think it's the most dangerous, Red commented as she cooked. The newscaster turned to another story when she set scrambled eggs in front of Stace. Are you sure you don't need me as a waitress? I lured a few old hands to join us for the day. We have more servers than I hope we need. I'd feel better if I knew I had someone patrolling for trouble. Besides, I should stay close to Zack to keep up his emo spirits and stop him from trying to do everything. He's half convinced this will fail. If we have a slow morning, it will kill him. I'll make sure you two won't have to worry about demons. Aisha and her deputies will direct traffic and handle human security on the road, so I'm pretty sure my job will be the easiest. Don't jinx us, Stace said. She reached into her pocket for her phone and read the screen. Zack texted that we're out of limes. They didn't come in the last delivery. He's freaking out, and we're not even open yet. Red could picture it too clearly. That wasn't how she wanted his day to start. I'll clean out the store shelves for some limes while you talk him down and make him eat something. After the women swiftly finished their breakfast, Red grabbed her purse from the counter and jogged to the driveway. She doubled back to fetch her hunter's kit from her bedroom. That was a practice exit, she said in explanation to her amused roommate as she passed through the kitchen again. In her bedroom, she belted the leather bands of the hunter's kit around her waist and upper thigh. She'd restocked the kit last night. Tiered pouches bulged with wolfsbane, holy water, ghost flowers, and more demon repellents. She didn't want to use any of it today, but she'd promised to protect her friend's peace of mind. Red trotted back to her old pickup truck, waving to Stace before taking the road to town. At least the weather was on its best behavior. The clear skies and bright sun promised a warmer than average day. She drove to the local grocery on South Main Street and parked in the small back lot by the river. Sulfuric smells filtered inside her vehicle before she opened the door. She covered her nose. It was like Satan had made an egg salad. A distant, startled cry hit her ears from the direction of the river. She couldn't see anyone on the opposite bank. It sounded closer, but the higher ground of the parking lot hid the closest shoreline from her sight. The voice yelled again, "Help! What the hell is this thing?" She grabbed her revolver from the wooden weapons case between the front seats. The gun held bullets capped with blessed silver. Silver bullets were traditional for werewolves, but the metal could deter more species. She screwed a silencer on her weapon. Tucking the handgun into her belt holster and placing earplugs in her back pocket, she looked around the empty lot for witnesses. It was too early, except for the most determined coupon hound. Red jogged from the grocery lot to the concrete stairs that led down the steep embankment. A lumpy demon in a Seahawks football jersey sprinted on the riverside bike path below. His cracked, flaky skin was pink like a pig. He chased a male jogger. Green glands on the side of his neck puffed as he ran. Something about him reminded her of a demon that she'd seen in prison, but his species name didn't come to her mind. He stank more like sulfur up close. Clearly, he wasn't a good demon. Damn it, there wasn't time for this. She raised her hand and tapped into her power. Elemental witchcraft was in her blood. Using an heirloom ring, she channeled her energy to bend to her will. The divine connection to nature and the cosmos felt like a head rush. After weeks without her magic in prison, her power felt precious to behold. She tamped down her distractions and visualized stopping the demon. Air magic yanked him by the collar and slammed him onto the ground. "Run!" she yelled to the jogger. The human fled so quickly that he left one of his shoes. She traced a sigil in the air for binding a demon in a cage of hardened air. Approaching him, she jabbed a finger at his pork-rind-looking face. She had too much to do today to deal with him. He was hellspawn, but he should have known the rules. "What are you doing?" "It's broad daylight. You're breaking the dark veil. Remember the little vow of secrecy that keeps us supernaturals hidden?" He scowled at her like she was a meddling busybody. His deep voice rumbled in his chest. "I'm wearing human clothes." "If you think a football jersey is a disguise, then you don't know what you look like." "A witch without an imagination. How unfortunate," the demon said, chuckling. "The artist is in town. These humans will think anything is a performance. We have free reign, don't you see? I can feast on whatever meat I want. My next meal is that damn Fae who killed my brother and my clan. And just because we raided a maternity ward." Red kept her instant anger off her face. She had planned to shoo him off after a warning to save time, but then he had to run his mouth. He had to be talking about Stace, Those were fighting words. She didn't want him to know yet and charge her. She asked calmly, "What are you?" "An English bone eater," he said, baring his spiked black teeth. "My family's been in America since the 50s, though." "I was in Stone Tree Prison with one of your kind," she said. "His kind ate human babies and more. He wouldn't eat her friend or anyone else." He whistled, impressed. "Stone Tree? That is a hard joint. I've never heard of an escape." As he spoke, she willed her earplugs into her ears, levitating them casually from her pocket. Today, she needed to hear more than tinnitus. Pointing over his shoulder, she lied, "The jogger returned with a gun." He pivoted, bellowing in rage. She quickly pulled a revolver out of her hunter's kit and shot him in the back of the head. Recoil jolted her hand. The silencer muffled the gunshot, but the pop was still startlingly loud, even through her earplugs. Smoke spiraled from the silver bullet hole. This bone-eating demon wouldn't ever feast on babies again. Red levitated his body into the river, but had to kick at his foot when his leg caught on some reeds. His species required oxygen. He'd drown before he bled out. The rushing current, stronger after the recent snows and storms, dragged the bone-eater under the surface and toward the sea. He'd better be the last demon who decided to act up today. Trudging back to her truck, she checked for witnesses, but there wasn't even a cart boy in the parking lot. She secured her gun inside the glove box. After grabbing a tote bag, she trotted to the grocery store for limes. Soft oldies music played on the shop speakers when she entered. The switch from the paranormal to the normal was a dichotomy that felt starker in the produce section. Automatic misters sprayed the broccoli and kale. It made her jump and look over her shoulder. She bagged her fruit quickly. A self-checkout scanner made it easier for her to leave without a cashier noticing the demon blood on her shoe. When she returned to her vehicle, she wiped the blood off with a receipt. She started the truck and told herself to smile and say nothing about it when she dropped the delivery off. Driving back to the diner, she kept her fingers crossed that the bone eater didn't have another sibling. Red found Zach in the back room and placed her tote bag of fruit on his desk. "Hey, I bought as many as they had. I hope it's enough." He hugged her like she'd brought him a desperately needed kidney instead of limes. "Thank you so much. If we run out later, we'll swap out the drink specials. I had a talk with the bartenders. They are ready to switch it up. Maybe we can do this." "Positive attitude. I love to see it," Red said before she excused herself to find Stace. She tugged the half-fae into a supply closet so no one could overhear her talk about the demon slaying. Stace stomped her foot at the end of the tale. "Why are they like this? Can't the underworld take a day off?" "We don't know that other killers and dirtbags have the same idea as the Bone Eater. Maybe he was inspired like the rest of us. I journaled for 2 hours before bed." Stace flashed her intricately painted nails with small Japanese kanji on them. She must have done them in the night because she'd had a French manicure yesterday. "I guess everyone is in the creative spirit. Maybe I should have someone else manage the food service so I can patrol charm." "I'm the bouncer. Vic is my number 2. I'll send him to put out any fires outside the diner. More demon hunters are at the motel from our invitations anyway. We have people who can maintain order. You have the most important job, keeping Zach sane," Red said. Her phone beeped in her back pocket to alert her that the festival was about to begin. "That's our call to assemble. The first event of the day is a senior citizen pancake breakfast. We've invited every nursing home in the county." Stace paused to listen, head tilted. Her eyes widened. "I think I hear the vans pulling up now. They're too early. We're not even open. Why are they here so soon?" Red ushered Stace from the supply closet behind the bar. "They're junkies for an early bird special. We got this. Bernardo is the fastest flapjack maker in the West." Zach stood in the center of a circle of his staff and volunteers by the counter. "Good people and good food. That's what this diner is about. You've made that happen every day before this fiesta. It doesn't matter how diner days turns out. I'm already proud of what we've done. Now, let's serve some pancakes." He led everyone outside to the transformed parking lot. Servers in Blue Lily's diner shirts spread out to welcome the first guests. Lanterns and sponsor banners were draped between the lampposts. Long tables and benches faced a barbecue station where grills and griddles waited and slow cookers smoked meat. Beyond the dining area, artisans and vendors set up 3 rows of booths. The DJ tested his equipment over crackling speakers, while Olivia Benston supervised as the day's MC. Their little country fair was coming to life. Red did a round of hellos to the MC and others, making sure they knew to call her at any sign of supernatural trouble before the livestock arrived. She pitched in with the petting zoo assembly until it was set up in the dirt patch that usually served as overflow parking. A goat entered the enclosure first, then the 2 alpacas. More adorableness followed. She petted a capybara when they finished making the animals comfortable. It was so cute that she almost forgot that she was on the clock. A shadow cast over her as a gravelly voice said, "Red?" Red straightened from the capybara and smiled at the older man in the leather vest. She hadn't seen him in years, but she'd helped his cousin recently with a poltergeist in Washington. "Tony, you came from Tahoe. I thought when Mike said he couldn't travel that you wouldn't." Tony Grijalva hugged her. He dressed like a motorcycle gangster, but the former hunter and Vietnam veteran fostered dogs in his retirement. A heart of gold lurked under his tattoos and leather vest. "I had to see you in the flesh. I can't tell if you're dead or alive these days." She laughed, knowing that the rumors of her demise had been exaggerated by herself. "Come and get something to eat. Update me about my favorite mutts while we walk." "I brought some other friends with me too," he said, gesturing to a pack of guys that looked like a biker gang. A few were experienced hunters that she recognized from her days on the road. They might make a cop check twice, but they'd be the best backup in a fight. Red waved to them, grateful for another half-dozen sets of eyes on the festival's security. The more the merrier. After she left Tony and his hunter pals in the food line, she grabbed some chili fries to eat on the go. The afternoon proceeded with family activities provided by the comic book shop and other local organizations. In the center of the dance floor, a group of kids mimicked superhero moves by a Batman impersonator. She patrolled through the booths and tables on guard. But the sunny day felt so wholesome that she could almost imagine that charm was normal. Stace pulled Red aside by a roast corn cart. Beaming with glee, she said, "A live news crew is coming for the costume contest tonight. It will be great publicity for tomorrow and Sunday. I haven't told Zach yet because I've almost convinced him to get away from the grill and eat lunch. I had to say it to someone." "That's fantastic." Stace strolled away, wagging her finger. "You can't tell anyone." Red motioned as if she were zipping her lips and tossing the key. If there were cameras tonight, she had to make sure Diner Days was as demon-free as possible. Charm had a freaky reputation even among a human society that thought that the paranormal was impossible. If they could convince folks from outside this weird burg to attend, it would balloon their projected profits for the event. She peered into the trees that guarded the diner from the cemetery grounds. It seemed quiet, but she couldn't see the gravestones to be sure. Day was nap time for the demon set. Twilight would be the real test for her. As the afternoon aged and the shadows deepened the wrinkles, Red went to the roadside by the fair. A pair of deputies, a tall pink-cheeked female and a short Hispanic male, drank coffee outside their police cruisers. She wanted to say they were named Marty and Esteban, but she wasn't sure. Why wasn't Aisha with them? Her friend had promised to be here. She waved to the officers. "Hey, where is Sheriff Calloway?" The deputies glanced nervously at each other. Marty said, "You're Aisha's buddy, right? She's cleaning up that clown pile up downtown." "Okay, tell her I was looking for her when she comes," Red said. She didn't know what to think of the deputy's nervousness as she walked away. Maybe it was from covering for their boss's lateness. The Save the Diner committee had asked Aisha for a favor, and she'd come through with permits and more for diner days. Naturally, a car accident and official duties would come first. Red walked away to patrol the road. She used her magic senses to scan the parked cars. A werewolf aura glittered to her third eye. It wasn't unusual. Shifters were some of their best customers. As she approached the aura, Her stomach dropped when she saw LaShawn Constantine sitting in his Prius. He held a jewelry box and seemed to be rehearsing a speech into his rearview mirror. He opened the box to reveal an engagement ring. Through the closed windows, she could hear him say, "Life is short, but you'd make me the happiest man in the world, Aisha." Ugh, no, I can't say that. It's a cliche. Red slunk past his car, hiding her face and her small grin. He wasn't her biggest fan, but she still respected him and the friendship they'd had. Aisha deserved the world too. They were a pair of the best people she knew, and an engagement was the best news she'd heard in a while. Stace would want the gossip, but Red held it to herself. She figured LaShawn wanted this to be a private moment. He wouldn't like it if she blabbed anyway. His presence triggered another question. Where was Vic? The elder Constantine had promised to be here. She texted him about it. Her phone rang in her pocket in reply. She picked it up. Vic, where are... I just slayed a demon at the campsite near my house, Vic said, cutting her off. A yellow-scaled Kuzar. They are usually in Alaska this time of year. Solitary dudes. That should have been the only one. Ah, shit, she said, then explained her encounter with the bone-eater demon as she walked back to the party outside the diner. It doesn't sound like these monsters are working with the artist. They're taking advantage of the distraction. There could be more opportunists around, looking to feed. Stay where you are. Diner Days has half the town at it. I hope the entertainment is good so they stay there. I'll roam in the Millennium Falcon to see who else has decided to pop out of the sewers. There are other hunters in town that have their eyes open too. I texted Tony already. We'll handle it out here if you hold down the fort. She silently thanked Hecate for the extra good guys on the streets. That pushed a weight off her mind. Tell me if you find anything. You too, Vic said before hanging up. Red patrolled through the outdoor dining area and looped around the grill station. A tumbling stack of beer made her spin around. Zach pushed a cart as its left wheel shot off. Bottles crashed off the cart. She held up her hands, channeling air magic to hold the beer in place. Zach hurried to fix the wheel on the cart and stabilize the cargo before he waved her over. He nudged his shoulder against hers with a little grin. He murmured, "That wasn't subtle spell work." No one noticed me. The farmer is guiding the alpacas around. Kids are whacking a piñata. Olivia is butchering a Britney Spears song on the microphone. We're the least interesting things here. He wiped his sweaty forehead. Thanks. Where's this going? The outside bar? Red asked, taking the handles of the cart. She started pushing it at his nod and ignored his protests that he could do the chore alone. Go have a breather, or find something else to worry about. He laughed dryly. I'm sure I will. After dropping off the cart, she went around the fundraiser, doing little tasks where she could for Zach as she kept an eye on the townspeople. It was hard when the alpacas paraded around again. They were too fluffy to ignore. She steeled herself like a tough demon hunter to avoid petting them more than twice. It was torture. She broke down and petted the fuzzy animals a third time before she broke off to lap the yard. It seemed so peaceful that she thought they'd pulled it off. Diner Days would be a success. What could go wrong? She knocked on a wooden table so her thoughts couldn't jinx it. Part 4. March 12th, morning, Charm, Oregon. String lights lit over the fair as twilight fell over the smoke cookers and crafts table. A new wave of guests had joined the festivities. It seemed as if a third of the town had come out to sample the barbecue. Red strolled from the diner to the crossroad, where the deputies directed the traffic. She still hadn't seen Aisha and couldn't wait to know if her girl had gotten that ring. LaShawn stomped away from the police cruisers, pushing his glasses up in irritation. He didn't seem to see her until he knocked into her shoulder. Pardon. Red, you won't believe it. Those total incompetent, he said, gritting his teeth at the end as if worried he would sprout hair. A new wolf, he hadn't fully mastered his wild side. Are you okay? She said. He must have been frazzled because he was talking to her. He glared back at the cops. These useless deputies don't know where Aisha is. The last anyone saw her was when she took some clown's witness statement this afternoon. She isn't answering my calls on her mobile or her office phone. Red could connect the dots with Aisha's disappearance and the rash of demons. She didn't like the picture. It wasn't pretty, but she had to tell him. She said, Vic vanquished a Kuzar earlier. I took out a bone eater too. The demons are hyper today, so he's been searching for more. I love her. If anything happened to her, I would. LaShawn stiffened, as if realizing who he was talking to. He stalked off to his car and dialed his phone. Red would bet a 20 that the call was to Vic. Cradling the device between his neck and his ear, he opened his car door and drove off down the street. She glanced between the road and the fundraiser. A demon hunter and werewolf could find a cop on their own. They didn't need her for that, especially with Tony and his crew in town to help search on their motorcycles. Zach and Stace still needed her for diner days. Indecision rumbled through Red, but she didn't leave her post. Doctors said that her hearing and vision were better since she'd nearly turned into a vampire. She used her full senses to keep alert for Aisha. The cemetery was close, separated from the diner by a patch of trees. Too many ghoulish terrors lived within it. A hungry monster might drag a victim home to eat among the graves. The diner at the crossroads could be on the route. Red didn't want to think like that, but life had trained her to look on the horror movie side first. She sought Stace's advice, but stopped when she saw the half-fae hauling a cooked pig on a platter. Her friend had been shouldering the heavy loads all day. She'd asked Red to handle security so the others could focus on saving the diner. Stace could learn about Aisha later. With Vic and Lashon on the case, she didn't need to intervene. The sheriff would probably be admiring her new ring within the hour. Electric lights switched on when the sun began to set. A live band began to play as another crowd of people arrived. Red used her third eye to scan their auras. She found mostly humans, but the disguised supernaturals were all diner regulars. The shifters, witches, and other associated supes in the town still paid in regular currency. She didn't spot any troublemakers. Red texted Vic for updates on Aisha. Her phone chimed with a quick voice message reply from him. He sounded breathless and curt, like he was speeding in the van. Tracked her east from Ghost Beach. Aisha is alive with a demon that broke off from its pack. She's coming toward you. She listened to the message again before tucking her phone away again. Fear made her pace in a circle. Something must have nabbed her friend. What had gotten the jump on Aisha anyway? Ghost Beach was on the other side of the cemetery. It was a nearly straight shot westward from there to here. What would the kidnapper do when it noticed the hundreds of other humans? Red took a wide loop around the event, walking through the trees that divided it from the cemetery. The old oak seemed to generate silence. It muffled the carnival sounds behind her. A frantic yell drifted from the graveyard. She cocked her head to listen. A normal human couldn't have heard the cry. It was Aisha Calloway. Red sprinted toward the sound of her friend. Her acute hybrid senses were better than her feet. She yearned for true vampire speed again, or at least a bike. The sprint through the trees felt like it took too long as she dreaded what she would find. Aisha hadn't even gotten a chance to hear Lashon's proposal yet. An oversized skeleton, towering in the twilight, dragged the struggling sheriff through the headstones. It lumbered at a giant's plodding pace. Glowing ectoplasm held it together. Calling it tall would be an understatement. It had massive femurs wider than her fist. The skeleton could look an elephant in the eye. Aisha shot it with a handgun. The bullet went through a gap between its ribs. If it wasn't for the spectral mush between the pearly white bones, Red would have thought someone had bewitched a Halloween decoration. She pulled a holy water jar from her hunter's kit. It worked on most undead species. She rushed to the skeleton and splashed it with the water. A long arm bone slammed her against a mossy mausoleum. Red staggered, dodging the next blow. The eyeless gaze moved from her to its chosen prey. Okay, holy water merely annoyed it. What else did she have? She trotted behind the strange creature as she searched her kit. When she stared closer, she could see an energy pulsing in the gelatinous, transparent membrane around the skeleton. Aisha, are you okay? What the hell is this thing? It almost killed my deputy. I don't know, but holy water doesn't work on it. Red said, and flashed across at the skeleton. It didn't notice as it dragged the cop away. Neither do crosses. Maybe fire? That works like 75% of the time. What? Aisha called out, tugging on her leg, trying to free her ankle from the skeleton's grip. Why don't you know? Aren't you a demon-hunting witch? You'd be surprised by how many hunts I've mostly winged it, Red said. Summoning her power, she opened herself as a channel for the elements. She'd been born with her talent. It felt as natural as breathing. Her magic felt like a head rush, but she kept her discipline. Fire. The intention manifested in her palm. She tossed a flaming orb at the skeleton and hit its shoulder blades. Blue flames cascaded down its back. The skull opened in a silent scream. It flailed in a creak of bones, releasing Aisha's leg. Red tugged her friend out of the way. Fire hurts it then. I don't like being an experiment, the sheriff said, stumbling to her feet. The women held each other as the flaming creature sprinted into the cemetery pond. They waited for a breathless minute to see if it rose from the water. The surface of the pond flattened to a serene stillness. A hush came over the cemetery. Red guided the cop back to the trees. I think Skeletor is dead, or cooling his heels. Could that pile of bones come back? Aisha asked, jogging toward the lights of the Diner Days festival. Let me worry about that. After we get the fuck away, I'll tell Tony and his hunters. Just call your boyfriend. He's looking for you. Red kept her eyes on their flank. A fireball waited in her hand. She blew it out when they broke through the trees to the diner grounds. They merged into the human herd, milling between the vendor booths and the BBQ pit. She said, I think we're in the clear. Thank you. That thing had its claws in me. Aisha hugged Red, then lifted her pant leg to show her blood-soaked ankle. I won't turn into a skeleton, will I? I don't think so, but you need to visit the medical tent. Go, Red said, escorting her there. She dropped Aisha off before texting Vic. He'd relay the message to his brother and the other hunters. Heading back to the edge of the trees, she sent out her magical senses to feel for the paranormal. But she didn't detect the skeleton again. She'd research what it was later. Just like with the florist's Yoko Ono homage, this town kept surprising her. She wandered through the fundraiser, checking for any other surprises. The cuisine had switched to barbecue, and tables had been pushed aside to make more room for a dance floor. She checked on the petting zoo animals as they were loaded into the trucks by the road. Her hand rested on her hunter's kit as she monitored the change from afternoon to evening. She hoped that the foiled kidnapping was the big upset of the night and not the taster course. The Millennium Falcon rolled to a stop beside her. Outlaw country music streamed out. Vic honked the horn and waved at her as he parked. He rushed from the driver's seat to wrap her in a big hug. You found Aisha! Red returned the hug but looked for his brother. She's waiting for you two. I made her go to the medical tent. She had some scratches. The side door of the van opened. LaShawn hopped out. He didn't look at her as he ran to the party. He moved so fast she barely saw his face, just the back of his jacket. Chagrined, Vic watched his brother go. He patted Red on the shoulder. He won't say it yet, but I don't think he wants to spit in your face anymore. I got a hug from a Constantine. 2, if we count Aisha. That's a win, she said as they strolled to the picnic tables. Have you eaten yet? I'm starving. Put some meat in me. He frowned, shushing himself with a finger to the lips. That didn't come out how I wanted it to. Enjoy your meat. She laughed and pushed him toward the grill line, where Bernardo and the other cooks would hook him up with a plate. She looked for Stace to give her a security update. The waitresses were zooming between the long picnic tables, but the fairy wasn't fluttering about among them. I'll be back, she said to Vic, as she left him with a hamburger. Red found Stace inside the diner with Zach behind the bar. Hey guys, you won't guess what I found in the... A camera crew turned their lens on her from the other side of the room. Oh crap, she had forgotten that they would be broadcasting tonight. The local broadcast journalist waved. In a purple dress and with a megawatt smile, she was ready for her close-up. She said, Don't worry, We're shooting B-roll for the morning show tomorrow. Pretend you're ordering at the bar. We're broadcasting live later." Red leaned over the counter. She couldn't blab about what happened in the cemetery now. She whispered to her friends, "I found Aisha. Vic is here to help as another bouncer. What should we do now?" Zach raised an eyebrow, suspicion hardening his pretend smile. His empath magic searched her. "Aisha hasn't been here? Text the story to me, and I'll read it once we're done with this." Stace stared at Red with a silent warning to not do that. "For now, you can help with the costume contest. The news crew will go there next." "Sure," Red said, ducking her head as she avoided looking at the camera lens. Sudden paranoia about being on the news made her blurt out, could you guys cut any footage of me? I'm shy." "Will do," Stace said, shooing her away as if worried that Red would spill more about the chaos behind the scenes of the event. "I'll go with Red," Zach said. They left the diner for the noisy outdoor party. Evening had arrived, but their pop-up festival had beaten back the darkness. String lights glittered between each lamppost, with LED lanterns strobing through a rainbow of colors. Red put her hands in her pockets, repressing her emotions as best as she could. It felt silly around an empath, but she tried for his sanity. "I assume you want to make sure everything looks normal before the news crew starts filming outside." "We haven't been on TV since that stabbing 2 years ago. I need all the good press I can get." "It'll be fine," she said, leading him through the tables to the standing crowd on the dance floor. "Look, your MC has everyone pumped." Olivia Benston stood on the mini stage by the DJ booth in a sparkly white cocktail dress. It was her fifth outfit change of the day. She held a matching microphone. "Please welcome the next contestant in the contest, Little Miss Maggie, age 7, as a dinosaur. Give her a round of applause. How cute." A kid in a homemade T-Rex costume preened on the stage as her parents took pictures. Red sniffed, holding her sleeve to her nose. A stench rose above the cooking food. She nudged Zach behind the DJ booth. The odor was coming from the cemetery, and it was a truly preternatural funk. She asked, "Do you smell that?" "Antonio," Zach said. His eyes twinkled as he looked into the trees. Joy beamed from him. A Sasquatch emerged from the shadows. Flat, cinnamon-colored fur covered his body. It dangled like a fringe off his long arms. Round black eyes inspected the humans, intelligent and sentient under his gorilla brow. "Did you invite him?" Red asked before holding her breath against the smell. Zach didn't say anything as he seemed to commune silently like a beastmaster with his furry friend. She poked his shoulder. "Didn't you tell me he can cloak his musk? We can't clear out the party now." Antonio's scent disappeared as if he understood her. Zach jogged to the tall forest creature like it was a friendly dog. "I've missed you. It's been months. Buddy, there are a lot of people around. Are you sure that you want to be here?" Red didn't hear a reply, but these two had a bond she didn't understand. Zach translated for his mute companion. "Antonio sensed that I was distressed. It's why he came. I'm trying to tell him that it's about money, but his species doesn't really understand capitalism." "Who does?" she said absently, glancing over her shoulder. Anyone could see Antonio if they peered past the DJ. She didn't press her friend to shoo the creature away. It had been too long since she'd seen a smile like that on Zach's face. The empath and Antonio fell silent, but she could tell the conversation continued. Red crept from them to act as lookout. She spied the costume contest line and a man in a homemade Chewbacca costume. He waited with the others, waiting for the results of the contest. A plastic utility sash crossed his brown felt torso. If Antonio had one of those sashes, then people could fool themselves that he was a great Star Wars cosplay. She went to the DIY Chewbacca and pulled $40 out of her pocket. "Can I buy that sash?" He shrugged and handed it to her. "I got it for like $10 online." "Have fun with the profit," she said, rushing back behind the DJ booth. She offered her score to Zach. "What do you think about this? It's the best disguise I could find in less than 5 minutes." He took the Star Wars costume and held it up to the Bigfoot's chest. "Wow, you'll look great." Red warned, "Keep out of view while you two catch up." "Don't tell Stace yet," Zach said like a kid trying to keep a secret from his mom. "She'll know if you invite him home like a stray again." Red left him to check in on the camera crew and jogged away toward the diner. Power brushed against her aura, and she knew it was a muse. Oh shit. What if the artist appeared and disappeared on live television? That would blow a hole in the dark veil of supernatural secrecy. The crowd went silent, hushed as if awed. Red spun around on the dance floor, fearing the worst. Antonio the Bigfoot stood on the outdoor stage with Olivia. The socialite seemed to know he wasn't in a costume, but she kept her smile bright. She spoke for the quiet creature. "What a great last entry for our contest." The Bigfoot pointed over the crowd. Red followed his line of sight, but only saw a flap of the artist's polka dot cape. Trotting toward the stage, she wished a few clowns would pop out to distract everyone. Olivia led the fake Chewbacca to Zach, who waited in the wings. She waved at the audience. "Give the last contestant a hand, and then go fill out your votes for best costume. Please clear the area around the stage. Thanks." Antonio lumbered behind Zach into the shadows. Olivia turned off her microphone as she followed him. Her lipsticked mouth twisted into a peeved pout. Everyone saw that. Red blocked the other witch from stomping after Zach. He was finally smiling. A rant from Olivia would ruin it. Forcing herself to sound peppy to smooth over the fiasco, she said, "Hey, we need the news crew out. Isn't the journalist one of your sorority sisters?" Olivia rolled her eyes. "I thought you were security. You're supposed to keep riffraff out. Will some raccoons skitter onto my stage next?" Red didn't blame her for being snippy. An unscheduled Sasquatch could throw off the best MC. "I don't know how to explain it, but that's Zach's guest. He isn't the only one to worry about. It could get weirder and quick." "Ugh," Olivia groaned. She waved her microphone like it was a magic wand. "I'll move the news crew along then. Stop any other interruptions for Hecate's sake. I have to announce the costume winner soon." "It'll be fine," Red said confidently, as if she had been a step ahead of the paranormal parade at any point tonight. She walked normally from the other witch before jogging through the throng to find Vic on the edge of the dance floor. She tapped his shoulder. "We have another problem." "That Bigfoot?" Vic asked mildly. "I think the crowd liked him." "But was he believable cosplay?" Red said. An annoyed voice uttered her name nearby. The soft sound reached her sensitive hearing in the lull between songs and announcements. LaShawn and Aisha argued in harsh whispers a few yards away. Red discreetly pressed a finger to her ear to not overhear them. She didn't want to know what was said about her. It couldn't have been good. LaShawn stomped from Aisha toward Red and Vic. Each step looked like it pained him emotionally. He bared his teeth when he stopped. "My girlfriend says I've been rude and that I should be grateful for what you did tonight, Red. She wants me to thank you." She toed the gravel with her shoe, shaking her head sheepishly. If Aisha thought this forced apology was helpful, she was wrong. Red could see it backfiring in slow motion. "It's fine. We're even on that score." "No," LaShawn snapped, holding up his finger. She didn't understand what she'd said wrong, but irritation puckered his face like he'd bitten a lemon. "We aren't. You didn't have months of not knowing where your sibling was." Red absorbed his recriminations. He wasn't wrong. She said, "I'm sorry for what I did. I didn't do that to hurt you." "Hey, you've said it before," he interrupted, speaking over her. Bouncing on his heels, he looked like his coffee had kicked in, which was weird because he was a green tea man. A spark of revelation lightened his gaze. "I finally have the words now. After weeks of therapy, I think this is why I'm really perturbed. It wasn't solely because of Vic and how he came back to us. You and I were friends, Red. How could you not know how it would hurt me? We had each other's backs once. I trusted you." "You're right," Red said. Her voice trailed off as the music cut out. The artist took the center of the dance floor in a polka dot cape and top hat. A metallic eye patch decorated their face. The cosmic being turned to Red and LaShawn. Quiet descended over the fair. Red felt the crowd watch her and LaShawn. It was as if everyone was waiting for the show to begin. She'd been recruited for a play without a script. A country song blasted through the speakers. The DJ ripped off his headphones and jumped from his turntable like it was possessed. It didn't stop the familiar tune. The artist smiled at the werewolf. LaShawn nodded as if a communication had passed between the two. Stepping forward, he bobbed his head like the country beat had entered his soul. Red retreated to Vic, hoping for an answer. He seemed as confused as she was. She asked, "Is that the Etchy Breaky Heart song?" "By Mr. Billy Ray Cyrus himself. Why does my bro look as serious as a senator right now? What is going on?" "You're the bard, you should know," she said, poking his arm. "I'm an outlaw country music fan. Don't look at me." LaShawn stepped backward and forward in a line dance, tapping his toe and heel as the music picked up. He clapped, lifting his knee up. There was a supernatural grace to his honky-tonk stomping. He beckoned Red, glaring like a junkyard cat. Vic snickered. "Look, my bro is serving some attitude your way, and I think the artist is helping him. This is an old-fashioned hoedown showdown. Just be happy he didn't challenge you to arm wrestling like in that Patrick Swayze movie." "Oh, goddess," Red said, gulping back her fear. "He knows the achy breaky heart dance." Vic laughed harder. Overjoyed tears streamed down his cheeks. "Of course he does. We lived in Texas in the 90s. Time to summon some rhythm, Red. You two are sorting your shit out country style." "No, no," she said as Vic pushed her onto the dance floor. Red fortified herself for public embarrassment. If this was how she settled things with LaShawn, then she'd do it. An old memory of a line dancing lesson on a rainy day in gym class floated to the surface of her mind. She strode to face LaShawn. His lanky form towered over her. "This ends here," he said, as the song started again. The artist clapped their hands, appearing this time by the DJ booth. Red hoped the camera crew wasn't filming this. Mimicking LaShawn, she followed along with the song. His eyes bored into her. She was merely dancing. He was catharsis in motion. The other people backed away to give them space. Sweating, she missed a step as a sad thought wrapped her in a chokehold. Once the artist left, this weird inspiration would fade, and her friend would go back to hating and ignoring her. If she didn't tell him how she felt, she didn't know when she'd have the chance. "I failed, LaShawn. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. The plate had shattered, and I thought I could glue it back together before anyone noticed." "How could I miss it? Maybe there was a time I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't heard from my brother, but not now. I was so—" He cursed, falling out of the rhythm and rocking back on his heels. "Scared? It must have been awful. You didn't deserve that. I was a bad friend." LaShawn returned to the right dance step and clapped to the beat. He put his hands on his waist as he kicked his heel back. "Vic says I've been pissy." Red matched his movements down to his unchoreographed shrug. "I would be too. I accept if you don't want to be in my life, but I'll mourn our friendship. You're a solid guy. I'm glad Aisha found you." "She's the best." "You are, too." He smiled faintly. His steps became lighter, and his shoulders straightened. "I didn't like how you did it, but I'm glad you brought Vic back." Red met his eyes, hoping he knew she'd only ever meant the best for the Constantine family. "I always promised you he'd get home safely." The music faded to a hushed pause. He stopped dancing and pulled her into a hug. She returned it, tears warming her eyes. A werewolf hug was better than a bear hug. The artist clapped and bowed to Red and LaShawn. Applause rocked the fundraiser. People rushed to the dance floor for the next song. Red looked over the crowd, but the artist was gone. She smiled, grateful for the unlikely muse. How long would LaShawn have gone without saying those heavy, necessary words? She didn't understand why the inspiration had to come via line dancing, but she'd take it. Patting him on the shoulder, she said, "Aisha is waiting with a cell phone camera aimed at us." LaShawn pushed up his glasses, squinting around for his girlfriend. "She recorded that, didn't she? Don't put that online, Aisha." Red chuckled as he jogged away. Maybe he'd regret that hug tomorrow, but it was a relief to know she might have both Constantine boys back in her life. Vic strolled to her, His brow furrowed as he watched his brother leave. Is it me, or is he squirrely around his girlfriend? What do you know? She squirmed, repressing the urge to confess that she'd seen an engagement ring. Would LaShawn pop the question now or wait? After tonight, she was sure that she'd be invited to their future wedding. There would be a new addition to the Constantine family soon. I'll never tell. Stace darted between two dudes in Ghostbusters costumes to find them. She leaned to whisper to Red. It was heart-racing news. After she finished, the half-fae added, Go find Zach. We can't have him miss this. Red trotted behind the stage to look for him. The empath stood away from the festival, staring forlornly into the trees. She asked, Did Antonio leave? Zach nodded, a wistful smile on his face. Maybe he'll return soon. She patted his arm. If he thought the Bigfoot was good news, he was going to freak out soon. She pranced on her tiptoes, dying to tell him, but Stace had told her to be good, so she throttled the urge to spoil the next announcement. Red tugged on his hand. He will. Come on, let's get you out of the gloom. There is a surprise for you. It can't be better than Antonio, Zach said as they walked back to their friends at the front of the stage. The MC Olivia turned on her microphone. We have exciting news. Little Miss Maggie has won the costume contest with Antonio the Chewbacca as runner-up. Please go to the information tent to collect your prizes. Thank you to our contestants. This is the last call for alcohol. The sheriff will let us serve for another 30 minutes, but the kitchen is closed. Diner Days was fun, wasn't it, folks? We had some laughs, but we aren't here for costumes or street corn. We're here because Lily's Diner means so much to our town. But we've already started to count the fundraiser for the new diner roof. We did it, folks. We've raised over... Applause nearly drowned out the announced amount as Zach sputtered, I can't believe it. Red clapped with the others until her palms were sore. When the ovation died down, Vic's excited voice rose over the crowd. You did what? Red and Stace darted to him, dodging through the festival goers, and found him shaking LaShawn's hand. The witch grinned, asking, What did you say, Aisha? Aisha held up a shiny diamond engagement ring, smiling at the Constantine brothers. I said yes. Red and Stace shrieked and bounced over to hug her. This night felt perfect. The feeling lasted through more dancing and a plate of a barbecue. Red patrolled the lot even after the party had ended, while the staff was shutting down for the night. Her phone rang in her pocket. She answered coyly, Mr. Novak, how is Arizona? It's a dry heat. The locals repeated that to us endlessly. He chuckled, and it almost sounded like an echo. She turned around to find Christoph standing behind her. The streamer lights reflected on his blonde hair and the thin pinstripes on his dark suit as he put away his phone. It was like the vampire had granted a wish she didn't know she'd made. She rushed to his side. I was wondering what could make this great night better. How did you know? He grinned, wrapping her in his arms. I was inspired. That's been going around, she said before kissing him like a muse was cheering her on. The adventure continues in Witch Family Values. Get and peek inside Christoph's mind. Sign up for the series newsletter at sammyvalentine.com and get access to a hidden library of bonus stories, deleted chapters, and alternative point of view scenes. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and got really into tarot. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town and she only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was a few years and a dozen countries ago. Find reader goodies, sign up for the newsletter, and get the full reading order for the series at sammyvalentine.com.